don't want a god-tier ability and choose the worst talent instead? Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 101 Shocking. Third SSS level rating. On the sports field of Peking University, all the students saw the super announcement. It was Song Haitang again. Another record-breaking, terrifying performance. And this time, the content of the announcement was even more explosive. When Ma Jun saw the content of the announcement, his eyes widened suddenly. Then, he was first incredulous, then his face turned ashen, and finally, he was so angry that he felt he could hardly breathe, his face contorted in pain. Ma Jun, what's wrong? The teacher noticed Ma Jun's condition and quickly asked. Ma Jun waved his hand, saying nothing. It was unclear whether he couldn't speak or didn't want to. A student next to him told the teacher, "Teacher, we received the super announcement." The teacher was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "Song Haitang again?" "Yes." Seeing the students nod, the teacher sighed. He glanced back and saw that the leaders all looked grim. However, the teacher still dutifully said, "Read me the contents of Song Haitang's announcement." Upon hearing this, the student read it aloud. Announcement. In the third level of the spiritual realm, the team led by the extraordinary individual Song Haitang achieved a total of 3,458 points in the martial arts competition, successfully winning the overall championship of the human, demon, and monster races. Their performance was outstanding, earning a perfect mission rating, SSS level. Upon hearing this announcement, the teacher was initially stunned, then greatly shocked. Because this announcement revealed new information. It turned out that the martial arts competition in the third level of the spiritual realm wasn't just between human newcomers, other races were also participating. Besides humans, there were demons and monsters. This was extremely important and valuable information. As for Song Haitang, all that could be said was, amazing, the overall champion of the three races. The value of this title was immense. Moreover, Song Haitang's points were a staggering 3,458. How many points did Ma Jun have just scored? 81 points. Song Haitang's points were even a fraction of Ma Jun's, 5 or 6 times more. That's terrifying. No wonder Ma Jun looked so pained. The teacher knew that her student had always wanted to surpass Song Haitang. However, the gap between the two was indeed quite large. Forget surpassing him, even catching up had become incredibly difficult. Thinking of this, the teacher could only sigh helplessly. At Zhenhua University, when the super announcement appeared, all the students on the playground perked up and looked at Song Haitang and the others with shocked eyes. Zhang Heben, Chen Kai, and the others were overjoyed. The straightforward Wang Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Teacher, our results are out," Zhang Heben said eagerly. "As expected, it's SSS level. Teacher, you can check the specific reward details directly." He then offered his head to Teacher Shen. This kid had become arrogant again after leaving the spirit realm. Hearing Zhang Heben's words, Teacher Shen also showed surprise and immediately tapped Zhang Heben's forehead with her finger. Then, Teacher Shen's pretty face turned excited. In an extremely excited voice, she announced everyone's scores: Song Haitang, Zhao Zheng, Chen Kai, Shen Nana, Zhang Heben points earned in this spirit realm. 3,458 points overall rating, SSS level, overall ranking, first place, champion of the three races, historical ranking, first place. Basic reward: 300 spirit energy points, capped, extra reward: 100 spirit energy points, capped, belonging to team leader Song Haitang, perfect achievement reward for the third level of the spirit realm, 1 extraordinary treasure chest. This reward belongs to the main members of the team and will be distributed upon entering the next level of the spirit realm. Hearing what Teacher Shen read out, the school leaders and other teachers were somewhat surprised. When checking the scores of the other students, most of them only earned around 10 points. Even the 3 teams that received a B-level mission evaluation only had a few more points. How come Song Haitang's team directly reached more than 3,000 points? Good heavens! The difference is too great. Those people's points are not even a fraction of Song Haitang's? Are they all incompetent? And Song Haitang is truly amazing. She led 9 people and didn't mess up at all. That's incredible. No wonder the higher-ups value her so much, and the principal treasures her. Such talent certainly deserves attention. At this moment, a student suddenly raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I have important news to report." It was a student from Class B. Old Chu, who was secretly pleased, immediately stood up and asked, "What news?" The student said, "The super announcement that just appeared says that the martial arts competition in the 3rd level of the spiritual realm isn't just between us human freshmen. 2 other races are also participating, the demon race and the monster race." Sister Haitang and her group won the overall championship of the 3-race competition. Upon hearing this, the other teachers all took it seriously. This was indeed important information. Old Chu immediately said, "Repeat the announcement again, don't omit a single word." The students read the announcement truthfully. Soon, someone reported the news. The school leader stepped forward and announced loudly, "Students, you've all had a long journey back from the spirit realm. The cafeteria has prepared lunch for you. Go and eat. Have a good rest afterward." With that, the school leaders left cheerfully. As soon as they left, the teachers naturally dispersed as well. The students glanced at Zhang Hebin and his group, filled with envy. They had nothing but admiration for Song Haitang. 3 consecutive SSS-level mission ratings. This was truly unprecedented, and likely would remain so. Initially, some had harbored thoughts of competing with Song Haitang, thinking the flame fruit was nothing special. Now, they only wanted to curry favor with him, hoping to hitch a ride with him in the next multi-person spirit realm expedition. Everyone knew that if Song Haitang continued like this, she would become an unimaginable force in the future. "Sister Haitang, thank you so much. Thank you for letting me join the team. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today." Gaining 300 spirit points all at once feels amazing. Thanks to Sister Haitang, she's taking us to new heights. Sister Haitang is awesome. Zhang Hebin, Wang Fei, and others all thank Song Haitang. As for Zhao Zheng beside her, he was completely ignored. Faced with everyone's gratitude, Song Haitang felt a little awkward. Only she knew best that she probably didn't have the ability to win the 3 races martial arts championship. The true owner of that title was definitely Zhao Zheng beside her. She was able to become the captain because Zhao Zheng had made her that way in the spirit realm. Because the teacher had previously said that extra rewards would belong to the captain, and only the captain's name would be displayed in the announcements. Zhao Zheng wanted to remain behind the scenes. Naturally, he used her as a shield. Thinking of this, Song Haitang turned and glanced at Zhao Zheng. Seeing Zhao Zheng's smiling face, seemingly unconcerned, she reluctantly accepted everyone's thanks. Afterwards, everyone dispersed to the cafeteria for lunch. As they walked, they continued to discuss 3 consecutive SSS-level perfect ratings. Once the news gets out, Sister Haitang will probably cause a global sensation. Absolutely. No superhuman has ever been as outstanding as Sister Haitang. We can also benefit from this and make a name for ourselves. What's so good about making a name for ourselves? Didn't you see Sister Haitang has a bounty on her head? I'm sure that after this news gets out, the bounty for Sister Haitang will skyrocket. You're overthinking it. Sister Haitang has a bounty on her head because she's too outstanding and has threatened some people. We're just lucky to be hitching a ride. Who would target us? Being carried by Sister Haitang, with her bearing the danger, is really a bit unfair. How about we take some time to treat Sister Haitang to lunch? After lunch, Zhao Zheng returned to his apartment. Then, he took out a pair of glasses from his pocket. These glasses were ones he had brought from the 3rd level of the spiritual realm. Through extraordinary information, Zhao Zheng knew that these were the glasses Zhao wore when he was a reporter, possessing magical effects. He guessed that this was probably a supernatural reward given by the 2nd level of the spiritual realm. Although these glasses were magical, Zhao Zheng didn't really like them, because they couldn't provide him with any enhancement. They were far inferior to the necklace he received the first time. As for the eye protection function the glasses claimed to have, he had a body of steel, and even his eyes were highly defensive, so he didn't need them at all. He didn't need flashback protection either. Once he activated his heat ray ability, his eyes would glow red and kill people. The only thing that might be somewhat useful was the ability to conceal his identity, making it easier for him to do some shady things. He casually tossed the glasses aside. Zhao Zheng lay down on the sofa and started surfing the internet. The Zodiac Bureau expert across the hall hadn't returned yet. However, Zhao Zheng wasn't worried about his safety. With his current strength, ordinary assassins couldn't take him down, and as for the stronger assassins, Zhao Zheng believed that even if he couldn't beat them, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Song Haitang must be a sensation online by now, right? Zhao Zheng muttered to himself. As he spoke, he opened his internet. Sure enough, he was right. The internet was abuzz with discussion about Song Haitang. In the short time it took to wait, her name had already soared to the top of the trending searches. Holy crap! Another SSS level perfect mission rating, 3 spirit realms, 3 perfect mission ratings in a row? What kind of godlike superhuman is this? Goddess Song is just too amazing. Won't she keep this up and clear the spirit realm indefinitely? That's impossible. What do you think the spirit realm is? There are countless dangerous spirit realms, and besides, no one knows how many levels there are. For others, of course it's impossible, but for Goddess Song, anything is possible. Don't forget, she succeeded 3 times in a row, without a single failure. Ha ha ha. Brother's right, it feels like Song Haitang's existence was born to set records. 3rd update 10,000 word guaranteed update complete. That's probably all for today. The book's subscriptions are very good. First of all, thank you to all the supporters. Now let's talk about the bonus chapters. There are 3 bonus chapters for subscribers, 630 more than the initial subscription target, and 1 bonus chapter for monthly tickets. In total, I owe you 4 chapters. Also, the bonus chapters for monthly tickets are always valid. As long as the increase reaches 200 monthly tickets, I'll add 1 bonus chapter. Please, my godfathers, don't stop, keep showering me with votes. I want to see my potential, and I also want to see your financial resources. Chapter 102 The Pride of Xia Kingdom. There's a saying that goes, everything can be done once or twice, but not a 3rd time. This means that while 1 or 2 instances might be tolerable, a 3rd might push one's limits. Song Haitang's achievement of receiving SSS level perfect mission ratings 3 times in a row had an effect far more sensational than imagined. Her name truly entered every household, becoming the subject of countless conversations. Even those who didn't like the internet had heard her name from friends and family, knowing that a peerless genius had emerged in Xia Kingdom. In Xia Kingdom, Song Haitang naturally received widespread praise. Countless people were eager to see how far she could go if she continued like this. The People's Daily even hailed Song Haitang as the pride of Xia Kingdom. With the People's Daily leading the way, major news media outlets focused their coverage on Song Haitang. The higher-ups also paid even more attention to her. The most obvious example was that very afternoon, a new batch of campus security personnel was replaced, with more elite and powerful individuals transferred to Zhanwu University. It is said that, to prevent foreign forces from resorting to desperate measures and sending powerful assassins, the higher-ups directly dispatched a team leader from the Zodiac Bureau to secretly protect Song Haitang. The higher-ups' precautions were justified. When Song Haitang received his 3rd SSS level mission rating, it completely ignited major international online platforms and successfully aroused the suspicions of some. Various forces raised Song Haitang's threat level to the highest. They knew that humanity did indeed need a savior. However, this savior had to be one of theirs. They didn't need, and wouldn't allow, an outsider savior. The most direct reaction was that the bounty on Song Haitang on the dark web skyrocketed again. Someone had already offered a 5 billion bounty for Song Haitang. Meanwhile, somewhere in Europe, several people dressed in black robes, under the cover of night, drove to an extremely remote place. There stood a very old church there. Judging from its architectural style and dilapidated exterior, it was likely a product of the 19th century. When the car arrived at the church, several luxury cars were already parked at the entrance. The men in black robes, unfazed, got out and headed towards the church. However, they didn't enter through the main entrance. Instead, they slipped into a small hole nearby, leading to a secret passage deep underground. This passage was at least 100 meters long, and upon emerging, a vast underground palace appeared before them. Dim lights shone on both sides of the palace, filling the space with an eerie and dark atmosphere. One of the men in black robes couldn't help but shiver. Seeing that his companions didn't react, he had no choice but to endure it and follow them forward. The deeper they went, the denser the gloom became. Soon, they arrived at a strange space. It seemed to be an altar, filled with black gas. Around the altar, Many other men in black robes, like them, stood motionless with their heads bowed, their faces completely obscured. In the center of the altar, a woman in a red robe was praying devoutly, chanting incantations as if reciting a forbidden name. Moments later, 3 figures in black robes, each leading a cow, a lioness, and a giant python, entered the altar from different directions. They seemed to be superhuman. Even the cow and lion struggled fiercely but could not break free of their control. Then, the 3 figures in black robes drew sharp blades and slit the animals' throats. Instantly, a large amount of blood sprayed onto the altar and flowed into the central pool. As the pool gradually filled with blood, the woman in the center stood up and loosened a ribbon around her waist. Her red robe immediately slipped down, revealing a fair, delicate, and graceful body. The beauty and the blood created a bizarre scene. Then, the woman walked directly into the blood pool and submerged her entire body. After a long time, the blood pool suddenly began to boil. The woman abruptly sat up from the pool of blood and quickly climbed ashore. Many of the black-robed figures could clearly see numerous black lines spreading across her body. These lines moved, like countless living earthworms wriggling. A subordinate immediately brought clothes and draped them over the woman. After putting on the clothes, the woman's gaze swept across the surrounding crowd. Her pupils, which had somehow turned crimson, were filled with an eerie aura. "I have received a divine oracle," the woman suddenly spoke, her voice deep and solemn. "God is about to descend upon our world." Hearing this, the surrounding black-robed figures became excited. If God descended, they would all gain eternal life. Thinking of this, some even couldn't help but cheer. Seeing this, the woman smiled slightly, then changed the subject seriously, saying, "However, before the arrival of the true God, there's a small problem that we need to solve. According to the divine decree, within 3 years, a false god will appear in the mortal realm, affecting the arrival of the true God. The current false god is still very weak. We must find it before it grows stronger and then nip it in the bud." Upon hearing this, the surrounding black-robed figures were somewhat surprised. A false god would appear in the mortal realm? And it would affect the arrival of the true god? Many people subconsciously thought of the recently popular Song Haitang. Could the false god indicated by the divine decree be the freshman from the Eastern Xia Kingdom, named Haitang Song? Is the Song you're talking about the freshman who received 3 SSS-level mission evaluations in the spirit realm? That's right, I think it's her too. That freshman's achievements are astonishing. If a false god really does appear in the mortal realm, it can only be her. The discussions among the black-robed figures quickly caught the woman's attention. She immediately inquired with everyone. Upon learning of Song Haitang's achievements, the woman was astonished. 3 trips to the spirit realm, all 3 with SSS-level mission ratings. Breaking all records. An unprecedented achievement. The rewards from the spirit realm were also incredibly generous. The woman immediately declared, "That Song must be a false god from the divine oracle. We must do everything in our power to kill her as soon as possible." "High priest, that might not be easy," said a man in black robes. "According to my intelligence, that new student is currently under tight protection by powerful figures from the Xia Kingdom, and there's no way to find an opportunity to kill her." "I don't want to hear your incompetent excuses," the high priest said coldly. "Kill her at all costs." After the men in black robes left the church, the number of bounties for Song Haitang on the dark web suddenly increased significantly. Someone even offered a supernatural item as a bounty for Song Haitang. It was a support-type supernatural shoe that could increase speed by 10%. This supernatural item immediately attracted immense attention. The previous monetary bounty, while impressive, hadn't piqued the interest of extraordinary experts. After becoming extraordinary, they had countless ways to earn money and were never short of cash. But now, the appearance of the extraordinary shoes had captivated them all. Especially those extraordinary experts focused on speed. Those shoes were the ultimate extraordinary item they dreamed of. There's a saying in Xia Kingdom, of all martial arts, none is invincible except speed. This shows how crucial speed is. In battle, a speed advantage can directly influence the outcome. When news of the bounty reached Xia Kingdom, countless netizens erupted in fury. "Damn it! Are these people so jealous of others' success, going to such lengths to target a young girl? So shameless! Damn it! I'm going to Zhenwu University. I'm going to protect Song Haitang. The big shots of the Zodiac Bureau should act. Which bastards dare to come? They must be wiped out." Zhao Zheng said this the next morning after waking up. He received the news. He was shocked to see everyone saying that someone on the dark web was offering a bounty on Song Haitang's life, even using supernatural items. Then, Zhao Zheng's expression turned serious. A pair of supernatural shoes that increased speed by 10% was invaluable. Most importantly, it wasn't something money could buy. He imagined many supernatural beings would be tempted. Zhao Zheng suddenly felt he had tricked Song Haitang. If he hadn't used her as a shield, perhaps none of this would have happened. Thinking this, Zhao Zheng went to the school and texted Song Haitang, arranging to meet her in the training hall's lounge. The privacy there was better, and the school conducted regular inspections, so no one dared to install surveillance or listening devices in the lounge. Song Haitang arrived as agreed. Upon meeting, Zhao Zheng said, "Haitang, have you seen the information online? Someone on the dark web is offering a bounty on you using supernatural items." Hearing this, Song Haitang's pretty face remained calm as she nodded, saying, "My teacher already told me." Zhao Zheng felt a little ashamed. "This is a bit of my fault. I'm the one who put you in this mess. It has nothing to do with you. If getting good grades in the spirit realm means suffering all this, I would still choose grades without hesitation," Song Haitang said. "On the contrary, I should thank you for allowing me to have everything I have now." After a pause, Song Haitang added, "For me, whether there's a bounty or not makes no difference. I won't be leaving the school. The higher-ups have already sent many people to protect me. Besides, the principal is also returning from the front lines to be responsible for my safety. So, you don't need to worry about me at all." Hearing this, Zhao Zheng was a little surprised. Even the principal was being recalled from the front lines? It seemed that 3 consecutive SSS-level evaluations had made Song Haitang even more valued by the higher-ups. Next, the two chatted for a while longer. Seeing that Song Haitang didn't care about the bounty at all, Zhao Zheng didn't say anything more. "Oh, right." Zhao Zheng suddenly pulled a pair of glasses from his pocket and said, "This should be a reward from the 2nd level of the spirit realm. I brought it back from the 3rd level, and it has a very magical effect." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zheng put on the glasses right in front of Song Haitang. Seeing Zhao Zheng look like a completely different person after putting on the glasses, the girl's pretty face showed a very surprised expression. "How is it? Isn't it amazing?" Zhao Zheng took off the glasses, returning to his original appearance, and then handed them to Song Haitang. "Here, take this too. If you ever need to go out, wearing it can hide your identity and prevent being watched." Song Haitang shook her head. "I don't plan to go out for the time being, so I don't need it. Keep it." "What if you need it? I'll ask you for it when I need to go out." The girl still refused. The necklace around her neck was a gift from Zhao Zheng. She was too embarrassed to take anything from Zhao Zheng again. Seeing Song Haitang's stubbornness, Zhao Zheng had no choice but to take the item back. At this moment, class time had arrived, so the two left the lounge and headed to their respective classrooms. Amidst a commotion, 10 days passed quickly. Only today did the hype surrounding Song Haitang's bounty begin to die down. Although the hype had subsided, the undercurrents were even stronger. According to information from the Immigration Bureau, many foreigners had entered Xia country under the guise of tourism, investment, and extraordinary exchanges during these 10 days. Of course, to avoid causing panic, this information was only known to high-ranking officials. Ordinary people and students of Zhenwu University were unaware. In short, Zhenwu University had recently issued a decree prohibiting any outsiders from entering the campus. With a principal and a high-ranking official from the Zodiac Bureau overseeing things, Song Haitang's safety should be relatively secure for the time being. It should be noted that Song Haitang's mental attribute had now exceeded 1,400 points. Her senses were extremely sharp. Even without the protection of a powerful figure, assassinating someone like her would be extremely difficult. That morning, Zhao Zheng woke up from the sunbathing machine and first checked his attribute panel: race, human. Constitution, 1,100 spirit, 314 strength, 1,100 agility, 1,100 talent, Kryptonian bloodline, iron body, super strength. Skills: fistbone impact, armament haki, mastery. Psionic points, 340. This was Zhao Zheng's current attribute. He nodded in satisfaction and went to school. After class, Zhao Zheng was about to return to his apartment to rest when he received a message from Song Haitang saying she needed his help and asked him to meet her in the lounge. Zhao Zheng was a little surprised. He wondered what this girl needed his help with. When he arrived at the lounge, he found Song Haitang already waiting for him. "Haitang, what do you need my help with?" Zhao Zheng asked with a smile as soon as they met. Song Haitang immediately said, "It's like this, my father." Through the girl's explanation, Zhao Zheng finally understood what was going on. It turned out, Song Haitang's third SSS level mission evaluation had a greater impact than expected, even bringing attention to her father, Chairman Song. The original plan was to transfer Chairman Song from Luan City to the provincial capital as chairman. While seemingly a lateral move, it was actually a promotion. After news of Song Haitang's third SSS level evaluation spread, the Superhuman Association headquarters immediately changed its mind. To show their respect for Song Haitang, the headquarters decided to directly appoint Chairman Song as the provincial chairman. This provincial chairmanship was far more powerful than a city-level chairmanship. The provincial chairman wielded considerable power, nominally overseeing all superhumans in the province. Such a position was coveted by anyone seeking advancement, and Chairman Song was no exception. However, a problem arose. Chairman Song's previous performance was rather poor, practically non-existent. If you were to assume that position, it would inevitably be difficult to gain the support of the people. The most direct achievement of the Extraordinary Association is recruiting powerful individuals. The best solution now is to have an extraordinary expert join the association through Chairman Song's connections. If Chairman Song can recruit a powerful individual, with their support, he'll be qualified to become the provincial president. Poor Chairman Song. His powerful friends have already joined. So, he can only turn to his daughter for help, asking her to introduce him to a powerful individual, just to go through the motions. After hearing Song Haitang's words, Zhao Zheng was a little stunned. "Haitang, you mean, you want me to be that powerful individual?" Song Haitang nodded and said, "You're much stronger than me. With your strength, you're definitely qualified. Besides, joining the Extraordinary Association isn't a bad thing. You get a stipend and a lot of freedom." This was true. The Extraordinary Association was actually a relatively free and loosely organized official organization. Joining didn't mean you had to obey orders and be at the mercy of others. In fact, joining the Extraordinary Association still offered considerable freedom. Even if war breaks out and the country conscripts superhumans, you can refuse the conscription. "I wouldn't mind joining the Superhuman Association." Zhao Zheng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Haitang, you should know I don't want to reveal my strength yet." "I know, I didn't ask you to go using your true identity," Song Haitang suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng was stunned. "What do you mean? Don't you have a pair of superhuman glasses?" Song Haitang said, "Last time you wore them, you were a completely different person. I think you could go using a new identity." Zhao Zheng was surprised and looked at Song Haitang with astonishment. "Good grief. You're quite the daughter. You're just lying to your father like that?" "Wait, this doesn't really seem like deceiving Chairman Song. It's more of a formality to report to the headquarters." "But, Haitang, this probably won't work, right?" Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and said, "Even if I can fabricate a new identity, they'll find out it's fake once they check." Song Haitang said, "Do you remember Chen Kai from my class?" "Of course I remember." "What about him?" Zhao Zheng asked. Song Haitang, his father is a high-ranking official, holding a key position in the police department. "I've already asked him for help, and he said it's a small matter, he'll handle it, guaranteeing everything is normal, and no one will find anything wrong." Wow. Wow. Zhao Zheng hadn't expected Song Haitang to know this. Since the girl had everything arranged, why was he still hesitating? So, Zhao Zheng immediately agreed. No problem. After leaving the school, Zhao Zheng put on his glasses and went to a photo studio to have a clear photo of his upper body taken. This was for entering into his file. In the photo, he was a refined young man, completely different from his real self. He handed the photo to Song Haitang, along with his new name, Chen Yi. The name didn't have any special meaning, he'd just picked it randomly. He'd originally wanted a funny name, like Ji Bajin, Yinjing, Bi Yangtao, Shen Jingbing, or Famtong. It was a fake identity, so a funny name wouldn't hurt. But then he thought better of it. Song Haitang then passed his new name and photo to Chen Kai. Why didn't Zhao Zheng just give it to Chen Kai directly, instead of going through the trouble of having Song Haitang deliver it? This was, of course, because he didn't want Chen Kai to know the truth. After all, they weren't that close yet, and Zhao Zheng didn't know if Chen Kai was someone who could keep a secret. Currently, Chen Kai only knew that Song Haitang had asked him for help, to help a stranger get a new identity that afternoon, and Zhao Zheng had received a new ID card that very afternoon. On his new ID card, his name was Chen Yi, he was 22 years old, and his home address was the place destroyed by the monster. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone going to his hometown to investigate his true identity. At the bottom was a string of ID numbers, looking incredibly authentic. After getting the ID card, Zhao Zheng used it to get a SIM card, a bank card, and even bought a new phone. Since he was going to put on an act, he wanted to go all the way. The process went smoothly. Afterwards, Zhao Zheng asked Lao Chu for leave, saying he needed to go home to visit his family for 2 days. Lao Chu readily agreed. The next day, around 8 a.m., Zhao Zheng left his apartment, put on his glasses, transformed into Chen Yi, and boarded the train back home. The provincial capital was very close to Luan. He arrived smoothly in just half an hour. To Zhao Zheng's surprise, as soon as he got off the train and exited the station, he saw a beautiful woman holding a sign waiting at the exit. The sign read, "Welcome Mr. Chen Yi." Zhao Zheng walked over with a puzzled look and asked, "Excuse me, were you waiting for me?" The woman looked at the photo in her hand, then at Zhao Zheng, whose appearance had changed, and immediately nodded. "Yes, Mr. Chen, please come with me. Our president is waiting for you in the car." Hearing this, Zhao Zheng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that President Song would personally come to the station to pick him up. Led by the beautiful woman, Zhao Zheng arrived at the station parking lot and saw a minivan. From a distance, President Song got out of the car and jogged over, a warm smile on his face, and shook hands with Zhao Zheng. "Mr. Chen, welcome to Luan City." It seemed that this old man didn't recognize him at all. "Hello, President Song, it's a pleasure to meet you," Zhao Zheng said with a smile. "Mr. Chen, you're too kind." President Song subtly sized up Zhao Zheng, then smiled and said, "I heard from my daughter that Mr. Chen, at such a young age, has already reached the 4th level or above in terms of overall strength. Truly a promising young man." "Not at all, it's too kind of you, Haitang," Zhao Zheng said. Upon hearing Zhao Zheng call his daughter Haitang so affectionately, Chairman Song's expression immediately changed, and he began to narrow his eyes at Zhao. 3-in-1, 6,000 words. Chapter 103. Chairman Song, is this just a normal punch? President Song was very composed. Or rather, he was quite shrewd. He didn't react on the spot, but instead invited, "Mr. Chen, I've prepared some local tea. Let's get in the car first, and talk over tea when we get back." "Okay, President Song, please." Zhao Zheng agreed and got into the van with President Song. The van's interior was luxurious, and the seats were as comfortable as sofas. "Zhao Zheng, drive back to the association," President Song instructed, and the driver drove towards the association building. On the way, President Song chatted with Zhao Zheng. "Mr. Chen, President Song, you can just call me Zhao Chen, alright, I'll take the liberty of calling you Zhao Chen." President Song nodded slightly at Zhao Zheng's politeness, indicating his satisfaction. "Zhao Chen, how did you and my daughter meet?" "Oh, I was a graduate of Zhanwu University. In May, I wanted to go back to Zhanwu University for a visit, and I ran into my junior, Song Haitang, before coming." To avoid giving himself away, Zhao Zheng had rehearsed his story with Song Haitang. As for his fabricated story about being a Zhanwu University graduate, Zhao Zheng wasn't afraid that Chairman Song would investigate. First of all, Chairman Song didn't have the authority to investigate the graduate files of a supernatural university. He would only have that authority after he became the provincial chairman. But by then, Song Haitang would definitely have already patched up the patches at the school. Chairman Song nodded. This story was the same as what his daughter had said, so there was nothing wrong with it. "Zhao Chen, if I may ask, what level are you currently at in the spirit realm?" "Just past level 19, this number was also something Chen Yi had carefully considered. He felt that his current strength was no weaker than Qin Muayin's across the hall. Since Qin Muayin was at level 26, he figured he could be conservative and say level 19, right? He had originally planned to say level 20 or so. Mainly, he seemed too young, saying level 20 would be too conspicuous. Level 20 of the spirit realm was a major hurdle, extremely difficult, and few had passed it. Hearing this, Chairman Song looked at Zhao Zheng with surprise. He was only at level 23. This young man was almost catching up to him. "My daughter told me you're only 22 this year." Seeing Chen Yi nod, Chairman Song exclaimed. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. The association building in Luan City wasn't far from the station. As the two were talking, the car stopped at the entrance of the association building. The driver reminded them, Chairman, we've arrived. Chairman Song nodded and gestured for Zhao Zheng to get out of the car. They walked into the association building. Chairman Song asked, Zhao Chen, my daughter must have explained everything to you before you came, right? Yes. Zhao Zheng understood Chairman Song's meaning and said, I'm here to join. Okay, let's register your information first and make a membership file for you. Zhao Zheng nodded. He directly took out his fake ID card. No. His ID card was real, it could be swiped, its information read, and he could open a bank account. His entire information was in the police system. Soon, the basic membership file was filled out. Next was the strength test. To be honest, Zhao Zheng was also very curious about his current strength. Before the test, I have to ask something, Chairman Song asked, Zhao Chen. What talent ability did you obtain in the Holy Land? It's the Paramecia type power fruit. Zhao Zheng immediately replied, currently, it can increase my strength by 3 times, the previous 5 times has been changed. He couldn't say that he had Kryptonian blood, that would be a self-incriminating admission. And among the talent abilities in the Holy Land, only the power fruit fit his situation. Like other devil fruits or mutant bloodlines, they all exhibit extraordinary abilities. Only the strength fruit simply amplifies strength. The strength fruit, Chairman Song immediately said, this talent is quite good, a top-tier expert once possessed it. Yes. Zhao Zheng knew that top-tier expert, his grave was practically overgrown with weeds. It can compare to junior sister Song Haitang's flame fruit ability, Zhao Zheng said with a smile. As for her performance in the spirit realm, I'm far inferior. Hearing this young man praise his daughter, Chairman Song's old face immediately showed a proud expression. Haha, not at all, Haitang is just lucky, Chairman Song said with feigned modesty, then added, since you have the strength fruit, you must be pursuing the strength route. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and said, strength is the primary focus, agility is secondary. Alright, then the next test will focus on strength, Chairman Song said, instructing his subordinates to prepare while leading Zhao Zheng towards the back of the association building. Behind the association building was a stadium-like structure. This was where the abilities of superhumans were tested. Everything there, from the walls to the floor, was made of special materials, filled with metal. A moment later, Chairman Song led Zhao Zheng to the strength testing area. He pointed to the machines and explained, this is the latest punching power testing machine, capable of withstanding a force of 50 tons. This is the grip strength testing machine, capable of absorbing a grip force of 10 tons. This is the weightlifting area, these can all test strength. Zhao Chen, which one do you want to test? Zhao Zheng thought for a moment, then pointed to the punching power testing machine and said, I'll test my punching power. He chose the punching power testing machine because it was the safest option for him. Weightlifting, for example, requires systematic training and mastering power generation techniques to maximize its advantages. Zhao Zheng certainly had strength, but he hadn't trained, so weightlifting would definitely be less effective. He was here to demonstrate his strength. For Zhao Zheng, the best way to demonstrate was by throwing punches and showcasing destructive power. Alright. Let's test your punching power then, Chairman Song said, immediately ordering staff to come and record the video. The reason for recording was to upload it to headquarters for inspection. They couldn't just say a branch was incredibly strong, could they? If someone deliberately faked it, anyone could be portrayed as a strong man. After the recording equipment was set up, Zhao Zheng aimed at the punching power testing machine in the camera and threw a punch. Boom! The enormous impact sounded like a thunderstorm. Zhao Zheng hadn't used armament haki or his fist bone strike, it was just a regular punch. The punching power testing machine immediately displayed numbers. Soon, the numbers stopped, showing that Zhao Zheng's punch had a power of 45 tons. He almost broke the machine's limit. Good, seeing Zhao Zheng's performance, Chairman Song's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but shout in approval. He hadn't told Zhao Zheng that this punching power testing machine could withstand tests from 5th-tier strength-type experts. Zhao Zheng's punch just now was enough to earn him a 5th-tier strength rating from the headquarters. A moment later, Zhao Zheng was led to Chairman Song's office. In the office, Chairman Song politely poured tea for Zhao Zheng. Little Chen, you've really given me a big surprise. It truly was a surprise. He had originally thought Chen Yu was a 4th-tier expert. Unexpectedly, this kid actually possessed 5th-tier strength. A punch of 45 tons. What does that mean? If this kid were thrown into a city to wreak havoc, he would become the king of destruction. No building could withstand his attack. To deliver a punch of 45 tons, one would need at least 3,000 points of strength attribute. Even with a triple boost from the strength fruit, it's enough to show that this kid's strength attribute has already exceeded 1,000. It also shows that this kid performed very well in the spirit realm, which is why he obtained so many attributes. Because a strength attribute exceeding 1,000 means his constitution attribute must be at least 500 points. President Song, is that enough? Zhao Zheng still felt that the test was a bit too easy. He had only thrown a regular punch. It wasn't even his true strength. Enough, enough, President Song said with a smile. It's more than enough. He himself had only recently been rated as a 5th-tier expert, and now that he had recruited another 5th-tier expert into the association, it was enough to satisfy the headquarters. Don't think there are many 5th-tier experts. In the entire Luan city, including President Song, there were only 2 or 3 publicly known 5th-tier experts. Since it's enough, I should take my leave, Zhao Zheng said. He was going back to see his parents. So soon, President Song couldn't help but say, why don't you stay for a simple meal? You've come all this way and helped me so much, I should at least show you some hospitality, right? At this moment, President Song had a very good impression of Zhao Zheng. He felt that this young man possessed great skills yet remained humble and composed, which was very rare. He was much better than that brat from the Zhao family. No, Chairman Song, I have something to attend to. Zhao Zheng was about to politely decline. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared across the skies above Luan City. Zhao Zheng was startled, initially thinking it was a drill. However, when he looked at Chairman Song and saw his expression had drastically changed, he knew something serious must have happened. The next moment, the office door was pushed open, and Chairman Song's secretary barged in without knocking. Chairman, something's wrong, the secretary exclaimed urgently. The nearby military region just sent an urgent telegram. Their radar detectors have detected a space-time rift southeast of Luan City, only 10 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, Chairman Song's face immediately paled. However, he wasn't terrified and remained somewhat calm, asking his secretary, what level of space-time rift is it? The secretary quickly replied, the military's initial assessment is B level. Upon hearing this, Chairman Song immediately made a judgment and ordered, use the emergency communicator immediately to call for support. Understood, the secretary agreed and quickly ran out. Chairman Song rushed to his desk, picked up the landline phone, and dialed the military region's number. Landline phones were now very rare. The reason they were still in Chairman Song's office was because his landline had stable calls and wasn't affected by signal interference. While Chairman Song was on the phone, Zhao Zheng also took out his phone and searched for information about space-time rifts. It turned out that the so-called space-time rift was an unstable channel connecting to the monster world. Space-time rifts had appeared before. Since the monsters descended, they had appeared every so often. According to official statistics, space-time rifts had appeared over 100 times in Xia country alone. Some experts speculate that the monster world and the human world are slowly merging, causing spatial distortion and resulting in space-time rifts. The frequency of these rifts is completely unpredictable. Sometimes they appear several times a year, sometimes not at all for several years. Each time a space-time rift appears, it brings a large number of monsters to Earth. Space-time rifts vary in strength. For example, Song Haitang's mother perished in an A-level space-time rift disaster more than a decade ago. While B-level space-time rifts are not as terrifying as A-level ones, they are still extremely dangerous. Upon reading this, Zhao Zheng's expression turned serious, and he frowned deeply. After this satisfying moment, the protagonist will go back and confront his parents. Chapter 104 Alert! Deadly! This is the Luan City Superhuman Association. We are now broadcasting an emergency evacuation notice to all units and areas. Citizens are requested to immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. Repeat, all citizens are requested to immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. The loud broadcast echoed over Luan City for a long time. Accompanying it was the piercing sound of air raid sirens. Hearing the evacuation notice, the already frightened citizens panicked even more. What's going on? What happened? There must be a space-time rift in the vicinity. Quick. Go. Go to the shelter. Ah. My child is still at home. I need to pick them up. Honey, what do we do? The road is blocked. Abandon the car. Don't take anything. Go to the shelter first. The timid screamed in terror, while the more level-headed immediately took their families and ran towards the shelter. Car horns, shouts, cries, and curses mingled in chaos. Everyone was scrambling to escape. Soon, chaos erupted on the streets. At the Association building, Chairman Song, on behalf of the Extraordinary Individuals Association, had just sent a call to action to all extraordinary individuals in Luan City. Zhao Zheng's new phone also received the message. The message explained the level of the disaster and the response plan. Official support would arrive in half an hour. Everyone just needed to cooperate with the military to hold out for half an hour. Of course, responding was entirely voluntary. Generally, most extraordinary individuals would respond to the call in such situations. After all, if monsters breached the defenses and invaded the city, they would also suffer. As long as they could assist in the defense and help the city weather the crisis, everyone would receive a significant reward later. If someone was too afraid to come, while the authorities might not hold them accountable after the crisis, they would certainly be expelled from the association. Being expelled would ruin their reputation and lead to boycotts from their peers. They wouldn't be able to find good teammates for future spiritual realm battles. At this moment, many superhumans in the association building had already taken up arms, ready for battle, including Chairman Song. This chairman, who usually enjoyed enormous benefits, would definitely be among the first to step forward in this crisis. Chairman Song himself wasn't a coward. In fact, at this moment, he was filled with fighting spirit, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Because he harbored a deep-seated hatred for monsters. His wife had died in the disaster brought by monsters. Zhao Chen, logically speaking, you've just joined the association, so we shouldn't be calling you up, Chairman Song said sincerely to Zhao Zheng. However, the situation is critical now. Luan City needs high-level combat support, so on behalf of the association, I hope you can lend a hand. Just hold on for half an hour, and we'll receive reinforcements from above. Zhao Zheng immediately stood up and solemnly said, Chairman Song, in this kind of situation, regardless of whether I'm a member of the association or not, I have an unshirkable duty. He absolutely had to. This was his hometown. His parents and family lived here. Hearing this, President Song looked at Zhao Zheng with admiration. Alright, let's not delay. I'll skip the formalities. Zhao Chen, what weapons do you need? You can get them from the storeroom. No need, Zhao Zheng said. My fists are my weapons. It wasn't arrogance. It was simply that he had never learned how to use weapons, and his current skills all required his fists. If he were given a weapon, he wouldn't know how to use it. His fists were more effective. Hearing Zhao Zheng's words, President Song immediately said, then let's set off now. Afterwards, President Song led Zhao Zheng to the courtyard behind the association building. There was a transport plane used by the association there, capable of holding up to 100 people. At this moment, the transport plane was already full of extraordinary individuals. Some of these extraordinary individuals were very young, some were older, and there were even 2 elderly people in their 60s or 70s. All of them had a fighting spirit in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zheng suddenly felt a strange feeling. His fellow citizens in this world still possessed chivalrous hearts. Unlike on Earth, where everyone is indifferent and doesn't care if it doesn't concern them. Of course, Zhao Zheng also knew that this wasn't because people's hearts had turned bad. In the past, the Xia Kingdom on Earth was a place where everyone helped each other in times of trouble. It was only because some incompetent people, only concerned with making money and doing nothing, allowed this corrupt atmosphere to grow wildly, eventually evolving into a society devoid of human warmth. In short, Zhao Zheng preferred this place. President. President, everyone greeted President Song. President Song nodded frequently in response. After he led Zhao Zheng onto the transport plane, he immediately ordered, depart. The transport plane took off and flew towards the space-time rift. This was Zhao Zheng's first time riding a transport plane. He had only one feeling, it was incredibly fast. In less than 2 minutes, they had flown out of the city. In the distance, Zhao Zheng could already see a huge rift stretching 2 kilometers in the sky, from which countless enormous monsters emerged, rushing straight towards Luan City. These monsters were extremely ferocious, each with a terrifying and grotesque appearance. Any one of them appearing in the city would cause a catastrophe. Now, tens of thousands of monsters were charging in, creating an immense spectacle. Inside the cabin, all the superhumans who witnessed this scene wore grave expressions. If these monsters were allowed to enter Luan City, they could destroy the entire city in less than 20 minutes. But stopping these monsters would be no easy feat. Everyone knew that a tough battle was inevitable today. Soon, the transport plane began to land. An army had already set up a defensive line here. This army was usually stationed near the city, specifically to deal with emergencies, so its numbers were relatively small, around 3,000. Relying on 3,000 soldiers to stop so many monsters was definitely not enough. Besides the military personnel, many vehicles and small transport planes were parked nearby. Not far away, even more vehicles were driving towards this location from the city. Those who could arrive to provide support at this time were, of course, superhumans. As Chairman Song stepped out of the transport plane, 3 middle-aged men approached. One of them, dressed in military uniform, was likely a military commander. The other 2 were presumably 5th-tier experts from Luan City. The 3 men and Chairman Song were already acquainted. And given the urgency of the situation, they exchanged no pleasantries. "Old Song, hurry up, we've been waiting for you," the muscular man on the far left beckoned, gesturing for Chairman Song to head towards the defensive line. Chairman Song, however, pulled Zhao Zheng along. "Little Chen, you come too." Zhao Zheng naturally agreed and followed. The group arrived at a table. On the table was a simple sand table. The muscular man immediately asked, "Old Song, you're the president, so tell us, how do we fight today?" President Song immediately looked at the military commander. "When it comes to fighting, of course we'll listen to Commander Zhou." Commander Zhou then said, "Let's use the conventional tactics. Once the monsters enter the warning line, we'll launch long-range fire to disrupt their charging formation. The superhumans will follow up, and our people will continue to provide fire support to eliminate the monsters. If any powerful monsters appear, then a few of us will hold them off." This Commander Zhou was also a 5th-tier expert. Hearing Commander Zhou's words, the people present nodded in agreement. "President Song, is this young man your junior?" The muscular man noticed Zhao Zheng and asked. Upon hearing this, President Song immediately introduced him to everyone. "His name is Chen Yi, a new member who joined the association today. Don't underestimate young Chen, his destructive power has already reached the 5th-tier standard." Hearing this, the several 5th-tier experts looked at Zhao Zheng in surprise. To reach the 5th rank at such a young age is undoubtedly the pinnacle of extraordinary abilities. Their future is limitless. The crowd's gazes then brightened with delight. They had no doubt about Chairman Song's words. He wouldn't joke at this time. Having a 5th-rank expert by their side would certainly increase their chances of victory. Young Chen looks to be only in his early 20s, right? Truly a formidable young man, Commander Zhou immediately praised. Just then, a terrifying roar echoed from afar. Everyone's expression changed. Commander Zhou and the others quickly grabbed their binoculars and looked towards the monster's direction. Through the binoculars, they saw a colossal creature charging towards them. "This is troublesome." Commander Zhou's face darkened. Judging by its aura, it's at least a 5th-rank monster. Even among 5th-rank beings, humans and monsters are vastly different. A 5th-rank monster could easily overwhelm a 5th-rank human expert in a one-on-one fight. Suppressing it would require at least 7 or 8 5th-rank human experts. If they encountered a troublesome 5th-tier monster, it would probably take a 6th-tier human expert to possibly eliminate it. Chairman Song and the others also looked grim. "No matter what, we can't retreat, we must hold out for half an hour." The other 3 nodded silently. The monsters seemed to know there were people here. Following the scent of humans, they desperately rushed towards them. No one knew why they hated humans so much. A moment later, even ordinary people could clearly see the monster army surging forth like a tide. Commander Zhou immediately ordered, "Fire!" Instantly, all kinds of cannons opened fire. For a moment, the sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Large bursts of sparks appeared in the distant monster army. The power of modern firearms was clearly demonstrated at this moment. Commander Zhou didn't order the gunners to aim at the 5th-tier monsters, because he knew very well that unless it was a nuclear bomb, conventional artillery fire was useless against 5th-tier monsters. And that was indeed the case. Some of the shells landed on the enormous 5th-tier monster, having absolutely no effect. They didn't even puncture its skin. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng realized that with his current defense, He didn't even need to use armament haki. His steel body alone was enough to render him immune to the artillery fire. It wasn't that the artillery fire was weak, but rather that his body was simply too strong. Chapter 105. They can't keep a low profile any longer. Zhao Zheng makes his move. Although this round of artillery fire didn't harm the level 5 monsters, it did cause considerable casualties to the ordinary monsters. The soldiers immediately reloaded their ammunition. Once reloaded, Commander Zhou immediately ordered again, fire. Round after round of artillery fire left many monster corpses on the ground, finally disrupting the monsters' charging formation. The first wave of monsters that managed to break through the defensive line was small. Seeing the monsters advance, Chairman Song immediately stepped forward, raising his arm and shouting, "Superhumans, kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, Chairman Song was the first to charge out. He leaped into the air, transforming into a tiger in midair, launching a ferocious attack on a monster in front of him. His strength was astonishing. Chairman Song's talent ability was likely a Zoan-type devil fruit, related to tigers. Seeing their chairman go, the other superhumans quickly followed suit. The level 5 muscular man possessed incredibly strong defense and astonishing power, rampaging through the monsters. Zhao Zheng guessed that the opponent's innate ability was probably that of the mutant Juggernaut. However, this person's strength was much weaker than Juggernaut's. Zhao Zheng himself rushed out. However, he didn't reveal his strength immediately. He was still a little unsure about the level 5 monster and planned to observe the situation first. At this moment, Zhao Zheng actually saw an old man with a full head of white hair on the battlefield. More importantly, this old man felt incredibly familiar to him. He immediately retrieved the memories of this body and then remembered that the old man was his grandfather, Old Master Zhao. Then, Zhao Zheng was shocked. Wasn't the old man retired long ago? And his health wasn't very good. Why was he here? It was simply reckless. Seeing the old man's brave appearance as he fought the enemy, Zhao Zheng immediately moved closer to the old man, intending to take better care of him. After all, he was his grandfather. Moreover, the old man had given Zhao Zheng his most treasured extraordinary skill, Fist Wind Impact, even disregarding the grandfather-grandson relationship. Just for this favor, Zhao Zheng had to protect the old man. At this moment, Old Master Zhao, wielding an iron rod, relentlessly smashed it against the monsters. Almost every monster he struck was left with torn flesh and a split head. It was clear that the old man was quite strong, at least at the 3rd tier, perhaps even stronger in his youth. Moreover, the old man showed no fear of death. He charged towards wherever monsters were numerous. Even Chairman Song, witnessing the old man's performance, couldn't help but cheer. Old Master Zhao is mighty. The old man laughed heartily and continued his fierce battle. Just then, a centipede monster noticed Old Master Zhao and twisted its massive body, lunging at him. This centipede monster was enormous, at least 50 meters long, and its charge was incredibly powerful. Even the ground trembled. Old Master Zhao, be careful. Chairman Song noticed the centipede monster but was entangled by a shark-like monster and couldn't spare a move, so he could only warn him. Seeing the menacing centipede monster, Old Master Zhao did not retreat. Zhao Zheng could tell at a glance that the previous battle had exhausted most of the old man's strength. Even if he wanted to retreat, he couldn't possibly outrun the centipede monster. After all, the old man was old and had hidden injuries. At this moment, the old man seemed to realize that he was going to die. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, he laughed loudly and roared at the monster, "Beast! Come on!" The old man was determined to die. However, Zhao Zheng couldn't just watch his grandfather die. Just as the centipede monster opened its blood-red maw, about to swallow the old man whole, Zhao Zheng finally caught up and leaped in front of the old man. Then, he spread his legs, clenched his fist, and punched the centipede monster's head. Bang! It was an indescribable punch. The old man only felt a sudden explosion in his ears, like thunder. Then, the old man saw the centipede monster's huge head shatter into countless pieces, blood raining down everywhere. The headless centipede monster twitched a few more times, accidentally injuring many other monsters before finally dying. Good, the old man, seeing Zhao Zheng wearing glasses, didn't realize he was his grandson. He praised, "Young man, you're really amazing." Zhao Zheng didn't respond to the old man's praise, advising, "Grandpa, it's too dangerous here. Leave it to us young people. You should go to the back." Unexpectedly, the old man glared at him. "So what if it's dangerous? If you young people can do it, why can't I? And indeed, the old man's glare was quite imposing. Zhao Zheng's body instinctively shrank back. However, he quickly realized he was playing Chen Yi, not Grandpa Zhao's grandson, and straightened his back. Grandpa, if I hadn't intervened in time, you would have. Hearing this, the old man laughed heartily. So what if I die? I'm already this old, I've lived long enough. It's better to die on the battlefield than wait to die at home. Before I die, I can kill a few more monsters and leave some merit for my children and grandchildren. Zhao Zheng was moved by these words and couldn't help but glance at the old man. At this moment, he couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Grandpa, you won't die? Zhao Zheng said in a deep voice, at least not today, young man. Whether I live or die isn't up to you. The old man looked around and said, with so many monsters, it's impossible for us to hold out for even half an hour. Those who stay here today are likely to be in grave danger. Then, the old man looked at Zhao Zheng again. Young man, I suggest you retreat. Don't risk your life here. It's not easy for someone so young to have such strength. Dying here isn't worth it. Zhao Zheng punched a charging monster to death and looked around as well. At this moment, as more and more monsters approached the defensive line, the human side had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Screams echoed intermittently. These were the cries of human superhumans being injured, even losing their lives. The defensive line was gradually being breached by the monster. As for Chairman Song and the others, they were now barely able to protect themselves. They were locked in a fierce battle with a giant level 5 monster. This giant level 5 monster not only possessed astonishing defense but also terrifying strength. A single blow was devastating. The muscular man, suspected of having the red tank talent, was accidentally struck and sent flying dozens of meters, coughing up blood upon landing. Having lost a powerful ally, Chairman Song and the others were in even greater danger, constantly facing the threat of death. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng could no longer restrain himself. Everyone was fighting desperately, making him realize he shouldn't have been so cautious. Moreover, his grandfather was here, and Song Haitang's father was also here. If something were to happen to Chairman Song in front of him, his relationship with Song Haitang would inevitably be shattered. Thinking of this, Zhao Zheng clenched his fists. A ferocious glint appeared in his eyes, as if a wild beast had awakened within him. At the same time, a helicopter flew in from the city. The helicopter was unarmed and clearly a commercial aircraft. Inside, a photographer was carrying live streaming equipment, pointing his camera at the female reporter next to him. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Zheng, a reporter from the Luan City TV news channel. Just a few minutes ago, a space-time rift over 2 kilometers long appeared in the southeast of Luan City. Disaster level B, please look behind me. That's where our human military and superhumans are fighting against a monster army. My god. There are so many monsters, countless of them. Although the superhumans of Luan City are all fearless, it's still too difficult to withstand such a monster tide. I've received information that a 7th-tier expert is currently on their way to provide support, but it will take some time for that expert to arrive. Look at the front. There's an old gentleman fighting a monster. Judging by his age, he's probably in his 70s or 80s. At this moment, I can't describe my feelings, viewers. Seeing our heroes falling one after another, I really want to cry. They're all protecting the ordinary citizens behind them. The one fighting the giant monster is Chairman Song. That giant monster is terrifying. Even a 5th-tier expert like Chairman Song is no match for it. Oh no. Chairman Song is in danger. I'm an atheist, but at this moment, I'm willing to give anything to pray for a miracle. Chapter 106 Chairman Song. Haha, isn't my son-in-law amazing? Grandpa. Excuse me, Zhao Zheng said, grabbing his grandfather's clothes. Grandpa Zhao was startled. Huh? Young man, what are you doing? Zhao Zheng didn't answer, ignoring his grandfather's struggles, and ran off with him. At his speed, he delivered his grandfather to the rear in the blink of an eye. He easily killed any monsters blocking his path. Then, he placed his grandfather behind the defensive line and warned, Grandpa, I'm about to unleash a powerful attack, so please don't get too close to the battle. Otherwise, you'll get caught in the crossfire. Grandpa Zhao was about to curse. He had initially thought Zhao Zheng was going to help him escape. Hearing Zhao Zheng's words, the words he was about to say stuck in his throat. A powerful attack. Zhao Zheng didn't answer, but instead faced the battlefield and shouted, Everyone, retreat to the defensive line immediately. His shout was incredibly powerful. Everyone heard it. Even the reporters on the helicopter heard it. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos. Hearing Zhao Zheng's voice, everyone assumed it was a high-ranking military officer issuing orders and instinctively chose to obey, fighting and retreating to the edge of the defensive line. When they saw that the one giving orders was a young man, many were furious and wanted to curse. However, before they could utter a word, the young man made an astonishing move. Zhao Zheng slightly bent his legs, preparing to gather strength. The next moment, boom, the earth cracked. In the explosion, the ground within a 10-meter radius instantly collapsed, creating a deep crater. Zhao Zheng himself, using the recoil, leaped into the air, rising rapidly like a rocket. This single jump was so astonishing that it terrified everyone. After flying several hundred meters into the air, his body lost momentum and began to fall. Buzz, armament haki activated. His fist instantly turned pitch black. Then, Zhao Zheng's gaze was fixed on the monster army on the ground, his fist clenched tightly. Suddenly, a crimson light appeared on his fist. The light was dazzling, making Zhao Zheng appear like a meteorite rapidly falling from the sky. At that moment, everyone on the ground felt an immense, suffocating pressure. Not just humans. Even the monsters stopped their advance, standing still and looking up. Zhao Zheng didn't keep them waiting long. The next moment, when he was still 100 meters above the ground, he unleashed a powerful punch. Fist bone impact. Zhao Zheng's strength attribute had now reached 1,110 points. This was 110 points more than when he was in the third level of the spirit realm. Including the 300% increase from super strength and the 60% damage increase from mastered armament haki, Zhao Zheng's true attack power was now equivalent to 3,996 points of strength attribute. Therefore, the power of his punch was terrifying. The crimson light instantly formed a red fist-shaped shadow, striking the ground like lightning. Boom! A terrifying explosion unfolded before everyone's eyes. The entire earth trembled. The explosion produced an incredibly dazzling burst of light, instantly forming a giant sphere. It was as if the sun had descended upon the earth. The reporter on the helicopter was nearly blinded by the light. Fortunately, the intense light only lasted a moment before disappearing. Immediately following, a terrifying shockwave appeared, sweeping in all directions with unparalleled force. Buzz! The shockwave tore through the air and shattered everything around it, raging mercilessly. Under the violent impact, even the earth couldn't withstand it, its surface ripped apart. As for the terrifying monsters standing on the ground, they were like lone boats in a tsunami, unable to withstand even a breath before being reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded from the helicopter broadcasting this earth-shattering scene. The fuselage shook violently. What happened? What happened? The pretty reporter, her face still showing shock, was terrified. The pilot, frantically pulling the helicopter up, cried out in horror, "It's that shockwave. Even from this distance, it can still affect our helicopter." Zhao Zheng froze, then looked towards the battlefield. At this moment, the shockwave had dissipated, leaving behind a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. Most of the surrounding monsters were dead. Not even a complete corpse could be found. Even the military's defensive lines in the distance had been largely destroyed. The superhumans who had retreated to the lines were also knocked off balance. It was fortunate that the man's punch had traveled far enough. If it had been any closer, the human side would have suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, the only living thing still standing on the battlefield was that man. Compared to the giant monsters, his body wasn't particularly large. But in Zhao Zheng's eyes, that figure appeared so imposing. Who is he? Zhao Zheng stammered. No one answered her in the helicopter. No one knew who the bespectacled youth was. They hadn't even heard of such a figure among the country's young powerhouses. Although she didn't get an answer, Zhao Zheng wasn't discouraged. She had decided that after this battle, she would definitely find a way to interview him. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying monster's roar suddenly rang out. It was the fifth-tier monster that had its sights set on Zhao Zheng. The shockwave from just now had made the monster feel uncomfortable due to its large size. Coupled with the fact that so many of its kind had died at Zhao Zheng's hands, it could be said that Zhao Zheng had enraged it. Right. Speaking of which, they had to thank the fifth-tier monster for its enormous size. When Zhao Zheng threw that punch, Chairman Song and the others, seeing the situation was bad, hid behind the fifth-tier monster. If it weren't for the fifth-tier monster, Chairman Song and the others would probably have been injured. Seeing the giant monster lock onto him, Zhao Zheng smiled. Then, he deliberately beckoned to the lizard-like monster with his finger, signaling it to come closer. Roar! The giant monster roared again and charged at Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng didn't back down and charged at the monster as well. The distance between them was rapidly closing. As Zhao Zheng charged, he unleashed his armament haki. His fists quickly turned black. At the same time, he shouted, "President Song, Commander Zhou, leave this to me." You retreat to the defensive line to prevent any from escaping. Although Zhao Zheng's attack had killed at least 1,000 monsters, many more were still approaching. As long as the space-time rift hadn't closed, monsters would continue to appear. Therefore, Zhao Zheng planned to unleash his full power to buy everyone enough time. Hearing Zhao Zheng's words, President Song and Commander Zhou exchanged a glance. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they immediately led their injured companions and retreated towards the defensive line. After reuniting with the others, Commander Zhou finally spoke. "President Song, you're not being honest. This isn't just 5th rank," Commander Zhou exclaimed, watching Zhao Zheng battle the giant monster. His strength, even if it doesn't qualify him as a 6th rank expert, is at least at the peak of 5th rank. The strength gap between 5th and 6th rank is huge, even larger than the gap between 1st and 5th rank. The severely injured muscular man beside him also asked, "Ahem, Lao Song, where did you find this kid? I've never heard of such a master among the younger generation." Faced with his two old friends' questions, President Song could only say, "We'll discuss this later. Let's get through this crisis first. Ahem, let's not mince words. Be civilized, Lao Song," the muscular man said. President Song, he ignored his old friend's joke, his gaze fixed on Zhao Zheng. Actually, he was incredibly surprised and delighted. The senior his daughter knew was too outstanding. At such a young age, he possessed such amazing strength. He was definitely a genius, a seed of strength. Most importantly, this young man named Chen Yi possesses such formidable strength, yet remains humble and composed, and bravely steps forward in the face of crisis. He's polite, responsible, of good character, and handsome. The more Chairman Song looks at Chen Yi, the more outstanding he seems. In his mind, Chen Yi is far superior to that Zhao family boy. Just as he thought of the Zhao family boy, old Master Zhao approached. "Chairman Song, if I may be so bold as to ask, whose son is this young man?" Old Master Zhao said. "He just saved my life. I can't leave without a reward." Although Chairman Song disapproved of Zhao Zheng, who was seducing his daughter, he still respected old Master Zhao. Chairman Song was about to answer when he suddenly seemed to remember something and said with a smile, "His name is Chen Yi, he's my daughter's boyfriend, and also my future son-in-law." Good heavens! Good heavens! Chairman Song definitely said this on purpose. He desperately wanted old Master Zhao to relay these words to Zhao Zheng after he returned, hoping it would discourage the kid. Okay. It's a bit confusing. Chairman Song didn't know Chen Yi was Zhao Zheng. Thinking about it, what he just said didn't seem wrong. If Zhao Zheng got his daughter pregnant and he didn't like Zhao Zheng as a son-in-law, Zhao Zheng could simply wear glasses and become Chen Yi. "Old Master Zhao, if you want to thank him, I'll introduce you after we get through this crisis," Chairman Song said with a smile. Oh, old Master Zhao also smiled and said, "All right. Then I'll trouble Chairman Song." Congratulations to Chairman Song on finding such a fine son-in-law. The old man remained expressionless, revealing no trace of his true thoughts. At this moment, Commander Zhou suddenly shouted, "Oh no! Chairman Song, your son-in-law has fallen into a trap." Everyone was startled and quickly looked towards the battlefield. They saw the giant monster suddenly fall, exposing its neck, its weak point. Zhao Zheng leaped into the air, seemingly seizing the opportunity to attack the monster. In that instant, the giant monster suddenly raised its right claw and swung it towards Zhao Zheng. Everyone's expression changed. The muscular man had just taken that blow and was severely injured. And the muscular man's defense was the strongest among them, even cannons couldn't penetrate it. Chairman Song's son-in-law seemed to be in danger. "This is a makeup of yesterday's update. I haven't had any extra updates for the past 2 days because my parents went back to their hometown for some business, and there was no one to help take care of the child. I've been taking care of the child during the day, and only have time to write when my wife gets home from get off work in the evening. My parents will be back tomorrow, and I'll start making up for the 4 missed updates tomorrow. It won't be finished in 1 day, it'll probably take 2 or 3 days. Also, the bonus chapters for monthly votes continue. I'll add a chapter whenever the number of votes reaches 200, we're almost there again, so please don't hide your votes, vote for the author. The author wants to climb the new book monthly vote ranking. If I can get on the list, I'll update 10 chapters a day again. Chapter 107 Zhao Zheng guards the pass, no monster can open it. Whoosh, a whooshing sound rang out. Seeing the monster's claws coming at him, Zhao Zheng smiled coldly and chose to ignore them. The monster was playing mind games with him, and he was playing along. His fist was already clenched. At this moment, he immediately seized the opportunity and threw a punch at the monster's weak point. Fist bone impact. Almost the instant Zhao Zheng threw his punch, the monster's claws struck him. Thud, the monster's strength was astonishing. Zhao Zheng was sent flying. At the same time, his fist bone impact hit the monster's weak point. It could be said that Zhao Zheng's move was a life-for-life tactic. The reason for choosing this was that the monster's hide was too thick, even Zhao Zheng's fists had no real damage when they hit it. Crack, when the fist bone impact hit the monster's neck, an astonishing explosion occurred instantly. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Ag, the monster let out a miserable howl. A terrible crater was blasted into its neck, and a large amount of blood was gushing out relentlessly. It has to be said, this monster's defense is astonishing. Zhao Zheng's punch, though somewhat hasty and not a full-force attack, was still incredibly destructive. Even so, hitting the monster's weak point only created a large crater. Little Chen, seeing Chenya being sent flying hundreds of meters by the monster's grab, Chairman Song was anxious and about to rush out. Commander Zhou quickly pulled him back, saying, "Chairman Song, don't be impulsive, it's no use going there now." The muscular man suddenly said, "Look, that kid's alright." Yes, Zhao Zheng's defense is now stronger than his strength. Because armament haki amplifies defense even more. So, while the giant monster's grab that sent him flying hundreds of meters looked terrifying, it didn't actually break his defense. In terms of defense, Zhao Zheng is probably no weaker than this giant monster now. When Zhao Zheng stood up again and saw the monster's miserable state, he immediately smiled. At most, his internal energy was churning. The giant monster, having suffered such a fatal blow, was rapidly losing its life force. This life-for-life exchange was incredibly profitable for him. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed as the ground collapsed under Zhao Zheng's weight. Using the momentum, Zhao Zheng transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the monster once more. He looked incredibly vigorous, he didn't appear injured at all. At the defensive line, everyone was horrified by Zhao Zheng's performance. This guy had taken the giant monster's full-force attack and was completely unharmed? The muscular man, on the other hand, had only taken a minor hit and was already coughing up blood, severely injured and unable to fight. It's important to know that the muscular man's innate ability was the mutant red tank, granting him astonishing defensive capabilities. He became a fifth-tier powerhouse precisely because of his impenetrable body. Zhao Zheng, so young, possessed such terrifying defensive power? How much physical attribute did he add? Moreover, what Zhao Zheng displayed wasn't just terrifying defense, his strength and speed were also incredibly formidable. He was truly a warrior without any weaknesses. This is a bit frightening, old Song. What exactly is the talent of your future son-in-law? The muscular man couldn't help but ask. How come he doesn't even have a single weakness? Normal superhumans usually focus on a specific attribute based on their acquired talent. Because spiritual energy points are rare, without focusing on a single attribute, their strength simply won't increase. A warrior like Zhao Zheng, who is flawless and all around, is extremely rare. Paramecia type, power fruit, Chairman Song answered subconsciously. Power fruit, the muscular man suddenly realized, no wonder his strength is so amazing. But, this kid isn't entirely focused on strength, is he? Even his speed and defense are monstrous. What is his total attribute? Perhaps he acquired other superhuman skills, which is why he has such speed. As for his defense, Commander Zhou said, if I'm not mistaken, he should have the added benefit of armament haki, right? Judging from the extent of his armament haki coverage, the level is probably not low, at least at the proficiency level. This kid is so young, but he's truly a monster, the muscular man exclaimed. At this moment, the fifth-tier expert who had remained silent suddenly spoke up. His overall strength has definitely reached the sixth-tier standard. Everyone nodded in agreement. The official rating system for extraordinary individuals has a strict set of standards. The destructive power Zhao Zheng had previously displayed already indicated peak 5th tier strength. Now, considering his terrifying defense and astonishing speed, he definitely meets the 6th tier standard. President Song, watching Zhao Zheng's fighting figure, was deeply shocked. This senior her daughter had met was definitely a top-tier genius. At this moment, Zhao Zheng had completely gained the upper hand in his battle against the 5th tier monster. The wound on the giant monster's neck was fatal, bleeding profusely. Along with a massive blood loss, the giant monster's life force was also being drained. As the battle dragged on, even with its astonishing defense, the giant monster was starting to falter. In contrast, Zhao Zheng showed no signs of fatigue, as if he could fight for another 10 days. Seeing the human growing stronger with each battle, the giant monster knew that if this continued, it would surely die here today. So, it made a decision that defied its ancestors. After forcing Zhao Zheng away with a tail whip, the giant monster turned and ran towards the spatial rift, leaving Zhao Zheng stunned. Then, Zhao Zheng hesitated only for a moment before abandoning the pursuit. The giant monster's hide was simply too thick, with an outer layer of sturdy armor. With Zhao Zheng's current strength, he couldn't penetrate it. If he chased after it, he could certainly capture the giant monster, but killing it would likely take a considerable amount of time. The most important thing right now was to hold the line, to prevent other monsters from breaking through and invading Luan City behind it. Zhao Zheng's family was all in the city. He wouldn't let momentary pleasure cloud his judgment. Therefore, after seeing the giant monster run far away, Zhao Zheng's gaze turned to the other monsters charging towards him. The weaker the monster, the more mindless it was, its eyes seeing only slaughter and nothing else, only knowing to charge forward. The stronger the monster, the higher its intelligence. Zhao Zheng had already seen this point while researching online. Therefore, these small monsters, if not eliminated promptly, would actually pose a greater danger. He took a deep breath and threw a punch forward. Bang! The force of the punch exploded. Instantly, the air itself seemed to shatter. The powerful hurricane transformed into a meat grinder, shredding and killing the monsters in a straight line along its path. Zhao Zheng didn't stop, throwing several more punches in quick succession. A large wave of monsters charged forward, all exploding to death. Next, Zhao Zheng truly demonstrated what it meant to be one man against 10,000. He stood firm, sword in hand. His body seemed to possess an inexhaustible source of power, readily available to him. No matter how many thousands of monsters swam by, they couldn't cross the line. His valiant figure was captured entirely by the camera on the helicopter. The reporter, seeing Zhao Zheng single-handedly holding off the monster army, couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "I think my prayers have been answered. He's a miracle." Half an hour later, several transport planes flew in from the horizon. Support had arrived. Boom! Boom! A barrage of rockets erupted from the transport planes, bombarding the monsters. Then, the cabin of one of the transport planes suddenly opened. A figure leaped out. The transport planes were at least 100 meters above the ground. The person who jumped out couldn't fly, yet landed unharmed. This person was a middle-aged woman around 30 years old, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit that perfectly showcased her agile figure. Most striking was the strange device on her eyes, resembling VR glasses. After landing, the woman didn't waste any words and immediately took action. She aimed at the monster army, raised her right hand, and placed it on the VR glasses. The next moment, a terrifying red laser beam shot out from her eyes. Wherever the red laser passed, trees, mountains, and monsters were all sliced in half. The power was terrifying. Zhao Zheng recognized this ability at a glance. Cyclops. The signature ability of the mutant Scott Summers, this ability is considered one of the most powerful among mutants, possessing immense destructive force. The laser eyes wielded by the middle-aged woman were even more powerful than the original Scott. This woman must be the 7th-tier powerhouse sent to provide support. In just a few breaths, thousands of monsters were sliced and killed by the middle-aged woman. Truly worthy of a 7th-tier powerhouse. Even Zhao Zheng was alarmed by her laser eyes. With his current defenses, he probably couldn't withstand it. Sending this powerhouse to provide support was a very wise decision. Because, the middle-aged woman wiped out the monsters as soon as she entered the fray. After eliminating the monsters, the middle-aged woman didn't linger, boarding the transport plane again and heading towards the space-time rift. Her cool demeanor was quite impressive. However, Zhao Zheng wasn't envious. Given more time, His strength would definitely surpass hers. Furthermore, once his attributes reached a certain level, he could also activate his heat rays. The support wasn't limited to the middle-aged woman's group. Another transport plane squadron was flying towards them. Soon, the area was completely taken over by people sent from above. Chairman Song and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Chen, Chairman Song came to Zhao Zheng and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" "Thank you for your concern, Chairman Song. I'm perfectly fine," Zhao Zheng said. Aside from his slightly torn clothes, he showed no signs of injury. "That's good," Chairman Song said. "Come on, let's go rest over there." He then pulled Zhao Zheng to leave. At this moment, a reporter suddenly rushed out, microphone in hand, blocking their way. "Chairman Song, may I interview this hero? My condition is terrible today. My mind is constantly foggy. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate this state. Keep writing." Next, the protagonist goes home and confronts his parents and grandfather. Please vote. Chapter 108 Chairman Song, Zhao Chen, what do you think of my daughter? An interview was definitely out of the question. Because the identity Zhao Zheng was currently posing was fake. The more he said, the more false information he would reveal. Therefore, Zhao Zheng refused the reporter's interview request without hesitation. "Sorry, I don't accept interviews." Hearing this, the reporter was very disappointed but dared not persist. This wasn't Earth, but the extraordinary world. A powerful extraordinary being held at transcendent status. For a reporter to persist after an extraordinary being explicitly refused an interview was simply asking for trouble. "President Song, let's go," Zhao Zheng said. President Song immediately led Zhao Zheng into the transport plane. After they found seats, President Song asked, "Zhao Chen, that was a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Why didn't you want to be interviewed?" Zhao Zheng didn't think much of it and replied, "I'm not very interested in these things. Besides, for us extraordinary beings, fame and fortune are fleeting, only our own strength is fundamental." Hearing this, President Song couldn't help but nod, a gratified smile appearing on his face. Low-key, humble, clear-headed, and determined, Chairman Song was increasingly satisfied with Chen Yi. Soon, the transport plane carrying the two returned to the association building. "Little Chen, it's already noon, why don't you have lunch before you go?" Chairman Song said. "How about we eat in the cafeteria?" Unable to refuse such hospitality, Zhao Zheng hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Chairman Song immediately ordered the cafeteria to prepare two of his signature dishes for lunch. A moment later, he led Zhao Zheng to the VIP private room in the cafeteria. The dishes on the table, while not as elaborate as those in a high-end hotel, were certainly delicious and visually appealing. "Little Chen, don't be shy. It's just some home-style cooking. I don't have many formalities here. Please help yourselves," Chairman Song said. There were only the two of them in the private room. Zhao Zheng was indeed a bit hungry, so he said, "President Song, then I won't stand on ceremony. Don't call me President Song," President Song said with a smile. "Since you're the same generation as my daughter, why not call me uncle? It'll seem more intimate." Zhao Zheng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay, Uncle Song." Hearing Uncle Song, President Song smiled happily. "Haha, come, Zhao Chen, eat." He personally served Zhao Zheng some food and poured him a glass of wine. This made Zhao Zheng feel quite uncomfortable. This old man, Song Haitang, seemed a little too enthusiastic towards him. Zhao Zheng decided to leave immediately after finishing this meal. A moment later, seeing that Zhao Zheng had slowed down his eating, President Song started chatting with him casually. "Zhao Chen, may I ask what your parents do?" "Businessmen, doing a small business," Zhao Zheng replied casually. Neither of my parents are superhumans. This was no lie. His parents were indeed businessmen, not superhumans. Neither were his uncles. Currently, there were only 3 superhumans in the entire Zhao family: the old man, his eldest cousin, and Zhao Zheng. Chairman Song nodded, asking this question mainly to confirm the young man's family background. Next, Chairman Song asked Zhao Zheng several questions about his family background, which Zhao Zheng answered truthfully. Suddenly, Chairman Song asked, "Zhao Chen, what do you think of my daughter?" This question surprised Zhao Zheng, but he quickly replied, "Uncle Song, Haitang is universally acknowledged as the top freshman. Her excellence needs no further explanation." Chairman Song was very satisfied with Zhao Zheng's answer. However, he still wanted to confirm, Zhao Chen, what do you think of Haitang's appearance? Is that even a question? Zhao Zheng replied without hesitation. She's as beautiful as a fish sinking in the water, as lovely as a swan falling from the sky, as beautiful as the moon hiding its face, and as beautiful as a flower blushing with shame. It's no exaggeration to say she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Whether she was the most beautiful, Zhao Zheng wasn't sure. But at this moment, that was all he could say. Because this false identity would inevitably be exposed to Chairman Song sooner or later, everything he said now had to be done in a manner of dealing with his future father-in-law. Fine. In that case, go pursue Haitang. Chairman Song suddenly uttered a shocking statement. Cough cough. Zhao Zheng, who was drinking water, choked on his own. He looked at Chairman Song in surprise. Uncle Song. He had originally thought that Chairman Song's enthusiasm meant he needed something, but it turned out to be this? What's wrong, Zhao Chen? Is there something on your mind? President Song asked with a smile. Or do you think Haitang isn't good enough for you? No, Haitang is so outstanding, I'm not good enough for her. Zhao Chen, I admire you and believe you'll be a good match for Haitang, so I'll support you in pursuing her. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng immediately said, but I heard that Haitang already has a boyfriend. Even her burning fruit was given to her by her boyfriend. Their love story is very popular online, and many young people in relationships now regard them as role models. It wouldn't be good for me to interfere. President Song was naturally prepared for this question. Zhao Chen, I understand your concerns, but don't worry, their relationship isn't what you think at all. My daughter has been teaming up with that Zhao boy purely out of gratitude, worried that something might happen to him in the spirit realm. Once he safely passes through the 10th level of the spirit realm, they won't team up anymore. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng blinked and asked, Uncle Song, is this Haitang's true thought, or is it just your guess? Chairman Song said, my daughter told me this herself before she started school. Zhao Zheng nodded and asked again, is it possible that after spending these past few months together, they've developed a deep bond? Chairman Song, this isn't a possibility. It's already a fact. Last time, Chairman Song had suddenly probed his daughter and discovered that her attitude towards the Zhao boy had undergone a significant change. However, President Song was a clever man, very good at playing word games, and immediately said, that's what I'm most worried about. So, Zhao Chen, that's why I suggested you pursue Haitang, hoping you can win her over. Zhao Zheng couldn't help but ask, Uncle Song, I feel like you have a lot of opinions about that junior Zhao Zheng. Can I ask why? President Song shook his head and said, no, I have no opinions about that Zhao kid. On the contrary, I'm very grateful to him for giving the flaming fruit to Haitang. If that kid has any requests, I'll do everything I can to satisfy him. But gratitude aside, as a father, my first consideration is my daughter's lifelong happiness. I can't just watch Haitang jump into a fire pit. A fire pit? Okay. Old Deng. Is that your opinion? Uncle Song, that junior Zhao Zheng has been quite prominent lately. It's said that his strength has already reached the ranks of the strong among the freshmen. How can he be considered a fire pit? Hearing Zhao Zheng's words, President Song shook his head again, saying, Zhao Chen, as a superhuman, you should understand the importance of innate abilities. You could say that a superhuman's innate abilities are the true foundation. Zhao Zheng wholeheartedly agreed. His superhuman physique not only allowed him to easily become stronger, but the abilities he activated were all incredibly ferocious. The boost from his steel body and super strength was immense. Without these two abilities, based on his current attributes, he would at most be a third or fourth tier powerhouse. That Zhao family kid's current success is all thanks to Haitang guiding him through the spirit realm, where he gained a massive amount of spiritual energy points and built up his strength. But this doesn't change his fundamental flaws, Chairman Song continued. The gap between him and Haitang will only widen in the future. On the path to transcendence, Haitang will only go faster, while he will inevitably fall behind. So, even if they force themselves to be together, they won't be happy in the future. Furthermore, seeing Haitang grow stronger day by day, I worry that one day his mentality might change. What if he regrets his initial decision and develops a desire for revenge? He might even harm Haitang. That's what I fear most. After all, he's a man, and men's pride is stronger than women's. Haitang is too young, she probably can't think about these things. I'm afraid she might make a wrong decision in a moment of impulsiveness and regret it later. Therefore, Zhao Chen, I hope you will pursue Haitang and help me correct her mistake. These words were absolutely Chairman Song's most genuine thoughts. As a father, was it wrong for him to consider his daughter's situation so carefully? Of course not. But sitting right in front of him now is Zhao Zheng himself. How incredibly embarrassing. Zhao Zheng couldn't help but say, but that flame fruit originally belonged to junior brother Zhao Zheng. Hearing this, President Song paused for a moment before sighing. He shouldn't have used that Kryptonian bloodline card, and he certainly shouldn't have embarked on the path of pursuing the extraordinary with such a useless talent. If it were Haitang herself, she definitely wouldn't have used it, she would have chosen to discard it. Zhao Zheng retorted, Uncle Song, the Kryptonian bloodline card is extremely rare in the Holy Land, arguably the rarest talent ability. So far, including junior brother Zhao Zheng, it has only appeared 3 times. According to the saying in the Holy Land that the rarer it is, the stronger it is, perhaps the Kryptonian bloodline card hides some amazing talent ability? Many experts say so. What if junior brother Zhao Zheng discovers it in the future? Then your decision now will have caused junior sister Haitang to miss out on a good man. Upon hearing this, Chairman Song couldn't help but smile. What I dislike most is gambling. Besides, this concerns my daughter's happiness. She's my only daughter, more important than my own life. I wouldn't let her gamble with her own happiness. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng hesitated, wondering if he should take off his glasses to let this old man see who he was. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. Although the old man repeatedly expressed gratitude towards Zhao Zheng, his words and attitude still revealed his prejudice against him. This old man simply looked down on him. For safety reasons, Zhao Zheng decided to endure it a little longer. Besides, the old man had just thoroughly criticized him. Taking off his glasses now would be a satisfying slap in the face, but it would also embarrass the old man and make him lose face. After all, he was his future father-in-law. Chairman Song's starting point was also for Song Haitang's sake. Zhao Zheng didn't want to make the relationship between them too awkward. That would put Song Haitang in a very difficult position. Therefore, taking off her glasses now is definitely not the best option. The best course of action is for Song Haitang to find an opportunity to confess to her father after Zhao Zheng returns. Seeing Zhao Zheng remain silent for a long time, Chairman Song, concerned that Zhao Zheng was unwilling to get involved in his daughter's affairs, said, Zhao Chen, just consider it a favor. If you don't like Haitang, you can help me break them up. As long as you can do this, Haitang will be grateful to you when she matures and understands things. Zhao Zheng, okay. Old Zheng, if you say that, don't blame me for bullying your daughter. Uncle Song, you misunderstand. Who wouldn't be attracted to such an outstanding girl as Haitang? Zhao Zheng said, I was just thinking that Haitang and Zhao Zheng's relationship must be very good right now. If I wanted to intervene now, it would probably be very difficult. Upon hearing Zhao Zheng's words, Chairman Song immediately smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you my full support. I'll send you some information later. It's all about Haitang's usual preferences. Haitang is a bit stubborn, and she's very principled. Directly winning her over would be very difficult. So I suggest you start with a Zhao family boy, for example, using your charm to make him make a mistake. Once Haitang is disappointed in him, your chance will come. Also, whenever there's an opportunity, I'll help create some alone time for you too. No wonder he's her father. He really understands his daughter. What a pity. Old Zheng, you've completely chosen the wrong side. You want me to use my charm on myself? How could you even think of that? Next, I'll be officially ordered to seduce your daughter, right? Don't regret it if I get her pregnant. Understood, Uncle Song, I'll do my best. Zhao Zheng said this with absolute certainty. Chairman Song immediately smiled and patted Zhao Zheng on the shoulder. Zhao Chen, go for it. I believe in you. Leaving the association building, Zhao Zheng declined Chairman Song's offer to take him to the station and left alone in a taxi. On the way, he bought a ticket on his phone, creating the illusion of leaving. After getting off the taxi, he didn't enter the station but went into the nearby shopping mall. He wandered around the mall, deliberately avoiding security cameras, and finally slipped into a changing room. When he emerged from the changing room, he had reverted to his original appearance. The glasses that could change his appearance were still in his pocket. Next, he took a taxi back to the city and arrived home. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Zhao's father, this can't possibly be my son. Shortly after Zhao Zheng left, Chairman Song called his daughter. Haitang, the senior you found for me is truly an outstanding young man. On the phone, Chairman Song showered Chen Yu with praise, then continued, Haitang, do you know? This young man named Chen Yu is incredibly strong. According to our country's ranking system, his overall strength has already reached the 6th rank standard. The time-space rift that appeared in Luan City this time was entirely due to him single-handedly stopping the monsters, preventing a large-scale disaster. Hearing this, Song Haitang finally couldn't help but speak up. A space-time rift appeared in Luan City. Yes, it's already on the news. Didn't you know? I was training before. I didn't know. Many news reports are about it. You can check them out later. Look at your senior's performance on the battlefield. He's really strong. You could say it was all thanks to him that the tide was turned. At this point, President Song added, speaking of which, Haitang, it was quite a coincidence that you had Zhao Chen come today. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's appearance, I probably wouldn't be able to talk to you on the phone right now. Hearing this, Song Haitang fell silent. She hadn't expected that her decision would lead Zhao Zheng to save her father and the entire Luan City. Song Haitang deeply understood the danger of space-time rifts, because she had experienced them firsthand. Then, she realized she owed Zhao Zheng something she could never repay in this lifetime. On the other end of the phone, seeing his daughter remain silent, Chairman Song began to flatter her. Haitang, Zhao Chen is truly a fine young man. I rarely see young people like him. He's humble, polite, of good character, ambitious, courageous, and resourceful. In short, such a young man's future achievements are immeasurable. I have high hopes for his future. Haitang, you should get to know this senior more. Hearing her father praise Zhao Zheng's fake identity to the skies, Song Haitang looked puzzled. She knew very well that her father looked down on Zhao Zheng. Is he really as good as you say? Song Haitang asked. Even better, Chairman Song couldn't help but say, he's many times better than that Zhao family boy. Hearing this, Song Haitang's heart skipped a beat, and she inwardly cried out in alarm. Just as Chairman Song understood her daughter, she also understood her father's temperament. Dad, did you say anything bad about Zhao Zheng to Chen Yu? Song Haitang asked immediately. No, Chairman Song said, what I told Zhao Chen was the truth. Sure enough, Song Haitang had a headache. She knew that her father must have complained about Zhao Zheng to his fake identity. Just thinking about that scene made Song Haitang want to cover her face in embarrassment. Dad, you really are. What's wrong with me? Nothing. I'm going to check the news. I'll hang up now. Okay, remember what I said. Get to know outstanding young people like Zhao Chen more. I know. The phone hung up. Song Haitang opened the news website and sure enough, she saw related news about Luan City. Many media outlets reported on it. And in the content, they all mentioned a young hero wearing glasses. The related news is currently very popular. It will soon reach the top of the trending searches. Many news articles also include videos. When Song Haitang opened the video, she immediately recognized that the man who fell from the sky and delivered the earth-shattering punch was Zhao Zheng. The girl was very surprised. She knew Zhao Zheng was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. No wonder he won the championship title among the 3 races in the 3rd level of the spirit realm. Who among the freshmen could compare to such strength? Although Song Haitang was hailed as the #1 freshman, she knew she was merely an accessory to Zhao Zheng. The true #1 was Zhao Zheng. Below the news article, many netizens left comments, so strong. Who is this young man? What kind of move was that punch that came from the sky? The power was incredible, holy crap. I didn't expect a space-time rift to appear in a small place like Luan City. Luckily, this big shot was here, yet, if it weren't for him, Luan City would have been in danger during this disaster. This level of strength must be at the 6th rank, right? To be so young and yet possess such strength, our great Xia Kingdom truly produces many talented people. I'm from Luan City. I just experienced all of this firsthand. When I heard the air raid siren, I was almost scared to death because my parents and children are here. When I heard the disaster was over, I was moved to tears. I wanted to thank the hero who saved Luan City, but I don't know who the hero is. I'm also very curious. Such a young powerhouse should be very famous, but I have no impression of this big shot at all. The big shot might be a low-key ascetic. Seeing the netizens praising Zhao Zheng, Song Haitang's pretty face showed a proud smile. When Song Haitang saw everyone inquiring about Zhao Zheng's identity, she realized something was wrong. Zhao Zheng's fake identity couldn't withstand scrutiny. With such a commotion, someone would likely investigate Chen Yi's details. Fortunately, when she processed a fake ID for Zhao Zheng, she hadn't had him directly appear. Instead, it had gone through her. Those people would eventually find their way back to her. Song Haitang thought for a moment and decided it was best to take precautions. She wanted to keep Zhao Zheng's fake identity a secret for as long as possible. So, she picked up her phone and dialed an unknown number. Meanwhile, at Zhao Zheng's home, He Wenli and her husband were watching television. The news on the television was about today's space-time rift. Seeing a young man appear, turn the tide, and save Luan City, the couple were overjoyed and filled with gratitude. He Wenli, having survived the ordeal, suddenly said, "Old Zhao, don't you think this young man looks a lot like our son?" Hearing this, Zhao Chenghe couldn't help but scoff. "What kind of wishful thinking are you having? If our son were even a tenth as good as him, I'd gladly die right now." Hearing this, He Wenli immediately became angry. How could anyone talk about their son like that? Just as He Wenli was about to explode in anger, the door suddenly opened. "Dad? Mom? I'm back." Hearing her son's voice, He Wenli's anger vanished instantly, replaced by a joyful smile. It's her son. Saying this, He Wenli ran out to greet her son. Zhao Chenghe also showed a relieved smile, standing at the door. "Son, in the yard." Seeing her son return safely, He Wenli was very excited. This was because she had just experienced great danger, and her emotions had inevitably fluctuated greatly. It was a time of intense emotional turmoil. In the shelter, He Wenli had almost thought she would never see her son again. Now, finally seeing her beloved son again, of course she was excited. Zhao Zheng knew his mother must have been terrified, so he immediately went up to her and gave her a big hug. "Mom, I missed you so much." These words were more effective than any other comforting words. He Wenli immediately smiled happily, her eyes filled with tears. "It's good you're back, come inside quickly." He Wenli pulled Zhao Zheng into the house. Inside, Zhao Chenghe was also happy to see his son, but he still had a sour face and scolded, "Why did you come back at this time? Don't you know Luan City isn't safe right now?" The space-time rift was currently shrinking, not completely disappearing, and monsters were still appearing. Saying Luan City wasn't unsafe wasn't entirely wrong. Zhao Zheng was used to his father's scolding concern and immediately smiled. "It's precisely because it's unsafe that I came back to stay by your side. I have to protect you." Hearing his son say he would protect them, Zhao Chenghe was initially somewhat dismissive, but after thinking about it, he realized it was his son's filial piety, and he couldn't very well scold him. He could only say, "Just protect yourself and don't worry us." He Wenli pointed to Chen Yi, who was wreaking havoc on the television, and asked, "Son, do you know that young man on TV? Our Luan City was saved this time entirely because he single-handedly held off the monster, buying Luan City half an hour for rescue. I heard he's from the provincial capital. If you know him, remember to thank him properly and try to build a relationship." Zhao Zheng instantly understood his mother's meaning. Gratitude was secondary, building a relationship was the main thing. Zhao Chenghe couldn't help but retort to his wife, "What are you thinking? How could a freshman like him know such a powerful person? And such an outstanding young man must come from a prominent family. Would he even look at a small family like ours?" Just then, his fourth brother's voice came from outside the door. "Third brother, are you home?" "Yes," Zhao Chenghe replied, then got up and went to open the door for his fourth brother. Upon seeing his fourth uncle, Zhao Chengwu, Zhao Zheng politely stood up to greet him. "Uncle, good afternoon." Zhengzi's back." The fourth uncle, seeing Zhao Zheng, immediately asked, "When did you get back?" "Just got back," Zhao Zheng replied with a smile. The fourth uncle immediately said, "Then come to my place for dinner tonight. Have your aunt make your favorite braised pork ribs." This was just a polite remark. Zhao Zheng would be foolish if he readily agreed. "I miss my mom's braised meatballs. Let's eat my mom's dishes first tonight, and then I'll try my aunt's cooking another day. Uncle, remember to come too. I'd like to have a couple of drinks with you." Zhao Chenghe and his wife were very satisfied with their son's answer. The fourth brother chuckled, "Great. Zhenwu University truly lives up to its reputation. It really trains people." He paused, then added, "By the way, third brother, I just came from Grandpa's. He wants you to come over, he has something to tell you." Zhao Chenghe was taken aback. Didn't Grandpa just come from the battlefield? Did he rest? No, Grandpa's not in a good mood. You'd better be careful later, the fourth brother warned. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng immediately felt a headache coming on. All four brothers were somewhat afraid of their father. Go quickly. Don't keep Grandpa waiting. I'm going back now. With that, Zhao Zheng headed home. Just as Zhao's father was about to leave, Zhao Zheng suddenly said, Dad, I'll go with you. Zhao's father asked, what are you going there for? Zhao Zheng said, I feel like Grandpa's in a bad mood. It might be related to me. Earlier, on the battlefield intercepting the monsters, after the reinforcements arrived, he noticed that Grandpa had been staring at him several times with displeasure in his eyes. He didn't know what was going on. Anyway, if there was a misunderstanding, they could clear it up later. Zhao Zheng didn't really want his son to go. Although he scolded his son every time they met, he still cared about him very much. He was afraid that Grandpa would punish Zhao Zheng. However, last time, Grandpa passed on his trump card, Fist Wind Impact, to Zhao Zheng. In a sense, Zhao Zheng was Grandpa's successor. There were some things that Zhao Zheng should face. These thoughts swirled in Zhao Zheng's mind, and he agreed to his son's request. Grandpa's villa was just behind. It was just around the corner. The old man currently lives alone, with a housekeeper coming to cook at meal times. It's a little past 1 in the afternoon, and the housekeeper has already gone home. She'll come back to cook another meal in the evening. Actually, all four brothers would like to have the old man eat with them, but he himself doesn't agree. When Zhao Zheng followed his father to the old man's villa, he saw from afar that the old man was watching TV in the living room. The TV was showing a scene of Chen Yi slaughtering monsters. Dad, Zhao Zheng called out cautiously. The old man ignored him, still staring at Chen Yi on TV. Zhao Zheng had no choice but to say, your grandson Zhao Zheng is back too, and insisted on coming to see you. Hearing this, the old man finally turned his head and looked at Zhao Zheng. Originally, Zhao Zheng thought that the old man would definitely scold him when he saw him. Unexpectedly, the old man looked Zhao Zheng up and down and then smiled. Not bad. You look very energetic. The father and son both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Dad, I don't know why you called me over, Zhao Zheng asked. The old man paused for a moment, then suddenly pointed his cane at Chen Yi on the television and asked, what do you think of this kid? Zhao Zheng was taken aback, but still answered truthfully, he's the hero who saved Luan City, and at such a young age, he has such abilities. Of course, he's an exceptionally talented person. The old man nodded and then asked Zhao Zheng, what do you think? Zhao Zheng, he was supposed to evaluate himself? To be honest, he was a little embarrassed to praise him. So he said, so. Zhao Zheng immediately frowned, displeased. So? That's incredibly arrogant. If you had even a tenth of his ability, I'd be happy to beg for the rest of my life. Zhao Zheng was startled and quickly said, Dad, please don't say that. What will I do if you have to beg? I want to be a rich kid, so you have to get rich. Stop being so cheeky. Zhao Zheng quickly stopped his son. Was he just being silly here? Didn't he know where he was? The old man didn't seem to care, but simply said, Zhao Zheng, if I were to put you in competition with this young man, are you confident you could succeed? Zhao Zheng was taken aback. Compete for what? Compete for that girl from the Song family, Zhao Zheng. Chapter 110 Old Man, look who I am? After the old man's explanation, Zhao Zheng finally understood what had happened. Then, he was speechless. That old man, Chairman Song, was truly a handful. Saying these things in front of the old man, Zhao Zheng knew Chairman Song's intention was simply to make him back down. But saying things like that would be misinterpreted, easily leading to the impression that he looked down on the entire Zhao family. Well, perhaps Chairman Song didn't care whether his meaning was misinterpreted or not, as long as he achieved the desired effect. No wonder the old man was unhappy. Hearing such words would displease any elder. After hearing this, Zhao's father was also very angry. He said, this Chairman Song, doesn't he know that his daughter's Xiao fruit originally belonged to my Zhao family? Without that fool Zhao Zheng, where would his daughter be today? The old man waved his hand. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Then, the old man looked at Zhao Zheng. What is the Song family girl's attitude towards you? To this question, Zhao Zheng did not hesitate at all. We are in love now. The old man nodded and asked again. Now you have a competitor, and that boy is very outstanding, and he also has the support of the girl's father. How about it? Are you scared? This was a test for Zhao Zheng. In fact, the old man did not necessarily want his grandson to marry Song Haitang. He just wanted to prove himself. Hearing the old man's words, Zhao Zheng immediately smiled. Pointing at Chen Yi on the TV, Zhao Zheng confidently declared, "Grandpa, if my competitor is him, I'm sure to win this time." Hearing this, Zhao's father frowned and scolded, "Speak seriously in front of Grandpa." He was afraid Zhao Zheng's boastful talk would anger the old man, as the old man disliked those who talked big. "I'm very serious right now," Zhao Zheng said helplessly. "Oh," the old man asked, "where does your confidence come from? Do you know him well?" Zhao Zheng didn't answer, but instead smiled and said, "Grandpa, watch me do a magic trick for you." He then pulled out a pair of glasses from his pocket. "You brat, up!" Zhao's father was about to scold his son for being so irresponsible, performing some silly magic trick at a time like this, but he choked on his words, his eyes widening in shock. The old man wasn't much better. He stood up abruptly, his face filled with astonishment. It was all because Zhao Zheng had just put on his glasses and transformed into Chen Yi. "Grandpa, how was my magic trick?" 5 minutes later. In the living room, the old man and Zhao Chengho stared blankly at Zhao Zheng, speechless. They had been in this state for a long time. Even though Zhao Zheng had explained the whole story several times, they still couldn't quite believe that the mysterious bespectacled youth who had saved Luan City was Zhao Zheng. "Grandpa, Dad, don't look at me like that, I really am your grandson," Zhao Zheng said helplessly. He thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Armament Haki activated. Buzz, his fist instantly turned pitch black. Then, he began to gather his strength, simulating the prelude to the fist bone impact attack. Instantly, a violent aura rose from Zhao Zheng's body. When his fist began to emit a crimson light, a mountain-like oppressive force swept over, suffocating them. The old man and Zhao's father were both a little breathless. Especially Zhao Chenghe, who was just an ordinary person. How could he withstand such pressure? At this moment, in Zhao Chenghe's eyes, his son seemed to have become a supervolcano, containing world-destroying energy, ready to erupt at any moment. Just as Zhao Chenghe felt death was imminent, Zhao Zheng opposite him suddenly withdrew his aura and instantly returned to normal. Instantly, the suffocating pressure disappeared. "Grandpa, Dad, now you should believe me, right?" Zhao's father was still speechless. The aura that his son had just unleashed had truly frightened him. "Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, the old man burst into laughter. He laughed heartily. Seeing his son and grandson looking at him, the old man explained with a smile, "I'm laughing at that guy surnamed Song, being completely manipulated by my grandson without even realizing it." Hearing this, Zhao's father couldn't help but laugh as well. Then, as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Since his son had absorbed Kryptonian blood, he had never had a peaceful night's sleep. Many nights, he had been awakened by nightmares. Because in his dreams, he would dream of the terrible news coming from the school. His wife, He Wenli, was in a similar state. They only had one son, and it was impossible for them not to care. In fact, Zhao Zheng was their heart and soul. Now that they finally knew their son had infused with a useless hero's talent, and was actually quite powerful, greatly increasing his chances of survival in the spirit realm, Zhao Chenghe immediately relaxed. He wasn't crying, he was just releasing the emotions that had accumulated over the past few months. "Dad? Why are you crying?" Zhao Zheng quickly said, "Your son is so outstanding, isn't that a good thing? Why are you feeling wronged? Get lost." Zhao Chenghe laughed and scolded, without explaining why he was crying. "My dear grandson, come, sit here, let me take a good look at you." The old man beckoned to Zhao Zheng. At this moment, he was too lazy to pay attention to his son, his eyes were only on his beloved grandson, Zhao Zheng. Even his form of address had changed. After Zhao Zheng sat down, the old man asked, "So, when you exchanged your talent with the Song family girl, you already knew about the extraordinary nature of the Kryptonian bloodline?" "Well, there was an element of gambling involved. I just felt that this talent was so rare, it must have some extraordinary aspects," Zhao Zheng said with a smile. "Luckily, I guessed right. Then what exactly is the secret to the Kryptonian bloodline strength?" Zhao Chenghe asked from the side. "That guy in South Korea researched it his whole life and couldn't find it, yet you found it." Before Zhao Zheng could answer, the old man sternly scolded his son, "Why are you asking this? You don't have Kryptonian blood, will listening to it make you gain a pound of weight?" After being scolded by his father, Zhao Zheng looked embarrassed. He was genuinely afraid of his father. Then, the old man looked at Zhao Zheng and instructed him, "My dear grandson, you must keep the secret about your Kryptonian bloodline to yourself forever. Don't tell anyone. This is your foundation for survival, understand?" Zhao Zheng immediately smiled. "Grandpa, I understand," the old man nodded, looking at Zhao Zheng with the eyes of someone who treasures him. "Only a few months. You've grown to this point. My Zhao family is finally going to produce a great figure." The old man's expression was very excited as he spoke. Zhao Zheng, however, said from the side, "If you have this strength, why didn't you tell the family sooner? It made your mother and me worry so much that we couldn't sleep every night." "I did tell you. On the day of the talent exchange, I told you that the Kryptonian bloodline is not simple," Zhao Zheng said helplessly. "Unfortunately, you didn't believe me at all. I could only wait until now to show you my strength and prove it to you." Zhao Zheng was speechless. Indeed, his son had said those words before, but who could believe him in that situation? After all, there was the example of that person in South Korea. "Grandson, ignore him," the old man scoffed at his son. "You don't even trust your own son?" Humph! Hearing this, Zhao Zheng nearly vomited blood. "So, it wasn't you, old man, who ended up in the hospital from anger?" Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart. He certainly didn't have the guts to say it aloud. "By the way, grandson, was that punch you threw on the battlefield before a Kryptonian's innate ability?" the old man asked curiously. He had a deep impression of Zhao Zheng's punch that came from the sky. Its power was truly ferocious. "No," Zhao Zheng said with a smile. "Speaking of that move, I have to thank Grandpa for giving me the fist wind impact. That move is the extraordinary skill fist bone impact, evolved from fist wind impact combined with armament haki." Hearing this, the old man was first a little surprised, then revealed a happy smile. He had also heard of armament haki. It was an essential skill for the strong. "The fact that fist wind impact can be brought to its full potential in your hands shows that my choice to teach it to you is correct," the old man said with a smile. Zhao's father spoke up again. "Wait, Zhao Zheng, in the first 3 levels of the spirit realm, you and Song's daughter were able to get SSS level mission ratings every time. It wasn't actually you who did it, but Song Haitang, right?" Zhao Zheng hesitated for a moment before saying, "I don't know about the first and third levels because I have no memory of them. But in the second level, Haitang contributed a lot. To be precise, it was the two of us working together that created that record." At this moment, he had to speak well of Song Haitang. If he took all the credit for himself, it would make Song Haitang seem useless, and his family might have a problem with her. It wouldn't be good if his family opposed his marriage to his sister in the future. "I think you're definitely the main force," Zhao Zheng said unhappily. "Those people online don't know the truth. They actually praised the Song family girl as an unparalleled genius, while saying my son is just a bystander carried by her. It's infuriating." "Dad, don't be angry. I arranged all of this," Zhao Zheng quickly comforted him. "I was afraid of attracting the covetousness of others, and I didn't want others to share my achievements, so I chose to hide my strength for the time being. Haitang is the shield I put forward, to help me attract attention. With her, I can grow better." After a pause, Zhao Zheng added, "Besides, being famous isn't good. You've all heard about the high bounty on Haitang's head overseas, right? Now she can't even leave the school gates, unlike me who's so free. I can still come home to see you. For us superhumans, fame is meaningless. Strength is the most important foundation. When I become a king-level powerhouse one day, will I still be afraid of not having fame?" When Zhao Zheng finished speaking, the old man immediately cheered. "Good," the old man laughed heartily, as expected of the Zhao family's prodigy. "My dear grandson, I'm relieved to see you have such foresight." Zhao Zheng nodded in agreement. He had, of course, heard about the bounty on Song Haitang's head, and had been somewhat worried for her, fearing that something might happen to the child and his son would be left without support. If the bounty had been on his own son, he would have been worried sick. Just as he was about to praise Zhao Zheng for doing the right thing, the old man glanced at him disdainfully and said, "My dear grandson, don't listen to your father. You're still young, and you're not as insightful as my grandson, Zhao Zheng." Okay. He was even breathing wrong now. At this moment, the old man seemed to have thought of something and asked Zhao Zheng, "Grandson, you said before that Chairman Song is preparing for a promotion, but because he lacks achievements, His daughter asked you to help him use a false identity to boost his record. So, that girl from the Song family is well aware of your current abilities. Zhao Zheng immediately replied, Grandpa, don't worry. Haitang is completely devoted to me now and is willing to be my shield. She's definitely trustworthy. The old man nodded and smiled. Grandpa isn't suspicious of the Song girl, but I just thought that since you used a false identity to help Chairman Song, and Chairman Song thinks so highly of you, he must have said some things you shouldn't have, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng immediately gave a thumbs up. Grandpa, you're truly a genius. That's right, Chairman Song didn't know I was Zhao Zheng before, and he instigated me to pursue his daughter, wanting me to break up Haitang and me. Hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, the old man then cautioned, don't hold a grudge against Chairman Song because of this, and don't go too far. It's best to have Song's daughter explain things to Chairman Song as soon as possible. If you really become family with Song's daughter in the future, Chairman Song will be your father-in-law. It wouldn't be good to make things too strained. These were definitely wise words from an experienced elder. Although the old man was old, he wasn't senile at all. Zhao Zheng immediately nodded. Thank you for reminding me, Grandpa. That's what I was thinking too. Good. My dear grandson, you really surprised me today. I'm relieved to have you. He paused. The old man's tone suddenly became stern. What happened here today must be kept to yourself. Don't tell anyone. His gaze fell on Zhao Chenghua. Third son, you can only tell your wife when you get back. Don't tell even the eldest and fourth sons a single word, understand? Zhao Zheng had been racking his brains trying to figure out how to get his father to keep it a secret. Unexpectedly, the old man had already thought of this and made strict demands. No wonder they say having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. The old man probably also knew that while his sons got along well, his grandsons didn't. For example, Zhao Zheng didn't get along with his cousins from his eldest and second uncle's families. But he had a good relationship with his younger cousins from his youngest uncle's family. Zhao Zheng was very satisfied with the old man. Dad, I know what's important, Zhao Chengho quickly said. That's good. The old man was still a little worried and added, also, you're not allowed to drink anymore. Also, didn't you want to start a company? Take some from the family fund as your startup capital. Zhao Chengho's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, thank you, Dad. He knew very well that the old man had noticed Zhao Zheng's change and his attitude towards him had also changed. Zhao Zheng, however, was completely bewildered. The topic had suddenly become more sophisticated, and he wasn't used to it. First update. I went to my father-in-law's house for the holiday today and came back too late. There will be more updates later, but after midnight. Finally, I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 111 The Fourth Layer of the Spirit Realm. Zhao Zheng stayed home for one night. He chose to return to school the next morning. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay home longer, but rather that he didn't want to stop sunbathing. One night at home was enough. Once his father's company was on track, he could have his father buy a sunbathing machine for the house, and then he could lie there permanently. After returning to the provincial capital, Zhao Zheng first went to his apartment, soaked up some sun, collected his earnings for the day, and then went to school. At school, he first met with Lao Chu. After all, he had asked Lao Chu for leave, so he needed to let him know he was coming back. You're back. Old Chu was delighted to see Zhao Zheng and said, you're back just in time. Remember to be on time for class tomorrow. Zhao Zheng replied, yes, teacher. By the way, your hometown is Luan City, right? Yesterday, a space-time rift appeared in Luan City. Did it affect you? No, I hid in the shelter for a while, and the crisis was over. Upon hearing this, Old Chu sighed. Luan City was lucky this time. There was a young powerhouse there who managed to stop the monster. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Zhao Zheng's heart stirred, and he immediately inquired, teacher, I also watched the video about that young powerhouse. What do you think his strength ranks in the country? Rank? Old Chu shook his head and said, I don't know, but he still has a long way to go before becoming a true powerhouse. Judging from that young powerhouse's performance on the battlefield, according to the country's regional strength classification, he's probably at the 6th tier standard. Above the 6th tier, there's the 7th tier in the king level. 5th to 6th rank only qualifies as mid-level extraordinary individuals. Only 7th rank can be considered a true powerhouse, and the top-tier king-level powerhouses are the trump cards of every nation. Zhao Zheng nodded, understanding what old Chu was saying. He had only asked casually earlier. Old Chu suddenly added, actually, when the central government established the standards for powerhouses, there was an unknown level above the king level, rumored to be god level. However, to reach god level, one must possess the overwhelming power to destroy a planet with a single blow, so no one has reached it yet. Zhao Zheng was taken aback. If no one can reach it, why establish such a level? I don't know either. Old Chu shook his head, saying, judging from the higher-ups, they very much hope for the emergence of god-level powerhouses. There's even a document that explicitly stipulates that once a god-level powerhouse appears, all national resources can be freely mobilized, and everyone must cooperate. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng's heart stirred. He guessed that the higher-ups issued such an encouraging document to cultivate a god-level powerhouse to fight against the existence on the sun. He bid farewell to old Chu. Zhao Zheng had lunch at the cafeteria and then arranged to meet Song Haitang. Song Haitang had just finished lunch and was resting. After Zhao Zheng's invitation, they met at a coffee shop. I was eating at the cafeteria. I didn't see you, Zhao Zheng asked. Where did you eat lunch? Song Haitang replied, to prevent me from being poisoned. The school started providing me with special meals a long time ago, so I have to eat alone at lunchtime. Zhao Zheng suddenly understood. This was indeed necessary. Although with Song Haitang's current mental strength, most poisons couldn't escape her sight and smell, there were still many colorless, odorless toxins in the world, difficult to detect even under a microscope. With so many bounties on Song Haitang now, even some for supernatural items, being cautious was definitely the right thing to do. He paused. Song Haitang suddenly asked, did my dad say something to you when you went back this time? Hearing this, Zhao Zheng immediately smiled. He didn't hide anything and recounted how Chairman Song had instigated him to break him up with Song Haitang. Uncle Song still thinks highly of me. By the way, he even sent me some information. It's all about your likes and dislikes. Do you like cats? Spicy food? Cartoons? Song Haitang's pretty face flushed slightly. She thought for a moment and decided to explain to her father, Zhao Zheng, don't mind him. My dad just overthinks things. He always feels I'm immature. I don't mind. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, I completely understand Uncle Song's thoughts. He cares about you. If it were me, I wouldn't let my daughter be led astray by a good-for-nothing. Hearing Zhao Zheng say this, Song Haitang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, Zhao Zheng added, Haitang, Uncle Song doesn't know that Chen Yi is me yet. Find an opportunity to explain the situation to him later. Only you can explain this. If I do it, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Song Haitang nodded, knowing it was better for her to explain. If Zhao Zheng were to tell him, given her father's personality, he might think Zhao Zheng was there to laugh at them. That would strain their relationship. When would be a good time to tell him? Song Haitang asked. Zhao Zheng waved his hand. I don't know Uncle Song very well, you decide. Song Haitang frowned. She thought for a moment and decided to continue keeping it a secret for now. Telling her father about the embarrassing incident from yesterday would likely make him feel very awkward. It would be better to tell him at a more suitable time. The two sat in the coffee shop for a while before parting ways. Song Haitang went to continue training. Zhao Zheng returned to his apartment. Just as he reached the door and was about to open it, his neighbor opened the door behind him. Zhao Zheng turned around and saw Qin Muayan. He immediately greeted her with a smile. Sister Qin, what a coincidence. Not at all. I've been waiting for you. Oh? Did you have something to say to me, Sister Qin? Qin Muayan asked. Little brother Zhao, did you go back to your hometown yesterday? Yes, Zhao Zheng nodded immediately. I've been away for a few months, so I went home to see my parents. Next time you go on a long trip, could you tell me in advance? Sister Qin, are you planning to protect me closely? Dream on. With you gone, I can finally take a break and go out for a stroll. Staying here every day is too boring. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng felt a little embarrassed and immediately said, okay, next time I go on a long trip, I'll definitely tell you in advance. Qin Muayan nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Zheng asked again, Sister Qin, how long do you plan to protect me here? I don't know, Qin Muayan said, it depends on what the higher-ups decide. Zhao Zheng knew he didn't need protection. With his current strength, unless they sent a 7th-tier expert, they wouldn't be able to kill him. But he couldn't say that. Saying it aloud would only cause trouble for himself. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Qin, Zhao Zheng could only say. The next day, Zhao Zheng got up early and went to school. Today, Old Chu was going to talk about the fourth level of the spirit realm. Sorry, I originally planned to update last night, but then I realized that the planned fourth level of the spirit realm wasn't suitable for this part and needed to be postponed, so I didn't update it. I'm redesigning a new spirit realm instance. This chapter is a transitional chapter. The protagonist will soon enter the spirit realm to show off, and this spirit realm is very different. Chapter 112 Soul Transmigration? Genius becomes a burden. Today I'm going to talk about the fourth level of the spirit realm. On the platform, Old Chu's gaze swept over the students, and seeing no one absent, he began, "This level of the spirit realm is very special. It's a relatively normal human world with a certain order. Most importantly, you won't enter the spirit realm with your physical bodies, but with your consciousness. Your bodies will remain in this world." Hearing this, many students were shocked. Immediately, someone asked, "Consciousness enters? Teacher, how can pure consciousness kill monsters?" Old Chu explained, "After your consciousness enters the spirit realm, it will occupy the mind of a local native, taking over their body and becoming one of them. It's like soul transmigration in some movies and TV shows. Therefore, the fourth level of the spirit realm is also called the soul spirit realm by some extraordinary individuals." The students were still very surprised. "Teacher, does that mean we'll lose all our strength?" a student couldn't help but ask. "Yes, because it's consciousness entering the spirit realm. All your innate abilities will be unusable, and you won't be able to bring them into the spirit realm." Hearing this, the students' expressions changed drastically. They had grown accustomed to being extraordinary beings, to the benefits of their innate abilities. Returning to ordinary life would undoubtedly be difficult, especially since the spirit realm was a dangerous place. Without strength there was no sense of security. Seeing the students seemed frightened, Old Chu continued, "Of course, the spirit realm won't strip you of your extraordinary abilities. Becoming ordinary after entering the fourth level of the spirit realm is only temporary. The spirit realm will convert all the attributes you've gained over the past few months into spirit energy points, including those you acquired in the first 3 levels of the spirit realm, even if used. They will all be refunded. Therefore, after entering the spirit realm, the attribute panel in your left eye will still be usable, and it will contain a large number of spirit energy points. These spirit energy points will be a crucial resource for your rapid growth in the spirit realm. You can continue to use spirit energy points to learn martial arts, improve your martial arts level, and even your martial arts realm. This is the only way for you to become stronger in the spirit realm. The fourth level of the spirit realm is a world where martial arts flourish. Learning martial arts techniques can grant you extraordinary strength." The students were somewhat amazed upon hearing this. They probably didn't expect the gameplay of the fourth level of the spiritual realm to be so novel. A student asked, "Teacher, since the fourth level of the spirit realm is a normal human world, does that mean our mission after entering the spirit realm will no longer be killing monsters?" Old Chu shook his head. "As I said before, it's only relatively normal, not completely normal. Terrifying monsters still exist in the fourth level of the spirit realm, and those monsters are beyond your imagination." After a pause, Old Chu continued, "However, your mission in the fourth level of the spirit realm is indeed not primarily about hunting monsters, but about collecting martial arts points. Martial arts points are earned by defeating native martial arts masters through combat. When your martial arts points exceed 10,000, you will receive an S-rank mission evaluation. After entering the spirit realm, you will have 1 month to complete your mission. Within this month, if you challenge and defeat those already renowned martial arts masters, you will also receive additional temporary spiritual energy points to continue becoming stronger. However, doing so will be quite dangerous. Those renowned martial arts masters are all formidable. If you challenge them, it's tantamount to provocation, and they certainly won't hold back. If you sign a waiver of liability, the local government won't interfere. Therefore, before challenging someone, make sure you understand your opponent's background. Killing important figures from enemy countries will also earn you martial arts points, but it will also be more dangerous, because those important figures are always surrounded by powerful protectors. You can figure out the specific method yourself. Any method is acceptable as long as you can gain martial arts points. However, don't ruin your reputation. There are many chivalrous people in the spirit realm who specialize in killing those with bad reputations. Also, a bad reputation will affect your future endeavors, because you'll need to enter the fourth level of the spirit realm again later." The students carefully remembered this information. At this moment, another student asked, "Can we still team up?" "Yes," Old Chu said, after entering the spirit realm as a team, you might be separated and occupy different bodies. But don't worry, teammates can sense each other within the spirit realm. This sensing ability will help you find your teammates quickly. My personal suggestion is that after entering the spirit realm, don't act alone. It's best to find your teammates first, discuss and cooperate, and plan before acting. The final reward for the 4th level of the spirit realm isn't calculated by adding up your individual martial arts points, but by taking the highest score among your teammates as the reference standard. Therefore, acting alone is not cost-effective. It's better to gather together, fully support one person, and at the same time, look out for each other. The students nodded in agreement. At this moment, the bell rang. Old Chu said, "That's all for today. Remember what I just said. Tomorrow I'll talk about the world background of the 4th level of the spirit realm. Remember to come on time." Meanwhile, in Class A, Teacher Shen was also teaching his students. As soon as the bell rang, Teacher Shen immediately took Song Haitang to her office. "Haitang, I called you here because the 4th level of the spirit realm is very unfriendly to you," Teacher Shen said in the office. "Your flame fruit ability is much stronger than others' natural abilities, but now that it's restricted by the spirit realm, it's like you only have a few more spirit points than others, which isn't a significant advantage." She paused. Teacher Shen continued, "Other things are fine, but I'm worried that those people from abroad will target you in the 4th level of the spirit realm. For them, the 4th level is definitely a rare opportunity. I'm sure that as soon as you become famous, they'll come after you. So, this spirit realm is extremely dangerous for you. Unless you don't want a perfect mission evaluation and plan to spend it discreetly." As she finished speaking, Teacher Shen knew it was impossible. Having spent so much time with this student, Teacher Shen knew Song Haitang's personality. She was a very strong-willed person. Asking this child to back down? That was impossible. After hearing Teacher Shen's words, Song Haitang frowned slightly, lost in thought. Indeed, the 4th level of the spiritual realm restricts innate abilities, effectively narrowing the gap in strength between everyone. The same applies to Zhao Zheng's side. If they were surrounded by foreign freshmen, they would definitely be in great danger. The girl had no idea how strong Zhao Zheng's attributes were now. Chapter 113. A great terror lies within the imperial court. "Haitang, my personal suggestion is that you complete your team this time in the spirit realm," Teacher Shen said. "Find 2 more teammates with high base attributes to assist and protect you. Although Zhao Zheng's base attributes are relatively high, he alone is definitely not enough. You should understand the principle of many hands make light work." Song Haitang didn't speak, still frowning in thought. Teacher Shen continued, "Or, you can just be patient this time. After entering the spirit realm, find a place to hide with Zhao Zheng. Don't think about the perfect mission evaluation anymore. As long as you can stay alive and come back, that's a success." That's also what the principal wants. The principal said you don't need to worry about temporary gains and losses. If you don't want to be patient, then listen to me and add 2 more teammates as assistants. It has to be said that Teacher Shen's advice was very pertinent. However, it wouldn't be easy for me to add teammates now, would it? Song Haitang politely declined. Knowing that the foreign freshman will target me in the 4th level of the spiritual realm, who would dare to team up with me? Hearing this, Teacher Shen immediately smiled and said, "As long as you let it be known that you're willing to add 2 permanent teammates, I believe countless freshmen will be willing to take the risk and vie to become your new teammates, permanent teammates. This means that everyone will be together in the subsequent spiritual realms." Hearing this, Song Haitang frowned slightly. She no longer politely declined but directly shook her head and refused. "Forget it, teacher, adding teammates now might harm others. I'd rather listen to the principal." Adding teammates was definitely not an option. This wasn't the amnesia spiritual realm. Adding teammates would expose Zhao Zheng's secret. Teacher Shen seemed to have already anticipated this outcome, and upon hearing this, she just smiled bitterly and didn't say anything more. Actually, if the principal hadn't instructed her, she wouldn't have suggested this to Song Haitang. Because she had suggested it several times before, but Song Haitang had refused each time. After leaving Teacher Shen's office, Song Haitang received a call from her father. "Haitang, have you had lunch? I'm about to go back to my dorm to eat." "Oh, well, to make a long story short, I called to tell you that my new appointment at headquarters has been approved. Once I've handed over my current work, I'll be going to the provincial capital to take up my new post, probably next month." "Okay, I understand. Congratulations, Dad." What's there to congratulate between father and daughter? Speaking of which, Zhao Zheng helped me a lot to make this appointment go so smoothly. When I get to the provincial capital, could you arrange a meeting with him? I want to treat him to a meal to thank him and also give him the bonus from the Luan City time-space rift incident. You can arrange it yourself. I've tried several times, but Zhao Zheng is nowhere to be found. His phone is always off. I can't reach him. Okay, I'll try talking to my senior later. As for whether he'll accept, I don't know. Hanging up her father's call, Song Haitang felt a headache coming on. She thought for a moment and told Zhao Zheng about it, letting him decide. Zhao Zheng hesitated for a moment and then politely declined. Because of meeting Chairman Song too often. He said too many things he shouldn't have, making a future confrontation even more awkward. Song Haitang agreed with Zhao Zheng's attitude and concerns, planning to wait until her father asked again and say that Chen Yi had gone on a long trip. The next day, morning, Old Chu continued to tell everyone about the information on the fourth level of the spiritual realm. The world background of the fourth layer of the spirit realm is similar to the early Republic of China era in our Xia Kingdom, both in terms of the imperial court and the world's landscape. However, in the spirit realm, martial arts flourish, the martial spirit is strong, and there are many martial arts practitioners. In the fourth layer of the spirit realm, martial arts have clear realms. The early stage mainly focuses on body training, divided into three realms: tendons, bones, and skin. The middle stage has three realms of internal strength: Mingjin, manifest strength, and Jin, hidden strength, and Huijin, transformation strength. Once you reach Huijin, you are very powerful, with strength equivalent to a third-tier extraordinary being in our world. The later stage of martial arts also has three realms: blood exchange, innate, and spirit refinement. A blood exchange expert doesn't mean that all the blood in the body has been replaced, but rather that the ki and blood have undergone a qualitative transformation. Once you become a blood exchange expert, your stamina, strength, and speed all greatly improve, roughly equivalent to a fourth-tier expert in our world. An innate expert refers to someone whose internal strength has undergone a transformation, forming Gangjin. Gangjin can protect the body and can also be used to injure others, with endless uses. An innate expert has roughly reached the fifth-tier standard. In the fourth level of the spirit realm, the refinement god realm expert is merely a legend, never actually appearing. It seems the ultimate goal of martial arts is the innate realm. Therefore, I have no information about refinement god realm experts. Innate realm experts are extremely rare, usually established grandmasters or hidden old monsters. The probability of you encountering one in the spirit realm is low. What you really need to be careful of are the transformation realm and blood exchange realm experts. Although transformation realm experts only possess the strength of the third rank, they have reached such a level through countless life or death battles. Such individuals often have extremely rich combat experience, so don't underestimate them. If you encounter a blood exchange realm expert, just run. With your current attributes, even if your talent abilities weren't disabled, you wouldn't be a match for one. Generally speaking, martial artists who run martial arts schools should be at the Mingjin level. Only the owners of well-known schools might have reached the Enjin level. After entering the spirit realm, challenging some ordinary martial arts schools is an excellent way to make a name for yourself. Old Chu spoke at length. The students were all listening attentively. After Old Chu finished speaking, a student asked, "Teacher, yesterday you said there are monsters in the fourth level of the spiritual realm? May I ask, what do the monsters in the fourth level of the spiritual realm look like?" Hearing this question, Old Chu's expression suddenly became serious. There are indeed monsters in the fourth spiritual realm, but no one knows what they look like. Those who have seen their true forms are all dead. There was once a very powerful new superhuman who chose to make a name for himself in the fourth spiritual realm by assassinating corrupt officials. However, he almost died while assassinating an imperial envoy. His knife could only pierce the skin of the imperial envoy, unable to penetrate deeper. Furthermore, after the skin broke, no blood flowed from the envoy's body. Instead, scales were faintly visible beneath. That new superhuman almost died from a casual blow from the imperial envoy. Fortunately, he was incredibly fast and managed to escape the envoy's pursuit, finding a place to hide until the mission ended and he returned to Earth. After that newly emerged extraordinary individual brought out the news, it attracted the attention of those above. Some experts analyzed that the mysterious monsters in the fourth layer of the spirit realm, who usually wear human skin and disguise themselves as humans, may be hiding in the imperial court. and may even have already occupied the upper echelons of the court. Furthermore, according to historical records in the fourth layer of the spirit realm, more than 200 years ago, martial arts in the spirit realm were even more prosperous, and there were frequent appearances of experts at the divine refinement level. Later, a meteorite fell from the sky, and since then, experts at the divine refinement level have disappeared, and the innate realm has become the end of martial arts. Many experts speculate that the monsters hiding in the imperial court were brought by the meteorite, and the disappearance of divine refinement experts may also be related to the monsters. Perhaps it's because experts at the divine refinement level have strong minds and can sense their presence, so they fear that experts at the divine refinement level will threaten them, and have been secretly eliminating experts at the divine refinement level. Of course, all of this is speculation. No one knows the specific truth. In short, after entering the spirit realm, you'd better not provoke the imperial court, otherwise there's a high probability that you will die silently. These words filled many students with awe. They all kept Old Chu's warning in mind. Zhao Zheng, however, was very interested in these secrets. He raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, you said yesterday that we would enter the same world again in the subsequent spiritual realms. Does that mean that even if we enter a second time, no one will be able to find out more about the monster?" Old Chu nodded and said, "That's right. In the 8th spiritual realm, you will enter that world again to carry out another mission." Many extraordinary individuals felt that their strength had increased significantly and that they could investigate the secrets of the imperial court. However, those people all met bad ends. No one was able to find out the true face of the monster. The monster hidden in the imperial court is more terrifying than you imagine. Zhao Zheng suddenly understood. So it was the 8th spiritual realm that they would enter again. There were only 3 spiritual realms in between. Most extraordinary individuals hadn't increased their strength much and were definitely no match for the monster. But he was different. In these 3 or 4 months, his strength would more than double. Perhaps then, he would be able to find out the truth. Old Chu added, "In the spirit realm, besides being wary of the imperial court, try to avoid the foreign concessions as much as possible. The foreigners have very powerful firearms. With your strength, if you're surrounded by their firearms, you'll likely die. Indeed. Without their defensive talents, even 3rd or 4th tier superhumans might not be able to withstand firearms attacks." Zhao Zheng frowned upon hearing the words foreign concessions. Just as he was about to speak, a student preemptively asked, "Teacher, what does foreign concession mean?" Old Chu replied, "Literally, a concession is a legal residence for foreigners established by another country within the territory of one of the countries, possessing administrative autonomy and extraterritoriality, consular jurisdiction. Simply put, a concession is territory forcibly acquired through unequal treaties, usually located in port cities. In the 4th layer of the spiritual realm, the Great Eastern country you inhabit is called the Great Yan Kingdom. Because of its backwardness, it was invaded by a coalition of foreign powers. These foreigners, through unequal treaties, established many concession areas within the territory of this Great Eastern country. The locals collectively call them foreign concessions. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng's emotion surged, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Because what Old Chu was saying was also a memory from another world. Old Chu continued, "Among them, the enemy country with the strongest invasion mentality and the most occupied territory is called Izumo. Speaking of Izumo, it's quite interesting. Whether on the map or in terms of ethnic culture, it's very similar to our Japanese pirate country. You could even say they're completely identical." These words made Zhao Zheng clench his fists instantly. "Japanese pirate country?" a student asked incredulously. "This country can invade others? Our Japanese pirates are just opportunists," Old Chu replied. "Don't underestimate the Japanese pirate country. This nation has a very strong ambition. When we are strong, all we see is their flattery. But when we are weak, they will pounce on us like mad dogs. In our history, there have been several periods of weakness, and during those times, there were almost always maritime threats caused by the Japanese pirates. Otherwise, how do you think the name Japanese pirate country came about?" The student who had previously found it unbelievable carefully recalled history and nodded in agreement. Zhao Zheng knew that the histories of the two sides were different. Here, the Xia kingdom has always been powerful, and the Japanese pirates had neither the opportunity nor the ability to invade it. He continued listening to Old Chu's explanation. At first, Zhao Zheng almost thought that the Yan kingdom in the 4th level of the spiritual realm might be a historical period of Earth. However, after carefully listening to Old Chu's explanation, he realized that it wasn't. Because some famous figures mentioned by Old Chu did not appear in the history of the Xia Kingdom on Earth. In addition, there was no such powerful martial arts during the Republic of China period on Earth. Perhaps, the fourth level of the spiritual realm is another parallel world. Oh, right, there's another crucial piece of information, Old Chu said. After you enter the spirit realm, your consciousness will basically be attached to the citizens of the Eastern Yan Kingdom. Those new students from abroad might become citizens of different enemy countries based on their skin color. Anyway, if you see some foreign devils leaving their concessions and challenging Yan Kingdom martial artists everywhere, it's almost certain they're your counterparts. Be careful of these people. Once you make a name for yourself, they might come knocking, trying to climb over you to get ahead. The students nodded, taking this important information to heart. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Old Chu packed up and left the classroom. The students, curious about the fourth level of the spirit realm, gathered with their teammates to discuss it. Only Zhao Zheng, somewhat dejected, returned to his apartment alone. As for why Old Chu didn't reveal all the information about the first 10 levels of the spirit realm at once, Zhao Zheng knew the reason. It was actually a requirement from above. Students could only learn about the next level after completing a spirit realm adventure. Besides, revealing too much at once might not be a good thing. Because some spirit realms are terrifying, revealing them beforehand could affect students' minds, causing them fear and impacting their training. Revealing them repeatedly allows students ample time to grow and mature. With more experience, they will naturally gain the courage to face even more dangerous spirit realms with equanimity. Chapter 114 Entering the Spirit Realm, Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt. If you successfully defeat certain special martial artists in the spirit realm, you will be rewarded with temporary spiritual energy points. The stronger the opponent you defeat, the more you will receive, while these temporary spiritual energy points will disappear after you leave the spirit realm. They can help you improve your strength while you are there. Simply put, you'll become stronger the more you fight. As for who these special martial artists are, I'll send you a list of information in the group later. You can check it yourselves when you get back. Another morning dawned. Old Chu stood on the platform, explaining in detail to the students the relevant information about the fourth level of the spiritual realm. Martial arts in the fourth level of the spiritual realm can be divided into two main categories: external martial arts and internal martial arts. External martial arts are relatively easy to obtain. Any martial arts school owner knows a couple of external martial arts techniques. You can learn them simply by paying. However, external martial arts have a major drawback. They can only raise you to the Mingjin level at most. Only internal martial arts can truly make you a master. However, internal martial arts are extremely rare. They are almost all the most treasured skills of famous martial artists, kept very secret and highly valued, only passed down to their own disciples. It will be extremely difficult for you to obtain internal martial arts from those old masters who cherish them so much. I don't have any particularly good methods here. Whether you can obtain internal martial arts depends on your luck. If you really can't get internal martial arts, use your spiritual energy points to learn more external martial arts. As the saying goes, it's always good to have more skills. No matter what kind of martial art it is, it has its own unique features. Learning more is never a bad thing. Seeing that the students were listening attentively, Old Chu continued, I know a few good external martial arts techniques that I recommend everyone learn. First, I recommend 2 external martial arts for training the body: Golden Bell Cover and Iron Shirt. While both Golden Bell Cover and Iron Shirt are external martial arts for training the body, they have different focuses. Golden Bell Cover primarily trains the internal organs and muscles, working from the inside out. It has the best defense against sharp weapons like swords and knives, making one virtually invulnerable. Iron Shirt, on the other hand, primarily trains the bones and skin. When mastered to a high level, it's as if one is wearing an iron armor, making one very resistant to blows and offering high defense against attacks from fists, feet, clubs, and other blunt weapons. These 2 techniques are widely known and relatively easy to obtain. If mastered to perfection, they can evolve into Tiger Roar Golden Bell Cover and Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, significantly increasing defensive power. Definitely excellent techniques for survival. Besides these, there are also Iron Sand Palm, Eagle Claw Kung Fu, Hung Family Iron Wire Fist, 5 Element 8 Trigram Staff, 12 Road 10 Leg, and so on, all of which are very good external martial arts. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng was quite surprised, because all the Kung Fu Old Chu mentioned sounded so familiar. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was September 1st. Around 9 a.m. Zhao Zheng was woken up by his alarm clock. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to check his attribute panel. Race, human. Constitution, 1310. Spirit, 377. Strength, 1310. Agility, 1310. Talent, Kryptonian bloodline, iron body, super strength. Skills, fistbone impact, armament haki, mastery. Spiritual energy points, 340. This was Zhao Zheng's current attribute panel. The reason for the extra 10 points in each attribute was that August, like July, was a long month with 31 days. Zhao Zheng was naturally extremely satisfied with his attributes. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he no longer needed to live such a low-key life behind the scenes. Afterwards, Zhao Zheng got up, washed up, ate a hearty breakfast, and then went to school. Today was the opening day of the spirit realm. Upon arriving at the school, Zhao Zheng saw that many sofas had already been set up on the playground. These sofas were probably custom-made by the school. They were quite long, enough for 4 or 5 people to sit, and the backrests reclined at a significant angle, allowing people to lean back comfortably in a semi-reclining position. The reason for these sofas was that the spiritual realm the freshmen were going to today involved entering with their consciousness. Their physical bodies would remain in the Blue Star world. If the students weren't provided with sofas and had to lie down, they would fall over when their consciousness left their bodies to enter the spiritual realm. Although they were all extraordinary individuals, a fall shouldn't be a big deal, but it still wouldn't look very good. The school wouldn't be so stingy as to not even provide sofas. Why not let the students lie down in their dormitories to enter the spiritual realm? Why bring them to the playground? Of course, it was to know the students' condition as soon as possible. Which students had returned, and which students remained permanently in the spiritual realm, were matters of great concern to the school. In addition, gathering the students together made it easier to monitor their condition and to compile their grades. When Zhao Zheng arrived at the playground, many students were already sitting on the sofas, chatting with their companions. Song Haitang hadn't arrived yet, so Zhao Zheng found a seat and waited to enter the spirit realm. A moment later, Song Haitang arrived almost at the last minute. Seeing the sweat on her nose, Zhao Zheng was a little surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "Haitang, you didn't go to training this morning, did you?" Song Haitang nodded and said, "Anyway, this time entering the spirit realm is a matter of consciousness. Physical condition doesn't matter. Training for a while is fine." Zhao Zheng could only admire her effort. 1 minute left, everyone get ready, a teacher shouted. Hearing this, the students quickly lay down on the sofas and held their teammates' hands. Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang did the same. 1 minute later, all the students tilted their heads, their bodies completely relaxed. Their consciousness had left their bodies and entered a spiritual realm. Steamed buns. Freshly steamed meat buns, don't miss out. Our family's secret liniment for bruises and sprains, it heals instantly. Come and buy, a master fortune teller, every word worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Today's special offer, fortune telling for only 5 yuan, no charge if inaccurate. This was a very bustling street. On both sides of the street were countless small vendors and shops, all in an old-fashioned style with very simple signs. Vendors sold fabrics, pastries, porcelain, and even straw sandals. Cries and shouts constantly emanated from the stalls on both sides. There were many pedestrians on the street, almost all wearing the long gowns and robes characteristic of the Republic of China era. Many men in Mandarin jackets were diligently pulling rickshaws back and forth on the street. Occasionally, one could see Westerners in tailcoats and top hats riding in the rickshaws. At this moment, a group of soldiers, armed with red-tasseled spears, wearing straw hats and long braids, appeared on the street, instantly frightening the small vendors into silence. Chapter 115, Keep your hair, lose your head, keep your head, lose your hair? Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, none. Current realm, none. Current martial arts points, 0. Available spiritual energy points, 5,067. Seeing his current attribute panel, Zhao Zheng was a little surprised. In the available spiritual energy points column, there were actually more than 5,000 spiritual energy points. His previous calculations showed that the total attributes plus the remaining spiritual energy points should have been more than 4,600. It seemed that the spiritual energy points he spent on armament hacking had been temporarily refunded. Afterwards, Zhao Zheng walked into a Western goods store on the roadside. This store sold all kinds of Western gadgets, such as suits, wine glasses, and clocks. In this era, these were definitely trend-setting items, so much so that the store was always packed with customers. Zhao Zheng, of course, did not come in to buy anything. He went to a mirror and carefully examined himself in the mirror. The man in the mirror was a young man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, regular features, and a strong physique. He wore a sleeveless short jacket and linen trousers. Zhao Zheng was quite satisfied with the appearance of the body he occupied. The only thing that bothered him was that this body also had a long braid. Although the current imperial court was generally decadent and corrupt, it was still a behemoth in the eyes of ordinary people, and many people were currently wearing braids. Even so, Zhao Zheng was still very unhappy. He immediately left the Western goods store and went to a barber's stall next door. "Young man, would you like a haircut?" The stall owner, a man in his 40s, smiled as soon as he saw a customer. Zhao Zheng nodded and said, "Yes, how much for a shaved head?" Hearing Zhao Zheng's words, the stall owner was surprised. "You want to shave your head?" At this time, ordinary people were still poisoned by many feudal ideas, believing that their bodies and hair were given to them by their parents, and they would not easily cut off all their hair. Generally speaking, people who shave their heads aren't good people. Like the Shay gang at the docks. So, the stall owner was surprised to hear Zhao Zheng wanted to shave his head. Judging from Zhao Zheng's appearance, he seemed like an ordinary porter, not a gang member. "What? Is there a problem?" Zhao Zheng asked. "No," the stall owner, an honest man, immediately replied, "If you shave your head and are willing to leave your hair, I won't just not charge you, I'll give you change. Hair has many uses, it can be sold." "Okay, then shave my head." Having received Zhao Zheng's confirmation, the stall owner took out scissors and began shaving Zhao Zheng's head. In this era, there were no electric clippers. The stall owner first used scissors to cut Zhao Zheng's braid from the root, then cut it off little by little, and finally shaved it clean with a razor. Soon, Zhao Zheng was a bald man. Taking the bronze mirror handed to him by the stall owner, Zhao Zheng looked at himself in the mirror. Although the bald look was a little awkward, it was much better than his previous ugly braid. Then, the stall owner handed him another 10 coins. "Sir, this is the price for haircuts around here. As for the shave fee, I won't charge you." Zhao Zheng nodded, took the money, and left. Time to get down to business. It has to be said, walking down the street with a bald head was quite eye-catching. Many people, seeing him, mistook him for a gang member and gave him a wide berth. This body named Zhao Shan, before Zhao Zheng's consciousness arrived, was indeed a porter at a rice shop. Of course, after Zhao Zheng's arrival, this bleak profession definitely had to be changed. The direction Zhao Zheng was heading wasn't aimless. He was going to find Song Haitang. All extraordinary individuals who entered the spirit realm had a connection with their teammates, and teammates wouldn't be separated too far when teleported. Zhao Zheng could already sense that Song Haitang was not far ahead. He felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered what Song Haitang would become after entering the spirit realm. A moment later, Zhao Zheng walked out of the bustling street and arrived at the entrance of an alley. In the alley, several guards were protecting a carriage. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng was somewhat stunned. He could sense that Song Haitang was inside the carriage. Old Chu had said that after a superhuman's consciousness enters the spiritual realm, it usually descends upon an ordinary person. Only a very few exceptionally lucky individuals might descend upon a wealthy family. Clearly, Song Haitang was someone with extraordinary luck. "Go away." Seeing Zhao Zheng approach, several guards at the alley entrance immediately shooed him away with disdain. "Get out of the way, don't look around here." As for Zhao Zheng's bald head, they didn't care at all. Gang members were nothing but pigs and dogs in their eyes. Zhao Zheng didn't take the guards' attitude to heart and showed no intention of leaving. Aren't you leaving?" Looking for a fight, one of the guards immediately drew his sword. "Wait," a clear voice rang out from the alley. It was a maid. The maid jumped down from the carriage and looked at Zhao Zheng with a puzzled expression. She still didn't understand why her young mistress, who was shopping happily, suddenly ordered them to stop here. Wasn't she supposed to be buying some cosmetics? Was she waiting for this person? "Let him come over," the maid said. The guards immediately let them through. Zhao Zheng smiled expectantly and walked towards the carriage. As he approached, he tried to get on without a word. Hey! Get down, the maid quickly stopped him. Zhao Zheng looked at the maid with suspicion. The maid, however, looked angry and scolded Zhao Zheng. Who do you think you are? You dare to ride in our young mistress's carriage? Just stay here and wait for orders. There were some things she couldn't say directly. Many traditional rules still existed in society, such as the separation of men and women. Although it wasn't as strictly separated as in the past, a lone man and woman in a carriage, if word got out, would greatly damage the young mistress's reputation. Unexpectedly, the maid's words had barely left her lips. From inside the carriage came a clear, cold voice, "Let him in." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was somewhat taken aback, then looked at Zhao Zheng with suspicion. Zhao Zheng, however, smiled and climbed into the carriage. Outside the carriage, the maid still wore an incredulous expression. However, being the young lady's personal maid, she was clearly a clever person. She immediately reacted and fiercely warned the guards around her, "Everything you saw today, keep it to yourselves. Anyone who dares to gossip will have their tongue cut out." The guards swore they would not reveal anything. Seeing this, the maid's expression softened somewhat. Then, she looked at the carriage, her eyes filled with worry. Her young lady's actions were incomprehensible to her and gave her a strong sense of crisis. P.S. I had some personal matters these past 2 days, which delayed my writing time. It's all resolved now, and I will resume normal updates tomorrow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Deep Blue, Give Me a Huge Boost. Inside the carriage, Zhao Zheng was utterly astonished. Before him stood a woman dressed in traditional Hanfu, her long, emerald green dress embroidered with delicate cloud patterns, over which she wore a sapphire blue short-sleeved blouse. A beautiful hairpin adorned her head. Her overall attire was both gentle and elegant, yet exuding nobility. However, what surprised Zhao Zheng most was the woman's appearance. Her lips were like vermilion, her skin like jade, and her eyes like clear, bottomless lakes. Her entire face was like that of a fairy descended from heaven. In terms of looks, this girl was in no way inferior to Song Haitang herself. Immediately, a message flashed through Zhao Zheng's mind, and he subconsciously uttered a name, Song Haitang. After his consciousness descended into this body, he was able to access the original owner's memories. In Zhao Shan's memories, several beauties in the city were very famous, one of whom was surnamed Song. And when Zhao Zheng had just boarded the carriage, he noticed that the character Song was engraved in many places on it, clearly indicating that this was a carriage belonging to the Song family. So, it's not hard to guess this woman's identity. So beautiful, she must be the beauty surnamed Song. Now it's Song Haitang. It seems my body is quite famous, Song Haitang said softly. Even this body of mine works as a helper in a rice shop. Of course I know the darling daughter of the Song family, the big grain merchant. The Song family is a well-known and wealthy grain merchant family in the area. Zhao Shan's previous rice shop manager often went to the Song family to buy goods, so he definitely knew the key figures in the Song family. He spoke as he sat down next to Song Haitang without any airs of formality. If the guards and maids saw this scene, they would probably be terrified. After they sat down, Zhao Zheng lowered his voice and said, "Haitang, since the character you've possessed is so wealthy, we don't need to make our plans so complicated. Go back and see if you can get your hands on any internal martial arts techniques." Song Haitang replied, "The chances aren't great. Internal martial arts techniques can't be bought with money." This was indeed true. Internal martial arts techniques were precious, usually held by true experts, considered important inheritances, and rarely passed on to outsiders. No expert would exchange internal martial arts techniques for money. Zhao Zheng knew this, so he said, "Then get more external martial arts techniques." Song Haitang nodded, but then said, "I have a problem." "What problem?" Zhao Zheng asked immediately. Song Haitang said, "The head of the Song family, who is also the father of this body, wants to curry favor with a newly appointed governor and plans to marry his daughter to the governor as a concubine. The engagement is in 5 days." Zhao Zheng frowned slightly upon hearing this. This kind of political alliance was common in any era, there was nothing strange about it. However, now that the Song family head's daughter's inner consciousness has become Song Haitang, Zhao Zheng certainly cannot allow the engagement to proceed as scheduled. Outside the carriage, the maidservants grew increasingly anxious as the bald man delayed his arrival. Her young mistress had been spending too much time with that man. If word got out, it would definitely damage her reputation. Her young mistress was engaged. And her fiancé was a very powerful figure. If word got out that her young mistress was having an affair, the consequences would be dire. Thinking of this, the maidservant couldn't stay still any longer. Just as she was about to get into the carriage to check, suddenly, the carriage door opened from the inside. Then, the bald man jumped down. The maidservant, with her sharp eyes, noticed that the man was holding an embroidered purse. That was her young mistress's purse. Her young mistress had given it to this man? Who exactly was this bald man? And what was his relationship with her young mistress? Little sister, please move aside. Zhao Zheng's voice brought the maidservant back to her senses, and she instinctively stepped aside. Zhao Zheng jumped off the carriage and swaggered away. Once Zhao Zheng's figure disappeared into the alley, the maid immediately boarded the carriage. Seeing that her mistress was dressed neatly, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, the maid asked, "Miss, who is he? How could you let him on your carriage? If word gets out, it will be terrible." Song Haitang glanced at the maid and said indifferently, "Don't ask questions about things that aren't your business." Hearing this, the maid opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. She felt that her mistress seemed like a different person today. "Let's go back to the manor," Song Haitang ordered again. Hearing the voice, the coachman steered the carriage towards the Song family's residence. Several guards followed. Song Yongsun was the eldest daughter of the Song family and was engaged to the governor. Naturally, the Song family valued her and sent people to protect her when she traveled. On the way, suddenly, Song Haitang asked, "Kihan, I remember Master Li from the guardhouse. He's quite skilled. Has he practiced martial arts?" The maid, Kihan, immediately replied, "Yes, Miss Master Li is a Mingjin master whom Master hired at great expense. His martial arts are very powerful." "What kinds of kung fu does Master Li know?" Song Haitang asked again. The maid thought for a moment and said, "I don't know, but I've heard that Master Li's palm techniques are very powerful." Meanwhile, after parting ways with Song Haitang, Zhao Zheng went to Fu Manlu, a well-known restaurant in the city. He used the money Song Haitang gave him to book a room and decided to settle there temporarily. He didn't go to the Song family mansion with Song Haitang because it wasn't appropriate now. The eldest daughter of the Song family was engaged to the governor. What would others think if she suddenly brought back a man? To stop the rumors, the Song family head might try to silence Zhao Zheng, having him killed and fed to the dogs. Zhao Zheng currently lacked the strength. Going to the Song family would only cause him trouble. "Sir, are you satisfied with this room?" The speaker was the waiter. "Yes, this one is fine." "And bring me some more wine and dishes," Zhao Zheng said, tossing the waiter a small piece of silver. The waiter immediately beamed and ran to prepare it. Zhao Zheng went into the room and looked out the window. His room was on the second floor, and the window offered a panoramic view of the street, a great view. Then, Zhao Zheng clenched his fist, frowning slightly. Accustomed to possessing immense power, the complete loss of it made him very uncomfortable. A moment later, the waiter brought some wine and dishes to Zhao Zheng's room. "Sir, please enjoy your meal, don't leave yet, I have some questions for you," Zhao Zheng said, taking out a few copper coins and placing them on the table. "If you answer well, this money is yours." Seeing the money, the waiter, who was about to leave, immediately stopped. Never underestimate these few coins. For a poor person, even a few coins are a significant amount. At current market prices, one coin can buy 2 large meat buns. The loose silver Zhao Zheng had given him earlier covered his food and lodging. But the few coins Zhao Zheng was offering now were the waiter's extra income, a different matter. "Sir, please ask away. I'll tell you whatever I know." Because of the money, the waiter's attitude towards Zhao Zheng instantly became much more enthusiastic. Even his form of address changed. Zhao Zheng, unconcerned by the waiter's form of address, asked, "I'd like to ask you, who are some of the most skilled martial artists in the city?" Hearing this, the waiter immediately smiled and replied, "Sir, you've come to the right person. I used to want to learn martial arts myself, so I know a great deal about the martial arts masters in the city." After a brief boast, the waiter got to the point. "Our area has a strong martial arts culture, and there are many skilled martial artists in the city. But the most skilled is undoubtedly Master Wang of Baozi Hall. Master Wang is the head instructor of the prefectural militia's martial arts. Based on that alone, If he says he's second, no one here dares to claim first. Next is Master Yan of the Yan Family Martial Arts School. Master Yan's Eagle Claw Iron Shirt technique has reached a high level of mastery, making him impervious to blades and spears, and incredibly fierce. I heard that Master Yan once sparred with Master Wang, and they fought for 100 moves without losing. There's also Master Chen of Wing Chun, and Master Li, the bodyguard of the Song family. This waiter indeed knew a great deal about the martial arts masters in the city. It took Zhao Zheng a full half hour to finish recounting all the well-known martial artists in the city. Only after the waiter left did Zhao Zheng finally smile. The martial artists the waiter had mentioned were all his targets. After lunch, Zhao Zheng didn't go anywhere but rested in the restaurant. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the waiter came to his room again. "Sir, there's someone sent by the Song family outside who wants to see you." "Oh?" Zhao Zheng perked up and said, "Let him in." The waiter immediately turned and left. A short while later, he returned with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, seeing Zhao Zheng, didn't waste any words, took off his bundle, placed it on the table, and said, "My master asked me to give you these things." Zhao Zheng nodded and, imitating the locals, cupped his hands to the middle-aged man, saying, "Thank you for your trouble. Now that the things have been delivered, I'll be leaving." The middle-aged man had no interest in chatting with Zhao Zheng and turned to leave immediately after saying this. After the man left, Zhao Zheng closed the door and then opened a bundle. Inside were martial arts manuals sent by Song Haitang, Iron Shirt, Chasing Cloud Steps, and Thunder Palm. Seeing these manuals, Zhao Zheng smiled. Haitang's speed is quite impressive. Money really does make things easier. When he left the carriage earlier, Zhao Zheng had told Song Haitang he would be staying at Fumanlao. That's why Song Haitang knew his location. Although the manuals Song Haitang sent were all external martial arts techniques, Zhao Zheng was still satisfied with the efficiency. He glanced at them and picked up the Iron Shirt manual. Almost instantly, a notification appeared in his left eye. Martial Arts Manual Iron Shirt found. Learn it. Hint. Learning Iron Shirt and mastering it requires 100 spirit energy points. Seeing the notification, Zhao Zheng didn't hesitate and immediately chose Learn. Instantly, the handwritten manual in his hand disappeared, turning into starlight that merged into his body. Then, Zhao Zheng felt a surge of heat rising from his dantian, quickly spreading throughout his body. He wasn't alarmed. Old Chu had said this was spiritual energy transforming his body, allowing it to automatically master martial arts and simultaneously improve his cultivation level. Of course, it consumed spiritual energy points. When the heat disappeared, Zhao Zheng could feel the changes in his body. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, Iron Shirt, beginner. Current cultivation level, tendon training. Current martial arts points, 0. Available spiritual energy points, 4,967. The attribute panel also showed obvious changes. Then, a mission prompt appeared in Zhao Zheng's left eye. You have learned martial arts. This spiritual realm mission is activated mission. Challenge a martial artist. Mission description. Defeat a martial artist in a fair and square duel to gain martial arts points. The higher the martial arts points, the higher the mission evaluation. Mission duration, 30 days. Note, please do not use cheating methods to win, such as luring a martial artist to surrender with benefits or poisoning them beforehand. These are all considered cheating methods, and each use will deduct a portion of your martial arts points. Hint, defeating a local martial artist does not require killing them. Defeating them or having them surrender will earn you martial arts points. Defeating another extraordinary individual will not earn you martial arts points. Seeing the mission, Zhao Zheng remained calm. Old Chu had already told all the students what this mission was. He pulled up his attribute panel and prepared to upgrade Iron Shirt. This external martial art could enhance defense, and it was one of the martial arts Zhao Zheng needed. However, to upgrade a martial art, he first needed to improve his martial arts realm. Zhao Zheng already knew this. He chose to upgrade both at the same time. Instantly, notifications flashed continuously in Zhao Zheng's left eye. Upgraded Iron Shirt successfully, consuming 100 spiritual energy points. Current Iron Shirt level, proficient. Upgraded Iron Shirt successfully, consuming 200 spiritual energy points. Current Iron Shirt level, master. Upgrade of Iron Shirt successful, consuming 300 spirit energy points. Current Iron Shirt level, mastery. Upgrade of Iron Shirt successful, consuming 400 spirit energy points. Current Iron Shirt level, Divine Mastery. All martial arts in the spirit realm are divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, master, mastery, and divine mastery. Zhao Zheng directly upgraded Iron Shirt to the maximum level in one go. A total of 1,000 spirit energy points were consumed. However, upgrading martial arts realms consumes even more spirit energy points. From Tendon training to Mingjin, 4 realms consume a total of 1,500 points. It's necessary to upgrade realms, because, to master the Divine Mastery level Iron Shirt, one must first possess the Mingjin realm. Each time the realm is upgraded, a warm current surges in Zhao Zheng's Danshan, transforming his body. After Iron Shirt was upgraded to the maximum level, a new notification popped up in his left eye. Congratulations, your martial art Iron Shirt has undergone a transformation, becoming Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt, greatly increasing its defensive power. Zhao Zheng's face finally showed joy. Upgrading the previous 2 skills together had cost him a considerable amount of spirit points, which had pained him. Then, Zhao Zheng opened his attribute panel again. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt, Masterful. Current realm, Mingjin. Current martial arts points, 0. Available spirit points, 2,567. He had lost 2,500 spirit points. Most of these were used to upgrade his realm. However, the result was worthwhile. With the transformation of the spirit points, Zhao Zheng's martial arts realm skipped the 3 early stages of tendon, bone, and skin, directly becoming Mingjin. The so-called tendon, bone, and skin stages are actually the phases of tempering the body. Only by tempering the body into a body of copper and iron can Mingjin naturally arise. Generally speaking, it takes at least 10 years for an ordinary martial artist to temper their bones and muscles, and for those with less talent, it might even take 20 years. Even for martial arts geniuses, it takes 3 to 5 years to complete the tempering stage. P.S. By the way, the task has been modified. It used to be reputation, now it's martial arts points. The change is minor, and top players don't need to go back and make any changes. It's mainly because reputation is too general, while martial arts points are more intuitive. Chapter 117 Peak of Mingjin, Challenging the Martial Arts School. Zhao Zheng clenched his fist. Feeling the increased power within his body, he smiled with satisfaction. A Mingjin expert possessed the strength of 1,000 jin. Such power was already considerable. An ordinary person would die instantly from a single punch. Of course, it was nothing compared to Zhao Zheng's true form. His true form's current strength was measured in tons. Looking at the 2,000 plus spirit energy points remaining on his attribute panel, Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and decided to try to see if he could continue to advance his realm. When he selected Advance Realm, a new prompt appeared in his left eye. Currently unable to directly advance to higher realm. You can consume 800 spirit energy points to advance to the peak of Mingjin realm. Advance, yes, no. Seeing the prompt, Zhao Zheng was slightly taken aback, then fell into deep thought. He could understand not being able to advance to higher realm. His teacher had said that to advance to Mingjin, one had to first master internal martial arts techniques. He hadn't expected that, unable to advance to higher realm, he could still advance Mingjin to its peak? Old Chu hadn't mentioned this. He wondered if Old Chu had forgotten. Without much thought, Zhao Zheng chose to upgrade. Only a fool would forego upgrading if it meant increasing his strength. The instant Zhao Zheng made his choice, a surge of heat rose from his danshan once more, spreading throughout his body. Instantly, Zhao Zheng felt his strength increase significantly, at least more than doubling. Previously, after breaking through to the Mingjin realm, his strength was roughly 1,000 jin. Now, Zhao Zheng's punch definitely had a force of over 2,000 jin. Besides the increased strength, his physique also changed. His original body, though used for manual labor, was somewhat thin due to poor nutrition. Now, with the replenishment of spiritual energy, his muscles rapidly strengthened, and he walked with a powerful stride, full of imposing presence. Zhao Zheng was very satisfied with the changes in himself. Afterwards, Zhao Zheng opened the package Song Haitang had sent again, preparing to choose another martial art. Iron Shirt was a horizontal training technique, mainly used to increase defense. He also needed some combat-oriented martial arts. After some deliberation, Zhao Zheng finally chose 2 martial arts techniques, the cloud-chasing step and iron sand palm. The cloud chasing step is a movement technique that enhances speed. In martial arts competitions, speed is paramount. There's a saying in the martial arts world, of all martial arts, none is invincible except speed. This means that if you're fast enough to be untouchable, you're invincible. This highlights the importance of speed. As for iron sand palm, it's a common but extremely difficult palm technique to master. Practicing iron sand palm requires daily use of the palms to stir-fry iron sand, constantly rolling it in a hot pan. The intense heat alone is unbearable for most people. After practice, the hands must be soaked in expensive medicinal solutions to alleviate the heat poisoning and prevent it from invading the internal organs. In short, practicing iron sand palm is not only extremely painful but also very expensive. Furthermore, talent is crucial. During practice, it's easy to die from heat poisoning. Therefore, although iron sand palm is widely practiced, those who truly master it are extremely rare. However, once mastered, iron palm becomes incredibly powerful and unstoppable, with astonishing force. Simply put, iron palm belongs to the masculine energy path. It doesn't employ any fancy techniques, but purely relies on circulating ki and blood, mastering the ki to power generation, and using brute force to defeat the enemy. In short, its one force can overcome 10 techniques. Zhao Zheng prefers this force over skill fighting style. He disdains fancy moves and back and forth exchanges. Furthermore, iron palm is a form of hard kicking, complementing iron shirt. This is also why Zhao Zheng chose iron palm. 100 spirit energy points consumed. Successfully learned iron palm. Current iron palm level, beginner, upgrade iron palm successfully, 100 spirit energy points consumed. Current iron palm level, proficient, upgrade iron palm successfully, 200 spirit energy points consumed. Current iron palm level, master. Zhao Zheng continued upgrading his iron palm technique until it reached the divine mastery level, at which point he stopped. However, even after reaching the maximum level, no new notifications appeared. It seemed that not all external martial arts could undergo a transformation like the iron shirt technique. Zhao Zheng suddenly noticed a strong, burning sensation in his palms. He opened his hands and saw that his palms were bright red, as if scalded by fire, and were sweating profusely. Immediately following, a memory about iron palm appeared in his mind. This memory wasn't complex. It mainly focused on how to circulate ki and blood to the palms and how to generate power with iron palm. His iron palm had already reached a divine mastery, moving and still at will, and he no longer needed expensive medicinal baths to maintain his palms. Suddenly, Zhao Zheng raised his palm and gently pressed it against the solid wood table beside him, then exerted a slight force. Poof, the table shook. As Zhao Zheng's hand left, a clear palm print appeared on the table. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng immediately showed a satisfied expression. He had only used 1/10 of his strength in that palm strike. The effect was excellent. Looking at his hands, Zhao Zheng had a thought, and his blood and ki flowed back, instantly restoring his hands to normal. Those who frequently practice iron palm would inevitably have calluses on their hands. As their skill level increased, their hands would even turn black, as if poisoned, eventually evolving into inhuman hands. With hands as rosy as Zhao Zheng's, no one would believe he possessed the extraordinary iron palm technique. At this moment, Zhao Zheng's attribute panel only had a little over 600 spirit energy points left. He chose to continue learning the chasing cloud step. Of course, he definitely wouldn't reach the maximum level. A moment later, Zhao Zheng's attribute panel changed as follows. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19 years old. Martial arts, Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, Mastery, Iron Sand Palm, Mastery, Cloud Chasing Step, Proficient. Current Realm, Peak of Mingjin. Current Martial Arts Points, 0. Available Spiritual Energy Points, 267. This is Zhao Zheng's current attribute. At the peak of Mingjin, he simultaneously possesses 2 mastery-level martial arts and a movement technique. To be honest, with this configuration, it's impossible for anyone other than a master of Mingjin to defeat Zhao Zheng. Right now, most extraordinary individuals are still racking their brains to obtain martial arts manuals, right, but I've already reached the peak of Mingjin, simultaneously mastering 3 martial arts, defense, strength, and speed. With such a high starting point, if I don't become a god, who will? He glanced at his pocket watch, given to him by Song Haitang, and it was around 3:30 p.m. It was still early before dark. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and decided to go out and earn martial arts points. He came to the street. Zhao Zheng found that his perception had become much sharper. Not as strong as his original self, but many times stronger than his previous ordinary state. This was clearly a sensory enhancement brought about by his cultivation level. At that moment, Zhao Zheng sensed someone following him not far behind. He smiled faintly and swaggered into the alley next to him. Those who had been following Zhao Zheng immediately revealed themselves and surrounded him when they saw their target enter the alley. There were 5 people in total. The leader was a scarred-faced man with a somewhat ferocious expression. "Zhao Shan, I heard you've made a fortune recently and are even living in Fumin Lao." A short man on the left stared at Zhao Zheng and sneered. "You've made a fortune, but you don't even know who Master Cao is. Don't you think you can take us seriously?" The Master Cao he was referring to was the scarred-faced man. Seeing this group of people, Zhao Zheng was slightly surprised. He had originally thought that he was being targeted by the Song family, and that the Song family had sent people to silence him to protect Miss Song's reputation. He hadn't expected it to be this group of people. Through the original owner's memories, Zhao Zheng quickly learned about the scarred-faced man's background. This man was a minor leader in the Shay gang, mainly responsible for the half-open doors, brothels, in the city and managing some of the gang's slaves. Half-open doors referred to prostitutes and back alleys. The women working in these places were generally older, past their prime, and discarded from the brothels. Slaves, on the other hand, were those who sold themselves into the Shay gang. These people weren't even as good as the gang's outer members, they were purely money-making machines. Unfortunately, Zhao Zheng's predecessor, Zhao Shan, was one of those slaves sold into the Shay gang. He worked as a helper in a rice shop, and most of his wages went to the Shay gang. Based on his memories, Zhao Zheng knew that Zhao Shan wasn't originally from this city. He became a slave in the Shay gang entirely because he was tricked by his gambling cousin. He signed a contract without fully understanding what was going on, and his cousin gambled away all the money. Thinking of the Shay gang, a thought struck Zhao Zheng. The leader of the Shay gang was also a skilled martial artist with formidable strength. Without exceptional power, one couldn't hold the position. Since Zhao Zheng wanted to challenge someone to a duel, why not start with the Shay gang? If they could wipe them out, it would be revenge for their predecessor and rid the people of a scourge. The Shay gang was a local tyrant at the docks, their misdeeds countless. "Damn it! I'm talking to you," the short man, seeing Zhao Zheng's silence, angrily cursed. "Dare to ignore me? Want to die?" He reached out to grab Zhao Zheng's collar. However, Zhao Zheng was faster. He grabbed the man's wrist and, with a slight twist, snapped it. "Ah!" the short man screamed, writhing on the ground in pain. The sudden turn of events startled everyone else. No one expected that a mere pig would dare to resist. "What are you all standing there for?" Scarface roared. "Cripple him!" Hearing Scarface's command, the 3 men instinctively lunged at Zhao Zheng. However, they were just ordinary thugs, possessing no martial arts skills beyond fighting. Zhao Zheng raised his hand, unleashing a single sweeping strike that sent all 3 flying. Bang! 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 They were truly sent flying. Even with Zhao Zheng's current strength, restrained, it was no ordinary person's strength to withstand. The 3 flew backward, crashing into the opposite wall before finally landing. And after landing, they couldn't get up again. One move. He crippled his 3 henchmen. Scarface was completely stunned. In his memory, this Zhao Shan was just a country bumpkin from the village, tall but cowardly, easily bullied even by those shorter than him. Unexpectedly, this kid possessed such formidable martial arts skills. Scarface couldn't understand why a martial artist would be willing to sell himself into the Shay gang like a pig. He had no time to think about it. He knew that if he didn't run, he would be finished here today. So, without a word, Scarface turned and ran. But Zhao Zheng, in a few strides, appeared in front of Scarface, blocking his path. Like a ghost. This was the power of the chasing cloud step. "Did I say you could leave?" Zhao Zheng said calmly. Hearing the voice and seeing Zhao Zheng's cold expression, Scarface instantly knelt down. "Master Zhao, spare my life." "Spare my life? Whether you live or not today depends on your cooperation," Zhao Zheng said, gripping Scarface's shoulder. A sharp pain shot through him, but Scarface dared not resist. He knew very well that his rudimentary skills were nothing but dog shit in front of a true martial artist. The dock. In the dimly lit room, a group of opium addicts lay sprawled on chairs, smoking. With each puff, They wore expressions of extreme pleasure, as if they were in heaven. Seeing this, a fierce-looking middle-aged man at the door couldn't help but laugh. "Foreigners' opium is really good. Can we get more?" Hearing the question, his subordinate immediately replied, "Boss, opium is in high demand right now. All the docks are short of supply. Getting more might be a bit troublesome." "Troublesome?" the leader of the Shay gang sneered. "I don't care what methods you use, my supply must be guaranteed to be plentiful." The subordinate was a bespectacled, suit-wearing fake foreigner. Hearing the gang leader's words, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Gang leader, I've heard that many foreign devils are interested in Eastern women. If you have a way to get some fresh women, I might be able to exchange them for opium, saving you money." The gang leader replied, "That's easy. This place lacks everything except people. Then I'll wait for your good news, gang leader." The fake foreigner laughed. The gang leader nodded. At this moment, a capable subordinate came up and whispered something in the gang leader's ear. The gang leader was taken aback, then said, "Take them to the martial arts hall." A moment later, the gang leader and his entourage arrived at the martial arts hall. The so-called martial arts hall was where the gang leader usually practiced martial arts. And it was fully equipped with swords, spears, and clubs. As soon as they entered, the gang leader's face darkened. In his seat sat a bald young man. The scarred man was kneeling before the bald young man, as humble as a dog. Actually, Scarface and the gang leader are related. Scarface's sister married the gang leader as a concubine, making Scarface the gang leader's brother-in-law. Otherwise, the gang leader wouldn't have entrusted such a lucrative position to Scarface. "You're asking for death?" The gang leader sneered and lunged at Zhao Zheng, who was seated. "P.S. Thank you to Brother Mazi for the generous donation. Thank you so much for your kindness." Chapter 118 The Power of a Max-Level Iron Shirt. The gang leader attacked immediately upon meeting Zhao Zheng. It wasn't recklessness. He knew all the famous martial arts masters in the city. Zhao Zheng was a complete stranger, clearly not one of them. Besides, Zhao Zheng looked far too young. At most around 20 years old. A young man that young, even if he had studied martial arts since childhood, wouldn't be a master. Most importantly, with the enemy attacking, as the gang leader, he had to respond. Since this battle was unavoidable, he might as well strike first and catch the opponent off guard. These thoughts flashed through the gang leader's mind in a flash. So, upon meeting, he took the initiative. Whoosh, a whooshing sound rang out. The gang leader's figure moved like a tiger descending a mountain, rapidly approaching Zhao Zheng. Then, his hand formed a claw, unleashing a black tiger claw to the heart, aiming straight for Zhao Zheng's chest. Judging from the technique he used, it seemed he practiced tiger-style fist. Faced with the gang leader's ferocious attack, Zhao Zheng only slightly shifted, avoiding his vital point. Therefore, the gang leader's tiger claw struck Zhao Zheng's chest. Thump! A dull thud rang out. The chair beneath Zhao Zheng shattered instantly, and he himself was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. It must be said, the gang leader's move was incredibly powerful, and the damage it caused was astonishing. Several subordinates who had come with the gang leader cheered. "The gang leader is mighty." Seeing Zhao Zheng sent flying, the scarred man seemed to be fully revived, instantly standing up and arrogantly declaring, "Gang leader, kill this brat." Only the gang leader's expression remained grave. His tiger claw move felt like it had struck a sheet of iron, not a human body. Not only had it failed to injure the bald youth, but it had also left his tiger claw numb. Sure enough. Not long after, the youth stood up nonchalantly, with only a claw mark on his chest. There wasn't a single injury on his body. Seeing this, the subordinates immediately fell silent. The scarred man also stopped abruptly, looking at Zhao Zheng with suspicion and uncertainty. "Iron Shirt," the gang leader stared intently at Zhao Zheng and said, "There are very few people in Guangdong who can master Iron Shirt to your level. What's your relationship with Yan Zhendong?" Yan Zhendong, whom he referred to, was famous for his Iron Shirt skills and was a top expert in the city. If Zhao Zheng casually mentioned a relationship, the gang leader would easily back down, saying they were all on the same side and it was a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, Zhao Zheng didn't play by the rules. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Is this your dying wish?" He had just endured the gang leader's claw attack mainly to test the divine level of Iron Shirt defense. The effect was unexpectedly good. This gang leader was also a master of Ming Jin, capable of striking with immense force. Yet, when the attack hit Zhao Zheng didn't feel a single ounce of pain. He should have known better than to dodge. If the gang leader had hit him in the heart, he probably wouldn't have been hurt. Hearing Zhao Zheng's murderous words, the gang leader wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, "Who exactly are you? What grudge do you hold against me? Please explain." Hearing this, it was clear the gang leader was already backing down. Zhao Zheng's iron shirt technique was truly terrifying. The gang leader knew he couldn't break Zhao Zheng's defenses. If he continued fighting, he would surely die. Zhao Zheng glanced at the gang leader and suddenly smiled, saying, "I heard that after you established the She gang, taking over the docks wasn't enough. You also opened opium dens and brothels, doing all sorts of bad things and making a lot of money." Hearing this, the gang leader immediately replied, "You've come here seeking wealth? If you're short of money, just name your price. I'm known for my generosity." Zhao Zheng waved his hand with a smile. "Don't misunderstand, I have a rich woman supporting me. I don't lack money." The gang leader was speechless. Zhao Zheng continued, "After doing so many bad things, your men have even exploited me." Hearing this, the gang leader vaguely understood what was going on and immediately glared fiercely at the scarred man, wishing he could tear him apart with a single claw. "There must be some misunderstanding here," the gang leader tried to explain, but Zhao Zheng interrupted him. "You just slapped me, so I'm slapping you back. That's not unreasonable, is it? Next, I'll only strike once. If you can withstand that, I'll leave immediately. How about that?" Hearing this, the gang leader was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and agreed, "All right. Then I'll take your palm strike." The gang leader's thinking was simple. Zhao Zheng was so young, yet he had already mastered the iron shirt technique to such a level. He was already a genius martial artist. He couldn't possibly have any other powerful palm techniques. Seeing the gang leader agree, Zhao Zheng didn't waste any more words and slowly approached him. Soon, he was less than a meter away from the gang leader. Then, Zhao Zheng raised his hand and unleashed a seemingly ordinary palm strike. When the strike was first launched, his palm appeared completely normal, without any power. However, as the palm approached the gang leader, Zhao Zheng's palm instantly turned bright red, and a terrifying pressure appeared, inspiring fear. In that instant, the gang leader sensed danger. Not good. The gang leader was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In this life-or-death situation, the gang leader no longer cared about his previous promise and immediately raised his right fist, striking Zhao Zheng's palm. This punch wasn't intended to deflect Zhao Zheng's palm strike, but rather the gang leader's attempt to sacrifice his own arm for a chance at survival. Judging from the force he exerted with his legs, he was clearly prepared to use the impact to retreat. Unfortunately, the gang leader underestimated Zhao Zheng's palm power. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out as Zhao Zheng's palm struck the gang leader. The gang leader's entire arm was broken, and Zhao Zheng's palm continued its momentum, striking the gang leader's chest, shattering all his ribs and sending him flying. Thump! The gang leader flew a long way, crashing into a wall. After landing, he struggled a few times before becoming still. His chest was severely caved in, and blood was continuously flowing from his mouth and nose. He was clearly beyond it. Seeing the effect of his palm strike, Zhao Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Iron Sand Palm, once mastered, is incomparably powerful and fierce, truly living up to its reputation. The leader of the She gang, a Mingjin expert, couldn't even withstand a single palm strike from him. At the same time, a notification appeared in Zhao Zheng's left eye. "Congratulations! You defeated a Mingjin martial artist, gaining 116 martial arts points and 58 temporary spiritual energy points." Fire! Fire! A terrified cry suddenly erupted at the dock. Countless people rushed to the scene, ready to put out the fire. However, when they arrived at the fire's location, they saw the She gang's headquarters engulfed in flames, and hesitated. The She gang had committed countless evil deeds, long since incurring the wrath of heaven and man. Seeing the She gang on fire, everyone only felt schadenfreude. Who would be willing to help put out the fire? Thus, everyone watched helplessly as the fire grew larger and larger. A moment later, a young man suddenly emerged from the sea of fire. This young man possessed an inexplicable aura that terrified all the onlookers. The young man didn't linger, ignoring the stares of the crowd, and walked straight through the throng, leaving the area. Not long after, a squad of soldiers arrived and extinguished the fire. When the soldiers asked the surrounding people who had started the fire, everyone shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen anything. Meanwhile, Zhao Zheng had already gone to a clothing shop and bought a new set of clothes. His previous outfit had been badly burned and was unwearable. When he came out of the shop, he was completely transformed. He wore a Tang-style short jacket and loose black trousers, standard martial arts attire. Looking at his pocket watch, it was exactly 4 in the afternoon. With some time before dark, Zhao Zheng headed towards his next destination. At the same time, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, Mastered, Iron Sand Palm, Mastered, Cloud Chasing Step, Proficient. Current realm, Peak of Mingjin. Current martial arts points, 136. Available spiritual energy points, 335. At the Shegang headquarters, Zhao Zheng obtained a total of 136 martial arts points. Besides the 116 points contributed by the gang leader, an ordinary martial artist also contributed 20 points. Ordinary gang members received no martial arts points. This setup is likely to prevent superhumans from using ordinary people to farm martial arts points. In addition to martial arts points, Zhao Zheng also obtained 68 temporary spiritual energy points, exactly half of his total martial arts points. Each time a martial artist is defeated, in addition to the martial arts points reward, temporary spiritual energy points are also awarded. Temporary spiritual energy points are used in the same way as normal spiritual energy points. They can be used to improve one's cultivation level and martial arts skill level. Defeating a Mingjin expert only gave 116 martial arts points, a bit too few. Looks like I should try to defeat more special martial artists. Defeating special martial artists gives much more points than defeating ordinary martial artists. Even if their martial arts cultivation levels are the same, the points are different. For special martial artists, the teacher didn't know how it was defined either. However, after years of exploration, the official list of special martial artists had been compiled. It included Master Wang of Bao Zhejiang, Master Yan of Yan Family Martial Arts School, and Master Ho of Yuanjin. To be honest, when Zhao Zheng first saw this list, he immediately understood what a special martial artist was. A moment later, Zhao Zheng arrived at the entrance of Yan Family Martial Arts School. Stop. This is Yan Family Martial Arts School. Who are you looking for? 2 apprentices blocked Zhao Zheng's path at the entrance. Zhao Zheng said, I'm looking for Master Yan. Hearing this, the apprentice on the left immediately said, are you here to become an apprentice? You can only enter after paying. No, Zhao Zheng said calmly, I'm here to challenge the school. Huh? The 2 apprentices were stunned. The apprentice on the right immediately shouted angrily, how dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Zhao Zheng's chest. Zhao Zheng didn't move, nor did he dodge. He took a step forward, letting his body collide directly with the other's fist. Thump. The sound of the impact rang out. It was the martial arts apprentice who was sent flying backwards. Furthermore, the force of the impact fractured his right hand, causing him to scream in agony. Zhao Zheng, however, remained unaffected and continued walking towards the martial arts school's entrance. The apprentice on the left, seeing this, immediately realized a master had arrived. Terrified, he scrambled into the school first. From afar, a panicked voice echoed, Master, something terrible has happened. Someone's come to challenge us. When Zhao Zheng stepped into the school, it was already under heavy guard. However, there weren't many apprentices at the Yan Family Martial Arts School, only a few. The middle-aged man in the black robe at the head looked familiar to Zhao Zheng. It was clearly Yan Zhendong. He was right. These special martial artists were obviously destined for greatness. You little brat, you've come to challenge us? Are you looking for death? Yan Zhendong's tone was very impolite. He was never one to be easygoing, and he certainly wouldn't greet someone who came to challenge him with a smile. That's right, Zhao Zheng didn't want to waste any more words and said, Master Yan, please enlighten me. Enlighten me? HMPH. You dare to challenge my school? You'd better prepare your coffin. Yan Zhendong stared at Zhao Zheng and said, sign the life or death agreement first. Zhao Zheng had no objection. Whether it was the information given by Old Chu or his own investigation, it all indicated that this Master Yan Zhendong was also a Mingjin expert. As long as the other party hadn't broken through to the Mingjin realm, he had nothing to fear. Both parties readily signed the life or death agreement. Then, they stood in the courtyard. Several disciples excitedly watched from the side. Come on. Kid, let me see what you're made of. Yan Zhendong beckoned to Zhao Zheng with his finger. Zhao Zheng just smiled and quickly made his move. Since Yan Zhendong had said so, he certainly wouldn't be polite. Anyway, this Master Yan was known far and wide for his violent temper, otherwise, his martial arts school wouldn't have only a handful of students. The other disciples were either injured by him or driven away by his scolding. Zhao Zheng strode towards Yan Zhendong, each step covering 2 meters with incredible speed and agility. This was the effect of the master-level cloud-chasing step. At the transcendent level, it could even shrink the distance to a foot. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zheng was in front of Yan Zhendong, striking out with a palm. Seeing the fiery red iron palm, the previously composed Yan Zhendong's expression changed drastically. He dared not be careless, immediately using his eagle claw technique, grabbing Zhao Zheng's wrist and pushing away the palm. Simultaneously, Yan Zhendong's left claw reached for Zhao Zheng's shoulder blade. If it struck, even a Mingjin martial artist could have their shoulder blade snapped. PFFT, Yan Zhendong's speed was incredible. Zhao Zheng's shoulder was struck, and 3 scratches instantly appeared on his newly bought clothes. However, Yan Zhendong immediately retreated, his left hand feeling as if it had been electrocuted. Dragon Roar Iron Shirt. Yan Zhendong looked at Zhao Zheng with suspicion. He was very confident in his Eagle Claw Kung Fu and extremely familiar with Iron Shirt. Iron Shirt was his signature skill. But the Iron Shirt Zhao Zheng had just displayed was even more powerful than his. Dragon Roar Iron Shirt had a counter-force effect. Yan Zhendong was somewhat incredulous. This bald youth, who looked so young, possessed astonishing Iron Sand Palm and a masterful Dragon Roar Iron Shirt? How did he do it? Who exactly are you? Yan Zhendong looked at Zhao Zheng, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Chapter 119 Encirclement and Slaughter. I surrender. Yan Zhendong knelt before Zhao Zheng, managing to utter these 3 words with difficulty. If he didn't surrender, he would be beaten to death. His battle with the bald youth was the most humiliating fight of his life. Before, he always relied on his Iron Shirt technique, overwhelming his opponents with savage force. Even Master Wang of Baozhidang, with his astonishing martial arts, could break his Iron Shirt by finding the source of his ki. But this time, he was completely dominated. His opponent's Iron Shirt technique had reached the transcendent level, his entire body perfectly protected, without even a single point of ki. Yan Zhendong's Eagle Claw technique not only couldn't break through the defense, but it also left his hands numb. Most terrifyingly, his opponent not only excelled in Iron Shirt but also mastered Iron Sand Palm to a transcendent level. A single strike from that palm was enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, possessing immense power. Yan Zhendong also possessed Iron Shirt. However, his Iron Shirt skill was only at the Great Perfection level, and it couldn't withstand the attack of a fully leveled Iron Sand Palm. Zhao Zheng only struck Yan Zhendong 4 times before Yan Zhendong coughed up blood and couldn't take it anymore. As for how Zhao Zheng hit Yan Zhendong, it's simple. He directly withstood Yan Zhendong's attack, and then seized the opportunity to grab Yan Zhendong's arm and keep hitting him. Unless Yan Zhendong cut off his own arm, how many times could he dodge? Congratulations. You have defeated a Mingjin martial artist, gaining 733 martial arts points. You have gained 367 temporary spiritual energy points. The moment Yan Zhendong conceded defeat, a notification appeared in Zhao Zheng's left eye. Seeing the notification, Zhao Zheng immediately smiled. Sure enough, special martial artists are different. The martial arts points Yan Zhendong contributed to him were more than 6 times that of the Shegang leader. Then, Zhao Zheng released his grip. He had no grudge against Yan Zhendong, he had only come to challenge him for martial arts points. Now that his goal was achieved, there was no need to go all the way. Master Yan, I apologize, Zhao Zheng said, cupping his hands in apology before turning and leaving without hesitation. This left Yan Zhendong completely bewildered. He had initially thought that this young man, while claiming to be challenging the dojo, was actually seeking revenge. Yan Zhendong was self-aware, he knew his own temper and had offended many people over the years, many of whom wanted him dead. He never expected that after he conceded defeat, Zhao Zheng would immediately let go and leave. Good heavens! He really came to challenge the dojo? If he had known this earlier, he would have conceded sooner. He wouldn't be in this state now, suffering severe internal injuries. Medicine and martial arts are interconnected. Yan Zhendong estimated that his injuries would take at least 1.5 years to recover. Especially the fire poison from Zhao Zheng's iron sand palm, which had already invaded his internal organs, would likely accompany him for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Yan Zhendong grew increasingly angry and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. PFFT. Several disciples nearby were startled and rushed forward. "Master, how are you? Should we call a doctor?" When Zhao Zheng came out of the Yan family martial arts school, the sun had already set. The sky was getting dark. He stood on the street, hesitating whether to continue challenging other martial artists. Because his teacher had said that special martial artists only had their first challenge valid. Once someone else took the lead, subsequent challengers would receive the same rewards as ordinary martial artists. Zhao Zheng was eager to challenge because he was afraid someone would beat him to it. However, he thought about it carefully. Those extraordinary individuals might not even have obtained martial arts manuals yet. Even if someone was equally lucky and obtained a manual, they couldn't possibly level up 2 martial arts to the maximum level right away like he did. Normal extraordinary individuals would first challenge weaker martial artists, gradually becoming stronger before challenging experts. Only Zhao Zheng started at the peak of Mingjin, with both martial arts at their maximum level, directly challenging experts. This was because Zhao Zheng had multiple attributes. The converted spiritual energy points were naturally also astonishing. Thinking of this, Zhao Zheng turned and headed towards Fu Manlu. He planned to rest tonight and then challenge all the masters in the city tomorrow. He didn't believe his fellow martial artists could directly challenge Master Wang after only one day. Besides, it was rather impolite to come so late to invite people to a duel. Back in his room at the restaurant, Zhao Zheng immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, Mastery, Iron Sand Palm, Mastery, Cloud Chasing Step, Proficient. Current realm, Peak of Mingjin. Current martial arts points, 869. Available spiritual energy points, 702. Today's harvest was quite good. His martial arts points were about to break 1,000. He had just enough spiritual energy points, so without hesitation, Zhao Zheng spent 700 spiritual energy points to upgrade Cloud Chasing Step to the mastery level. There was a grand completion level in between. Excellent. He maxed out another martial arts skill. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Zhao Zheng got up early, preparing to challenge martial artists. His appointment with Song Haitang was for tonight. He only had 1 day left. "Sir, want a rickshaw? My rickshaw is fast and steady." Just as he stepped out of the restaurant, a group of rickshaw drivers approached him, asking. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and got into the most eager one. "Take me to Chen's Wing Chun Martial Arts School." Chen's Wing Chun Martial Arts School was one of the city's well-known martial arts schools. However, the master, Master Chen, wasn't as famous as Master Wang, and even less so than Yan Zhendong. Furthermore, Master Chen wasn't a special martial artist. Zhao Zheng wanted to go because he knew that Master Chen had a disciple with a destiny. That disciple, surnamed Ji, was destined to fight 10 people. A moment later, the rickshaw stopped in front of a martial arts school. Above the main gate of the martial arts school hung a large plaque bearing the words Wing Chun. Zhao Zheng readily paid the fare and headed towards the school. 2 martial arts disciples stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Zheng approach, they immediately smiled and said, "Greetings, sir. What brings you here?" Their demeanor was far more professional than Yan Zhendong's. Zhao Zheng was pleased, but aloud he said, "A challenge." Hearing that someone had come to challenge them, the 2 Wing Chun disciples were startled. However, both men displayed excellent composure, showing neither anger nor panic. The disciple on the left asked, "My master is a renowned master in the city. Are you truly going to challenge us?" "I'm not interested in anyone who isn't a master," Zhao Zheng said with a smile. Hearing this, the 2 disciples knew that this young man was not joking. They immediately became serious. Then, "Please wait a moment inside. My master has gone out for morning tea and will be back shortly." Zhao Zheng nodded. He had arrived early. It was indeed breakfast time. The martial arts gym was large, filled with wooden dummies. A group of disciples were practicing Wing Chun on the dummies. When Zhao Zheng entered the gym, he was immediately surrounded by dozens of disciples. They had all heard that this bald young man had come to challenge the gym. "This bald guy is so young, and he dares to challenge us? Is he looking for death? Our master is kind and gentle. He definitely won't go all out. At most he'll just teach him a lesson," Looks like he's read too many martial arts novels, learned a few rudimentary skills, and thinks he can challenge others. He's really overestimating himself. I thought a famous master had come. I didn't expect him to be just a hothead. Boring. I think this kid is a bit more than he seems." A group of disciples watched Zhao Zheng from afar, discussing amongst themselves. Zhao Zheng didn't mind being watched. His gaze swept over the disciples, and he quickly spotted a familiar-looking guy. Upon closer inspection, the other person's features were very similar to those of the future 10 of us. However, Master Yi was very young now, looking like a teenager. "You're Yuan?" Zhao Zheng immediately asked. Hearing this, Yuan was stunned, then said, "You know me? Also, my name isn't Yuan, it's Yu Jiwen." Yuan's original name was Yu Jiwen. He changed it later. Zhao Zheng didn't know this and initially thought he had mistaken someone for someone else. He looked at him more carefully and confirmed that the other person was indeed the future Master Yi. "I heard you're quite good at Wing Chun. Interested in sparring with me?" Sparring is martial arts jargon, meaning to exchange blows. Yu Jiwen was even more surprised. Before he could speak, his brothers beside him started clamoring. "Hey! This kid knows he's no match for Master, he's scared, and wants to regain his confidence by fighting Junior Brother Yi, haha. He's really chosen the wrong person. Junior Brother Yi has truly inherited Master's skills, and his strength has already reached the bone-forging realm. Junior Brother Yi, go teach him a lesson from Master, so Master won't have to take action." Encouraged by his fellow disciples, Yu Jiwen, in a moment of impulsiveness, immediately agreed. "Alright. Let's go this way," he said to Zhao Zheng. The current Master Yi was far too young, completely lacking the Grand Master's demeanor he would later possess. Zhao Zheng smiled and followed Master Yi to the open space beside them. "Are you ready?" Master Yi asked politely. Zhao Zheng smiled, didn't speak, and waved to Master Yi. The young Master Yi, seeing this, became somewhat angry and immediately threw a punch at Zhao Zheng. A sun-shaped punch. This move is the most common and varied technique in Wing Chun. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng also threw a punch. Against the current Master Yi, he didn't need to use Iron Palm at all. The next moment, bang, Master Yi was sent flying backward. Zhao Zheng's strength was immense. No matter how many variations Master Yi used, he could break them all with a single punch. However, the young Master Yi also displayed astonishing talent. Despite being sent flying by Zhao Zheng's punch, Master Yi didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he rolled on the spot, dissipating most of the force of Zhao Zheng's punch. Although the remaining impact still made Master Yi very uncomfortable, his blood and ki churning, he stood up, wanting to fight again. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. "Enough, Jiwen, you are no match for him." Master Chen had finally returned. Seeing their master appear, the disciples respectfully called out, "Master." Yi Jiwen also quickly called out, then said, "Master, I was careless just now and didn't dodge." Master Chen interrupted the disciple, saying, "Alright, you may step down." With his master speaking, Yi Jiwen, though unwilling, could only back down. "Hey! Wait," Zhao Zheng hurriedly said, "my duel with Brother Yi isn't over yet. Either Brother Yi admits defeat, or I beat him." His main purpose in coming here was to fleece Master Yi. Now that he hadn't gotten his share, how could he stop? Upon hearing this, Master Chen immediately frowned, his face serious, and his voice turned cold. "Young man, what do you mean?" Seeing Master Chen's expression, Zhao Zheng realized that Master Chen had misunderstood. Master Chen probably thought Zhao Zheng wanted to cripple his disciple. "Master Chen, don't misunderstand, I like to finish what I start." Zhao Zheng forced an explanation, and finally said simply, "How about this? I'll stand still, and if Brother Yi can make me take a step back within 3 moves, I'll consider it a loss. If not, then Brother Yi should voluntarily admit defeat. How about that?" Hearing this, Yu Jiwen was furious and immediately shouted, "Master, please let me fight him." He thought Zhao Zheng was looking down on him. Master Chen disliked Zhao Zheng's arrogance and immediately agreed. So, Yu Jiwen attacked Zhao Zheng again. This time, however, Zhao Zheng truly stood still, purely using his body to withstand Yu Jiwen's attacks. A moment later, "I concede," young Master Yi readily admitted defeat. His 3 punches landed on Zhao Zheng's body as if hitting a steel plate. Not only did he fail to injure his opponent, but he also injured his own fists. Only now did Master Yi realize that this bald man's external martial arts were so astonishing. No wonder he dared to challenge the school. Next, It was up to Master. When Zhao Zheng walked out of the Wing Chun school, a satisfied smile graced his face. This trip yielded a total of 508 combat points. Master Chen contributed 178 points, and although Master Yu was young, he contributed a full 330 combat points. Those destined for greatness are indeed different. Sir, would you like a ride? A rickshaw puller approached Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng didn't refuse and got into the rickshaw. Where are you going, sir? Take me to Bao's Hedang. Next, he was going to challenge Master Wang. Alright, sir, hold on tight. The rickshaw started immediately, and the man pulled Zhao Zheng along, speeding towards Bao's Hedang. Suddenly, Zhao Zheng, sitting in the rickshaw, froze slightly. The rickshaw, which had been running smoothly down the street, suddenly turned into the courtyard of a nearby house. And immediately after the rickshaw entered, someone closed the courtyard gate. Then, 7 or 8 men surrounded him. These men were all armed, and without saying a word, they immediately attacked Zhao Zheng's vitals. Zhao Zheng understood. These people must have been sent by the Song family to kill him, to prevent him from harassing the Song family's eldest daughter again. Judging from the Song family's methods, they were ruthless. They didn't even bother asking questions, just killed him directly. P.S. Thank you everyone for your donations. Chapter 120 The martial arts fanatic who is famous throughout the city. Inside a small martial arts school, 3 young disciples, seeing their master absent, huddled together for a private conversation. Brother Ma, what level have you reached in your Bagua palm? Just reached the great perfection stage? Great perfection? Wow. So, Brother Ma, you've already reached the bone forging stage? I converted over 1,000 attribute points into spiritual energy points. Isn't this level normal? Brother Ma is awesome. Enough with the nonsense. Let's proceed according to plan. I'll challenge the ordinary martial artists. You guys handle the logistics and get me to the Mingjin stage as soon as possible so I can challenge the special martial artists. I don't want anyone else to beat me to the special martial artists in the city, okay? Brother Ma, you decide. We'll listen to you, alright, when the old man comes back, we'll be upfront and leave the martial arts school. Brother Ma, what if the old man won't let us go? Then we'll fight him too. From their conversation, it was clear they were extraordinary individuals. Moreover, being able to upgrade a martial art to great perfection and simultaneously reach the bone forging stage from the start indicated that the leader among them possessed considerable strength. And that was indeed the case. The man surnamed Ma, from Peking University, was named Ma Jun, a magma fruit user. If Song Haitang hadn't suddenly appeared and stolen all the limelight, he would probably be the top freshman in the country. As for the old guy they were talking about, he was naturally their master at the martial arts school. Their Bagua Zhang, 8 trigrams palm, technique came from their master. Speaking of which, Ma Jun and the others were quite lucky. After entering the spirit realm, they directly possessed the bodies of martial arts school disciples, making martial arts manuals readily available. At this moment, Ma Jun said, "What's going on with Li Bin? It's been a whole day, why hasn't he come looking for us yet?" There were 4 people in their team, besides the 3 who entered the martial arts school. There was still one teammate who hadn't shown up. Maybe something's holding him up, a teammate next to him said. Ma Jun thought for a moment and said, "After we leave the martial arts school, Cao Wen's, go check on Li Bin, okay, Brother Ma." At this moment, another teammate reminded him, "Brother Ma, the old guy is here." Ma Jun turned around and saw their master walking towards them angrily. "What are you 3 doing here instead of practicing your martial arts?" Their master was an elderly martial arts instructor in his 50s or 60s, very thin, with a somewhat sharp and mean-looking face. Being reprimanded so quickly, Ma Jun's face darkened. Even his teachers at school wouldn't dare treat him like this. Just as Ma Jun was about to retaliate, his master waved his hand and said, alright, you guys pack your things and get out of here. Do whatever you want later." These words left Ma Jun and the others speechless. The 3 had indeed intended to leave the martial arts school, but they hadn't expected it to be this way. Cao Wen's immediately asked, "Master, what's wrong with us? Why are you suddenly kicking us out?" The master didn't want to explain, but fearing his disciples would demand refunds, he thought for a moment and explained, "Recently, a martial arts fanatic, a madman, has appeared in the city. He's been challenging people to duels and breaking up schools everywhere, and he doesn't know his own strength. I heard even the leader of the She Gang died at his hands. I'm getting old. I can still teach martial arts, but I'm definitely not good at fighting. So, I plan to close the school for a few days to avoid trouble. If you want to continue training with me, you can come back after things have calmed down." Hearing this, the three were immediately shocked. At this time, someone challenging martial artists everywhere had appeared. They were almost certain he was one of their own. Ma Jun immediately asked, "Master, who is the one who challenged the martial arts school?" The master thought for a moment and said, "I heard it's a young man, skilled in iron shirt and iron palm, very powerful. Which martial artists did he challenge?" "I heard it includes the leader of the She Gang, Yan Zhendong of the Yan family martial arts school, and Master Chen of the Chen family Wing Chun school, all well-known figures in the city. How is that possible?" Ma Jun couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing this, the master smiled coldly and said, "Little Ma, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. That's all I'll say. You should pack your things and leave." With that, the master ignored his three disciples and walked into the house. "Brother Ma, who do you think the old man just mentioned is?" Xiao Wen's asked. Ma Jun's face was very grim. Yan Zhendong, this special martial artist, was one of his primary targets, but someone else had beaten him to it, naturally making him extremely unhappy. Hearing his companion's question, he replied without hesitation, "It must be Song Haitang. Only her attribute points could allow her to quickly become a Mingjin master." Ma Jun had gained over 700 spirit energy points in the first 3 levels of the spirit realm, and with 4 months of training, his total attributes had just surpassed 1,000. Song Haitang, on the other hand, gained 1,100 spirit energy points in just the first 3 levels. If training was included, her total attributes would likely reach 1,400 points. Therefore, Ma Jun believed that only Song Haitang could have such a rapid increase in strength, defeating a special martial artist like Yan Zhendong. "That doesn't make sense," Xiao Wen's analyzed. "At most, Song Haitang's total attribute points are only around 1,400. That's enough to raise her cultivation level to the Mingjin realm, but Yan Zhendong is a peak Mingjin expert, and he also possesses the great perfection level iron shirt and eagle claw techniques. How could Song Haitang possibly defeat him now?" Ma Jun thought for a moment and said, "There's another possibility. Our teacher said some people are incredibly lucky. After entering the spirit realm, they might possess the body of a martial arts family's scion. Maybe Song Haitang is one of them. These martial arts family scions, although their cultivation level is insufficient, their understanding of their family's martial arts far surpasses ordinary people. Possessing their body to improve their family's martial arts only requires half the spiritual energy points." Although the situation Ma Jun described was very rare, it had indeed occurred before. Xiao Wen's and his teammate could only nod in agreement. What Ma Jun said was indeed the most reasonable explanation. As for Song Haitang being a woman and the challenger their master mentioned being clearly a man, why didn't they find that strange? This is because, as the teacher said, there's a certain probability that entering the soul realm will result in possessing the body of a native of a different gender. "Brother Ma, what do we do now?" Xiao Wen's asked. Ma Jun gritted his teeth and said, "Speed up the plan, improve my strength, and then challenge Master Wang of Baozidang." Master Wang of Baozidang is the most famous martial artist in the city, and also the one with the most points. The first successful challenger can gain thousands of martial arts points. Ma Jun absolutely didn't want to miss such a treasure. Even though Song Haitang was already far ahead of him, he wouldn't easily admit defeat. On the other side, in the courtyard of a residential house, 7 or 8 men lay on the ground. They all had shocking palm prints on their bodies, clearly killed by a master with a single blow. At this moment, that master was standing on the only survivor, looking down and asking, "Who sent you?" The survivor was quite defiant, although he was spitting blood and enduring immense pain. He remained silent. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng immediately said, "I know even if you don't say it, the only people who want my life right now are probably from the Song family." "Are you assassins trained by the Song family?" The man's expression changed upon hearing this, but he still didn't speak. "I'm asking you, how is Song Young Soon now?" Zhao Zheng asked. Hearing this question, the man finally reacted. "Bah! You think you can even think about hitting on my young lady? My master will definitely kill you." Zhao Zheng nodded. From this sentence, he could deduce that Song Haitang was fine. The Song family sent people to kill him to prevent him from contacting Song Haitang again, lest bad rumors spread and affect the reputation of the Song family's eldest daughter. For the Song family, a damaged reputation was a minor matter. What was a major issue was affecting the marriage alliance between the Song family and the governor. Crack, Zhao Zheng stomped the man to death and swaggered out of the courtyard. As for whether the undisposed body in the courtyard would be discovered by the authorities, he wasn't worried at all. Anyway, he was leaving the city tonight for his next destination. Besides, the imperial court was quite weak under the foreign invasion. Especially in port cities like this, the court's control was very weak. A few deaths wouldn't cause any major trouble. A moment later, Zhao Zheng arrived at the entrance of Haitang. Haitang was much busier than he had expected, with many people coming for treatment. It made sense, as Haitang was a medical clinic, not a martial arts school. Master Wang had only taken on a few apprentices. It wasn't a dedicated martial arts school. There were no guards at the entrance, the doors were wide open, and anyone could come in. Just as Zhao Zheng entered, a gruff voice suddenly came from behind him. Make way, make way. Zhao Zheng turned around and saw a large, fat man carrying a pig's head and two pigs on a carrying pole, walking in. He stepped aside to let the fat man go in first. The fat man entered the courtyard and shouted at the top of his lungs, Master, Master, I'm here. Hearing the commotion, two men came out of the house, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the fat man. Aaron, you're here. Master is treating patients right now. Wait a moment, the other man, eyeing the things the fat man had brought, exclaimed, Wow. We'll have meat tonight. The three of them waited in the courtyard. Not long after, several patients emerged from the house. Accompanying them was a middle-aged man. This man wore a grayish-white robe, was tall and slender, and possessed a refined air. Most importantly, he had regular features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, a face fit for a leading man. Master, the fat man immediately called out upon seeing this refined man. Aaron's here. Master Wang smiled and said, It's almost noon. Stay and have lunch before you go. Master, the man beside him said. Aaron brought a pig's head and a pig's leg. Upon hearing this, Master Wang immediately scolded. Aaron, didn't I tell you not to bring any? I have plenty of food here. The fat man smilingly. Master, as your disciple, it's only right that I show you respect. Besides, those things are what I sold this morning. They're not worth much. I brought them to nourish you and your wife. Master Wang nodded, but still instructed, let it go this time, but don't bring any more next time. Understand? Understood, Master, the fat man chuckled. Only then did Master Wang notice Zhao Zheng standing at the door. Young man, what brings you here? Greetings, Master Wang. Zhao Zheng cupped his hands and said, I've heard that Master Wang is the head instructor of the militia, skilled in both fist and foot techniques, and his tiger crane double-form fist is renowned throughout Guangdong. I am also a martial artist, and I've come to learn from you. He didn't mention that he was there to challenge the school. Because if he did, he would likely be refused. Master Wang ran a clinic, not a martial arts school, and didn't need to follow the rules of the underworld. Upon hearing that Zhao Zheng had come to cause trouble, Master Wang frowned. His disciples' expressions changed even more. One of them said, Boy, you're so young and already trying to fight? Have you mastered your skills? Zhao Zheng smiled and said, Whether I've mastered them or not, you can try. Upon hearing this, the man immediately said, Good lad, let me, Ghostfoot Liu, test your strength. Master Wang originally wanted to politely refuse Zhao Zheng. However, since his disciple had said so, and he was a person who valued others' feelings, he had to give his disciple some face, so he let his disciple do as he pleased. Stop when you've made your point, don't hurt anyone. Before clearing the area, Master Wang instructed his apprentice. Ghostfoot Liu, hearing this, immediately laughed and said, Don't worry, Master, at most I'll teach this kid a lesson, so he won't be so arrogant. Zhao Zheng smiled but didn't speak. He didn't mind sparring with Ghostfoot Liu. Although Ghostfoot Liu wasn't a special martial artist, he was still a peak-level Mingjin expert, and should be able to contribute a lot of points in the competition. Soon, the two stood in the courtyard. Master Wang and several other disciples stood aside watching the spectacle. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you, you make the first move. Otherwise, when I attack, you won't even have the chance to fight back, Ghostfoot Liu said arrogantly. He certainly had the right to be arrogant. In the city, only Master Wang could reliably defeat him. In fact, the skills he possessed were all his own, not learned from Master Wang. Zhao Zheng, being so young, was naturally not someone he took seriously. All right. Zhao Zheng agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, He took a step forward. And it was this one step that caused Master Wang and Ghostfoot Liu's expressions to change drastically. Zhao Zheng had taken a single step and appeared directly in front of Ghostfoot Liu, as if shrinking the distance between them. The next moment, Zhao Zheng's fist struck straight at Ghostfoot Liu. Because Zhao Zheng's speed was too fast, Ghostfoot Liu had no time to dodge and could only raise his arms to block. Thump! The sound of impact rang out. This punch sent Ghostfoot Liu flying. If Zhao Zheng had used Iron Sand Palm, Ghostfoot Liu would probably be dead. True masters often decide life and death in a single move. The back and forth fighting is merely probing attacks. Ghostfoot Liu underestimated his opponent, and Zhao Zheng's surprise attack, sending him flying with a single punch, is quite normal. Chapter 121 The Imperial Court. The Terrifying 6 Doors. Aki, Master Wang shouted, rushing over and catching Ghostfoot Liu, who nearly fell. This showed Master Wang's impressive agility. How are you, Master? I'm fine, Ghostfoot Liu said through gritted teeth. He had just taken a punch from Zhao Zheng with both arms, and now his arms felt completely numb, as if they were broken. Saying he was fine was just a lie. Then, Ghostfoot Liu looked at Zhao Zheng, his face showing anger and seriousness. That kid's strength meant he was definitely at the same level as him. Even more terrifying was the opponent's astonishing agility. He hadn't even been able to react to that punch. Seeing that Ghostfoot Liu still intended to continue, a kind-looking man beside him said, Aki, this kid is no simpleton. You just took a punch, maybe you should just give up. This man was Master Wang's eldest disciple, having received all of Master Wang's teachings, and his strength was considerable, not much weaker than Ghostfoot Liu's. Ghostfoot Liu, however, was unwilling to admit defeat easily. Senior brother, don't worry. I was just careless just now, I didn't know this kid was pretending to be weak. I won't do it again. Besides, all my skills are in my legs, I can take him down even without using my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghostfoot Liu suddenly leaped into the air, pouncing towards Zhao Zheng. His feet created countless kicking shadows in midair, their power astonishing. Zhao Zheng, seeing this, simply smiled slightly, standing still without moving an inch. Bang! 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 Ghostfoot Liu landed 3 kicks on Zhao Zheng in quick succession. However, Zhao Zheng didn't budge. Instead, Ghostfoot Liu was forced back several steps. Iron Shirt, this guy was greatly surprised. Ghostfoot Liu was quite familiar with Iron Shirt, there was an Iron Shirt master in the city. However, even Yan Zhendong wouldn't dare to withstand his series of kicks like that. What kind of monster are you, kid? Ghostfoot Liu couldn't help but ask. Quan and Master Wang, standing nearby, looked at Zhao Zheng with expressions of shock and solemnity. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Zheng smiled. Master Liu, you're no match for me, you should just admit defeat. Hearing this, Ghostfoot Liu was furious and immediately gritted his teeth to fight again, but Master Wang stopped him. Aki, stop. Ghostfoot Liu was stunned and couldn't help but say, Master, you're no match for him. Master Wang said, step back. Ghostfoot Liu was indignant, but since his master had spoken, he couldn't disobey, so he prepared to leave. Wait, Zhao Zheng suddenly spoke up, saying, Master Liu, could you admit defeat before you leave? He knew this was unpleasant, but for the sake of the competition points, he had to say it. As for offending people, he wouldn't care since he was leaving the city tonight anyway. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ghostfoot Liu immediately exploded. He had already voluntarily retreated, which was equivalent to admitting defeat. And that kid was asking him to admit defeat? This was simply humiliating. Boy, you've gone too far. The words fell, and Ghostfoot Liu charged at Zhao Zheng again. Zhao Zheng sighed. He had expected this outcome. The next moment, he suddenly unleashed a palm strike from midair. Iron Sand Palm. Bang! The air exploded. A clear shockwave rippled through the void, eventually forming a hurricane that swept towards Ghostfoot Liu. Ghostfoot Liu, who was charging forward, came to an abrupt halt. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, stared at Zhao Zheng for a few moments, and finally said decisively, I concede. With that, Ghostfoot Liu turned and retreated to the edge. Zhao Zheng didn't stop him further, because he saw the points notification. Ghostfoot Liu had contributed over 200 martial arts points to him. Master, this kid is a monster, you have to be careful, Ghostfoot Liu whispered to Master Wang. Master Wang nodded, looking at Zhao Zheng with a serious expression, To be so young and yet to have mastered Iron Palm and Iron Shirt to this level, he must be a martial arts prodigy. He's just rude and doesn't know how to respect people, Ghostfoot Liu complained. Master Wang shook his head and said, Aki, he's already shown you mercy 3 times. It's normal for such a young master to be a little arrogant. If you want to leave, you should voluntarily admit defeat. Ghostfoot Liu wanted to argue, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that his master was right. In their first encounter, if his opponent had used Iron Palm, even if he survived, he certainly wouldn't have been able to save his hands. The second time, his opponent simply used Iron Shirt to block his series of kicks without retaliating, which was the second time he held back. The third time, he even unleashed Iron Palm without any resistance, letting Ghostfoot Liu witness the terrifying power of the palm. So, it was indeed 3 times he had held back. Master, are you confident? The eldest disciple, A Quan, asked from the side. Master Wang smiled, looking at Zhao Zheng with admiration in his eyes. It's rare to find such a master. Give it a try. Then, Master Wang walked into the courtyard, stopped in front of Zhao Zheng, and cupped his hands in greeting, asking, Young brother, may I ask your name? Zhao Zheng returned the gesture, saying, My surname is Song. My given name is unimportant. He hadn't revealed his given name, instead saying his surname was Song, to leave misleading information for the extraordinary individuals and confuse them. This was a plan he had discussed with Song Haitang long ago. Brother Song, you are so young, yet you have such astonishing skill in martial arts. May I ask who your teacher is? Master Wang asked. He was genuinely curious about who could have taught such an excellent disciple. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, I have no sect, no famous teacher. Although he was telling the truth, no one present believed him. How could someone without instruction have reached such a level of skill? It seemed impossible. Master Wang assumed Zhao Zheng was deliberately using this excuse to avoid revealing his sect, so he cupped his hands and said, In that case, please. Zhao Zheng returned the gesture, his expression turning serious. According to the information provided by Old Chu, Master Wang was proficient in various martial arts, among which the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist was at an exceptionally high level. Furthermore, Master Wang had created his own shadowless kick, which was incredibly powerful. This opponent was far from being at the peak of Ming Jin, he had almost reached the edge of Jin. With Master Wang's talent, given an internal martial arts manual, he could easily reach the Jin realm. Naturally, Zhao Zheng had to be cautious when dealing with such a master. The next moment, the two moved simultaneously, colliding. Bang! Zhao Zheng unleashed his Iron Sand Palm, while Master Wang countered with his Tiger Form Fist. The Tiger Claw and the Iron Sand Palm collided, producing a tremendous sound. Both were forced back. Feeling the stinging pain in his palms, Zhao Zheng was somewhat surprised. This Master Wang was indeed extraordinary. Zhao Zheng took a deep breath, unleashing the full power of his Iron Shirt technique, and charged towards Master Wang. He planned to defeat Master Wang using the same method he used to defeat Yan Zhendong, capture Master Wang and then fight him. With his Iron Shirt, he would definitely have a significant advantage in a fight. Master Wang, as expected of a martial arts talent, immediately understood the boy's plan when he saw Zhao Zheng rapidly approaching. Shadowless kick, Master Wang suddenly shouted, leaping into the air, his legs flailing wildly, moving towards Zhao Zheng with a physics-defying agility. His footwork was faster, far surpassing Ghostfoot Liu's, and its power was even more astonishing. Even before getting close, Zhao Zheng felt a sense of oppression. Well done, Zhao Zheng didn't dodge, his whole body tensing, his muscles taut, his bones resonating. It sounded almost like a dragon's roar. This was the origin of the Dragon Roar Iron Shirt. Then, he met Master Wang's shadowless kick head-on. Thump, 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 a series of dull thuds echoed. In that instant, Master Wang had kicked Zhao Zheng at least 7 or 8 times. Each kick caused Zhao Zheng to clearly feel pain. If Master Wang continued to attack, he would surely break Zhao Zheng's Iron Shirt. However, Zhao Zheng wasn't a blockhead, letting Master Wang attack without retaliating. He was constantly looking for an opportunity. Finally, he seized it, striking Master Wang's shin with a palm strike. Bang! Master Wang's shadowless kick was instantly broken, and he quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Zhao Zheng. Seeing Zhao Zheng about to pounce again, Master Wang quickly raised his hand. Wait! Zhao Zheng stopped, looking puzzled. What's wrong, Master Wang? Master Wang rubbed his shin, which had been hit, and said, "I surrender." These words stunned his disciples. Surrender? Zhao Zheng was also astonished. He felt that Master Wang's strength was astonishing. If the fight continued, he might be able to break his iron shirt. Even the Dragon's Roar iron shirt technique isn't invincible. Once his defense is broken, he'll definitely lose. After all, his current strength and level are all boosted by spiritual energy points. His true combat ability is far inferior to someone like Master Wang, who has experienced countless battles. Master Wang, are you being modest? Zhao Zheng asked, frowning. Master Wang quickly waved his hand and said, "No, I'm serious. My shadowless kick has never been defeated since its creation. You're the first person to break this move. We're just having a friendly spar, not a life or death struggle. Since even your signature move has been broken, there's no need to continue. Young brother Song, you've won this match." It must be said that Master Wang truly possessed the demeanor of a grandmaster. He voluntarily conceded defeat only to help Zhao Zheng. Because Zhao Zheng is still young and has room for growth in the future, it would be a pity if he suffered a setback and stagnated. Congratulations. You defeated a peak Mingjin martial artist, gaining 1080 sparring points. Gained 540 temporary spiritual energy points. Seeing the prompt in his left eye, Zhao Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the spirit realm acknowledged Master Wang's defeat, that was enough. Master Wang, you flatter me, Zhao Zheng said, cupping his hands in thanks, and prepared to leave. Wait, Master Wang suddenly called out to Zhao Zheng. He looked at Zhao Zheng with admiration in his eyes and couldn't help but say, "Young brother Song, it's getting late. Why don't you have lunch at my humble abode before you go?" Zhao Zheng was a little confused by Master Wang's invitation. He hadn't expected Master Wang to be so generous. He had just conceded defeat, yet he was inviting him to stay for lunch? The other party truly deserved to be a grandmaster. Zhao Zheng hesitated for only a moment before readily agreeing and staying. He also had many questions to ask Master Wang. The information Old Chu provided was, after all, collected by predecessors, and was incomprehensive. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, Dragon Roar iron shirt, masterful. Iron sand palm, masterful. Cloud chasing step, masterful. Current realm, peak of Mingjin. Current martial arts points, 2,826. Available spiritual energy points, 981. This is the number of martial arts points and spiritual energy points Zhao Zheng possessed after leaving Baoshidang. His trip to Baoshidang was very fruitful. Besides the over 1,000 points contributed by Master Wang, over 200 by Ghostfoot Liu, and his eldest disciple Aquan's later sparring with Zhao Zheng, which also contributed a little over 200 points, only slightly less than Ghostfoot Liu, Zhao Zheng gained a total of around 1,500 martial arts points. In addition, he obtained an important piece of information from Master Wang. The Imperial Court had been secretly restricting the spread of internal martial arts techniques. Under the court's prohibition, very few internal martial arts techniques were circulating among the common people. Even the major martial arts sects had received prohibitions from the court, forbidding the transmission of internal martial arts techniques. Those who disobeyed would be eliminated by the Six Doors experts of the court. According to Master Wang, the masters of the Six Doors are terrifying. There have been powerful figures who defied the Imperial Court, and they all died silently. No wonder. Old Chu said that despite the existence of the fourth level of the spiritual realm for so many years, almost no extraordinary individuals have been able to obtain internal martial arts techniques. Even a genius native martial artist like Master Wang cannot access them. It turns out the Imperial Court is secretly restricting them. Thinking of this, Zhao Zheng frowned. He had originally planned to visit those major martial arts sects to see if he could obtain internal martial arts techniques. However, given the Imperial Court's prohibition, those sects would likely not dare to teach him internal martial arts techniques, making his trip a wasted effort. Actually, there was another way: directly join a sect. This would give him a chance to access internal martial arts techniques. However, this method was too time-consuming. For example, Shaolin. To learn Shaolin's internal martial arts techniques, one needs to first shave their head, become a monk who practices vegetarianism and chants Buddhist scriptures, then do 3 years of menial work, and then 3 years as a disciple before having a chance to receive the true teachings. The rules of other sects are similar. Zhao Zheng didn't have that much time. He could only stay in this world for a month. The imperial court, Zhao Zheng muttered to himself, his gaze sharpening. The foreign powers had already invaded the country, yet the imperial court was still guarding its own borders and restricting the lives of ordinary people. Wasn't this either stupidity or malice? Or perhaps, the imperial court had indeed been taken over by monsters and didn't care about the lives of ordinary citizens at all. Walking down the street, Zhao Zheng glanced at his pocket watch. It was just past 2 p.m. He had a few hours left. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zheng decided to continue his search for trouble with the martial arts schools, figuring he had nothing better to do. P.S. Happy National Day in advance. I'll definitely update more tomorrow. Chapter 122 Goal, a secret manual for 10 yuan. The sun was gradually setting. Zhao Zheng stayed in Fu Manlu, glancing at his pocket watch every now and then. As time passed, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. The time he had arranged to meet Song Haitang was 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was already almost 6:20. If he delayed any longer, he would almost miss his train. Yes, trains existed in this era. However, the technology was very backward, and they were extremely slow. There was a train to Shanghai at 8 o'clock tonight. In Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang's plan, their next stop was Shanghai. Because Shanghai was now full of concessions, almost entirely foreign territory, and the government's control over it was very weak. There, the two of them could really show off their skills. Old Chu had also said that Shanghai and Tianjin had the most martial artists. But Song Haitang's delayed appearance disrupted Zhao Zheng's plans. Zhao Zheng was certain that Song Haitang would not be late due to negligence or forgetting the time. Her delayed appearance must mean something had happened that prevented her from coming. After glancing at the time again, Zhao Zheng couldn't help but stand up. He was preparing to go to the Song family to see what was going on. Just then, a man wearing a straw hat suddenly entered the restaurant. Ignoring the attentive waiter, he glanced around, spotted Zhao Zheng, and approached him. Then, he slipped a letter into Zhao Zheng's pocket, said nothing, and left the restaurant. Watching the man's departing figure, Zhao Zheng frowned slightly. He opened the envelope. Inside were 3 pieces of paper, 2 of which were silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels of silver. 2,000 taels of silver was enough to make an ordinary person a wealthy man in a small town in this era. Zhao Zheng only glanced at them before looking at the 3rd piece of paper. The 3rd piece of paper was a letter from Song Haitang. In the letter, Song Haitang said that she was currently under house arrest by the head of the Song family, and that the head of the Song family had sent several powerful experts to guard her door to prevent her from escaping, so she couldn't come tonight. In addition, the governor had received a last-minute order to suppress the rebels. It's estimated that he won't be back for at least 10 days to half a month. The wedding with the Song family will have to be postponed. Therefore, Song Haitang is safe for the time being. The letter also told Zhao Zheng not to worry about Song Haitang for now. The mission is important, so he should complete it first. As for Song Haitang, she will find a way to protect herself and find an opportunity to leave the Song family. She will then go and meet up with Zhao Zheng. The two are teammates and have a telepathic connection, so they can sense each other's location and are not afraid of losing contact. Finally, Song Haitang emphasized that he should not go to the Song family to look for her for the time being. Because before the governor went to suppress the rebels, he sent one of his subordinates to the Song family, seemingly to discuss cooperation with the head of the Song family. Song Haitang had seen that court official from afar today, and he gave her a very frightening feeling. After reading the letter, Zhao Zheng breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's good that Song Haitang is safe. Could the letter have been written by someone else to mislead Zhao Zheng? Zhao Zheng was certain that it wouldn't. This letter was definitely written by Song Haitang. Because the contents of the letter were all in simplified Chinese characters. In this era, simplified characters hadn't yet appeared, all books were in traditional characters. Currently, only transmigrated superhumans knew simplified characters. Zhao Zheng stood there, pondered for a moment, and quickly made a decision. He would follow Song Haitang's instructions and set off alone to carry out the mission. Because his current strength was only average in the eyes of true masters. His dragon roar iron shirts technique wasn't invincible. If he forced his way into the Song residence, he might very well be defeated there. Song Haitang had said that the adjutant sent by the governor was extremely dangerous. Even if the opponent wasn't a demon or monster, he was likely a master of at least the dark force level. Therefore, The best choice now was for Zhao Zheng to carry out the mission alone, challenge martial artists, and try to find an internal martial arts technique to improve his strength. Without strength, even if Song Haitang encountered danger, he would be powerless to help. Thinking of this, Zhao Zheng immediately set off, carrying the letter and silver notes, leaving the restaurant. Half an hour later, Zhao Zheng arrived at the train station. The so-called train station was nothing more than a makeshift fence erected in the wilderness, extremely rudimentary. A few foreign soldiers guarded the entrance. This was because the trains and railways were built by foreigners. The imperial court lacked the capacity. To board the train, people had to pay for tickets, and even goods required tickets, charged according to their value and weight. Of course, even after paying, if goods were lost on the train, the foreigners wouldn't offer any compensation. The passengers were simply out of luck. This was a rule set by the foreigners. To ride the train, one had to abide by it. At this moment, a long queue formed at the entrance. Most people were carrying large bags and families. There were also quite a few alone, like Zhao Zheng. With over half an hour until departure, Zhao Zheng obediently queued to pay. Half an hour later, Zhao Zheng finally boarded the train. To avoid being harassed by thieves and hooligans, he specifically bought a first-class ticket and went to a relatively clean carriage. In a regular carriage, it would be incredibly crowded and unpleasant, filled with all sorts of smells. The journey to Shanghai was over 1,000 kilometers. At this slow train speed, it would take at least 3 days. Could Zhao Zheng endure 3 days of such filth and disorder? He couldn't bear it for even a day. So he bought a first-class ticket. Of course, first-class tickets were 10 times more expensive than regular tickets. Most of the passengers in the first-class carriage were foreigners, with some Asians as well, but all were impeccably dressed, clearly wealthy and influential. After finding a seat, Zhao Zheng immediately sat down and closed his eyes to sleep. In his eyes, the so-called first-class carriage was completely incomparable to the regular carriages of later high-speed trains. The only difference was that the seats were more spacious and less crowded. The journey was relatively smooth, and no one disturbed Zhao Zheng. 3 days later, Zhao Zheng finally arrived in Shanghai. While Shanghai in this era didn't have as many skyscrapers as later times, its prosperity was in no way inferior. Standing on the street, everywhere he looked, there were all sorts of people trying to make a living. The number of rickshaws alone far exceeded that of Foshan. Cable cars moved slowly through the middle of the road. Among the pedestrians, the men were mostly dressed in suits and long gowns, while the women wore figure-hugging cheongsims. This fusion of Chinese and Western styles was astonishing. Zhao Zheng's eyes darted around. Suddenly, a running child bumped into him. I'm sorry, sir." The child apologized repeatedly after bumping into Zhao Zheng, then tried to leave quickly. Zhao Zheng grabbed him and took his wallet back from his hand. The thief turned pale with fright, thinking he was about to be beaten. However, Zhao Zheng didn't hide him. After taking back his wallet, he turned and left. A moment later, Zhao Zheng arrived at the renowned Peace Hotel. Of course, it was still called the Huzhong Hotel then, and its name wouldn't be changed for decades. Song Haitang had given him 2,000 taels of silver notes, which were valid nationwide, meaning he wasn't short of money. Since he wasn't short of money, he naturally wanted to stay in a better place. Furthermore, staying in such a place would avoid a lot of trouble. After all, those who could run such restaurants in Shanghai had very powerful backgrounds, and no one dared to cause trouble here. Meanwhile, in FS City, after 3 days of hard work, Ma Jun finally raised his cultivation level to the peak of Mingjin and mastered many external martial arts techniques. He was very confident in his current strength. So, he went to Baosideng to challenge Master Wang. However, he was severely taught a lesson by Master Wang's disciple, Ghost Foot Liu. Although Ma Jun's martial arts skills and cultivation level had improved, his combat experience was far inferior. Ghost Foot Liu was also a seasoned martial artist, so it was normal for him to easily defeat Ma Jun. What upset Ma Jun the most was that he learned from Ghost Foot Liu that Master Wang had already voluntarily conceded defeat to a young man 3 days ago. That young man's surname was Song. Upon receiving this news, Ma Jun was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. He couldn't understand why he was so much slower than Song Haitang. He had clearly worked incredibly hard for the past 3 days, constantly challenging martial artists, and nearly getting killed several times. Yet, how could he still be so far behind? He couldn't even beat Master Wang's apprentice, Yet the other party had already forced Master Wang to admit defeat? Was the gap between him and Song Haitang really that large? The Huzhong Hotel also offered guest rooms, and quite a few at that. Zhao Zheng settled in and rested for a few hours before leaving in the afternoon to go for a stroll. He hadn't walked far down the street when he saw dozens of gang members acting arrogantly, causing passers-by to scatter in fear. These gang members were all dressed in black suits and top hats, looking like social elites. However, each of them carried a sharp axe. This sight left many outsiders bewildered. The locals, on the other hand, turned pale with fright. It's the Axe Gang. Hide quickly, brother. May I ask what the Axe Gang's background is? Why are they so arrogant? The Axe Gang is one of the 4 major gangs in Shanghai, but since the new leader took office, they've become ruthless. Killing without blinking an eye, sparing neither the elderly nor children. They're vicious and cruel. You absolutely mustn't mess with them. What? One of the 4 major gangs? The Axe Gang is about to become the leader of the 4 major gangs. Apart from the Zhendong Gang, the other 2 gangs don't dare to go against them. In a shop, several customers watched the Axe Gang members walk away, discussing amongst themselves. Zhao Zheng, standing nearby, heard all these discussions clearly. Seeing the Axe Gang members here wasn't surprising to him. His teacher had said that there were 4 major gangs in Shanghai, and it was best to avoid them if possible. Especially the Axe Gang, who were the most ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Once you offended them, the best course of action was to leave Shanghai. Watching the Axe Gang members swagger through the streets, Zhao Zheng suddenly smiled. He had just spotted a familiar face among the Axe Gang members. This confirmed some of his earlier suspicions. With that thought, Zhao Zheng left and continued on his way. Instead of seeking out special martial artists for duels, he spent his days searching the streets and alleys. Finally, on the 4th day, Zhao Zheng found his target. It was a beggar, very old, with disheveled hair and a thin frame. However, the beggar had bright eyes. When Zhao Zheng found the beggar, he was trying to trick a boy. Little brother, you have extraordinary talent, a martial arts prodigy among men. The task of maintaining world peace rests on your shoulders. I have a secret manual here. I think you're destined for it, so I'll sell it to you for $10. How about it? The boy was naive and actually believed him, immediately taking out his piggy bank and smashing it to scrape together $10. In the end, he traded it for a copy of the Tathagata palm from the beggar. Zhao Zheng was quite surprised to see this. He hadn't expected to meet the chosen one here. The beggar, having scammed some money, was preparing to pack up and leave. Zhao Zheng immediately rushed over. Wait, I'll buy all the secret manuals you have here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zheng pulled out a large silver ingot. He had exchanged it for silver notes at the Huzhong Hotel. The beggar was stunned. His target audience was very clear, those ignorant children. How could an adult believe him? Glancing at the silver ingot in Zhao Zheng's hand, the beggar shook his head without thinking and said, "Not for sale, not for sale." Zhao Zheng immediately frowned. "You can sell it to that child, why can't you sell it to me?" Sigh. "To tell you the truth," the beggar said, "these manuals are all fake, bought wholesale for 5 cents each. I can only fool those children. How could I dare to fool you, sir?" Zhao Zheng smiled. "It's all right. I have money, I'm not afraid of being fooled. Sell me all the manuals." Hearing this, the beggar was stunned, and then seriously looked at Zhao Zheng. Seeing Zhao Zheng's ambiguous smile, the beggar was a little surprised. He had disguised himself so well, how did the other party see through it? "I still won't sell." The beggar shook his head again. "I only sell these manuals to those who are destined to have them." "Those who are destined to have them? May I ask what the criteria are for those who are destined to have them?" Zhao Zheng asked. The beggar chuckled, revealing his chipped teeth. "Naturally, a righteous 1 in a million martial arts prodigy." Seeing this, Zhao Zheng dropped the pretense and immediately said, "If you sell the manual to that kid, he might grow up to be a master, but the world will remain the same. Selling the manual to me is different. I dare not say I can save the world, but I can catch and kill all the monsters hiding in the temples." Hearing Zhao Zheng's words, the beggar was astonished. He looked at Zhao Zheng with suspicion, carefully observing his face, only to find that he couldn't see through him at all. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 9 Yang Divine Skill, Strength Soars. Seeing that Zhao Zheng was no longer pretending, the old beggar also laid his cards on the table. I just want to pass on the martial arts, he said, his tone softening considerably. Zhao Zheng immediately pressed his advantage, saying, Brother, you should know that the imperial court is currently banning martial arts, right? Right now, it's all internal martial arts. Once internal martial arts are completely eradicated, they'll definitely target external martial arts. In this kind of environment, you still want to pass on the martial arts. Unless the demons in the imperial court are wiped out, the martial arts cannot flourish. Zhao Zheng's last sentence was delivered with absolute certainty. Influenced by Zhao Zheng, the old beggar finally wavered and looked at Zhao Zheng seriously. He carefully examined Zhao Zheng, but still couldn't see through the young man before him, so he asked, You say you can kill all the demons in the imperial court? I don't even dare to provoke those demons. Where do you get your confidence? Because this is what I'm destined to do. Zhao Zheng's words weren't entirely a lie. If he had enough strength, he would definitely go and confront those monsters in human skin. After a pause, Zhao Zheng suddenly added, Besides, brother, I'm actually a martial arts prodigy, 1 in a million. Really? The old beggar glanced at Zhao Zheng. I didn't see that coming. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, Don't believe me? Give me a manual to try. If I can't master it on the spot, I'll leave. Oh, the old beggar was a little surprised. Master it on the spot? Internal martial arts are much harder to learn than external martial arts. Even a martial arts prodigy wouldn't dare say that, right? Seeing that Zhao Zheng wasn't joking, the old beggar immediately pulled out a manual. Good. This 9 Yang Divine Skill, passed down from ancient times, is an extremely powerful and Yang internal martial arts method. Even in the golden age of martial arts hundreds of years ago, it was a top-tier technique. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you can master it and cultivate the 9 Yang True Key, you can choose any manual I have here. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng immediately laughed. You said it yourself. Taking the 9 Yang Divine Skill from the old beggar, a notification immediately popped up in Zhao Zheng's left eye. Discovered the internal martial arts manual 9 Yang Divine Skill. Do you wish to learn it? Notification. Learning the 9 Yang Divine Skill and mastering its basics requires 300 spirit energy points. As expected of an internal martial arts technique, even learning the basics costs 3 times more than external martial arts. Zhao Zheng currently had over 1,000 spirit energy points, so he immediately chose to learn it. Instantly, Zhao Zheng felt a surge of heat rising from his danshan, rapidly spreading throughout his body. This heat was extremely powerful, transforming his physique. Although Zhao Zheng was prepared, he was still somewhat surprised. This 9 Yang Divine Skill truly lived up to its name. Its effects were incredible. Successfully learned the internal martial arts manual 9 Yang Divine Skill. Subsequent martial arts realms have been unlocked. You can continue to use spirit energy points to advance your realm. Seeing the notification, overjoyed, Zhao Zheng immediately upgraded his peak of Ming Jin realm to the Dark Jin realm. The instant his realm was upgraded, Zhao Zheng felt as if a lock within his body had been broken. In martial arts terms, it was equivalent to his meridians being opened. The warm current generated from learning the 9 Yang Divine Skill instantly converged into his danshan, forming internal energy. Dark Jin, also called internal strength or internal force. Once internal energy is generated within a martial artist's body, it's a complete transformation. At this moment, Zhao Zheng felt his body brimming with power. If his previous peak Ming Jin punch had 2,500 Jin of force, then his current Dark Jin punch would have at least 6,000 Jin. This was after he had just upgraded to Dark Jin. Seeing that he still had some spiritual energy points left, Zhao Zheng simply used them again to upgrade the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Because, to upgrade Dark Jin to Transformation Jin, a full 2,000 spiritual energy points were needed. He was far from having enough. A moment later, Zhao Zheng's attributes are as follows: Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial Arts, Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, Mastery, Iron Sand Palm, Mastery, Cloud Chasing Step, Mastery, 9 Yang Divine Skill, Proficient. Current Realm, Dark Strength. Current Martial Arts Points, 3,871. Available Spiritual Energy Points, 141. This is Zhao Zheng's current attribute panel. He had accumulated nearly 2,000 spiritual energy points, which were instantly used up. Upgrading from the peak of Ming strength to dark strength cost 800 points, and upgrading the 9 Yang divine skill to proficient consumed a total of 600 points. This consumption was quite large. However, the value it brought made Zhao Zheng extremely satisfied. The dark strength realm greatly improved his strength. Especially the 9 Yang divine skill, the increase was even more obvious. After mastering the 9 Yang divine skill, the speed of internal energy generation was extremely fast, seemingly inexhaustible, and ordinary punches and kicks could also unleash amazing attack power. His defenses would also be greatly enhanced. The 9 Yang True Ki could automatically protect his body and deflect external attacks. If he mastered the 9 Yang divine skill to its highest level, he could even achieve an indestructible body. Furthermore, the 9 Yang divine skill was also a healing holy book. The 9 Yang True Ki was immune to all poisons and specifically countered all cold and yin martial arts internal energies. The 9 Yang divine skill complemented Zhao Zheng's iron shirt and iron sand palm techniques, making Zhao Zheng's destructive and defensive capabilities astonishing. Zhao Zheng exhaled, revealing a very satisfied smile. Then, he turned his gaze to the alley beside him, raised his palm, and struck out. Whoosh, a sound of air being torn apart rang out. A wisp of 9 Yang True Ki flew from Zhao Zheng's palm and into the alley. Although this wisp of 9 Yang True Ki dissipated after flying more than 10 meters, it still startled the old beggar beside him. This kid had only obtained the 9 Yang divine skill for 2 or 3 minutes, and he had already mastered it? What kind of monster is this? What terrifying talent is this? Even more terrifying is that the other party was clearly only at the Mingjin level before. How could he break through his level in an instant and cultivate internal energy? To be honest, if it weren't for the facts right in front of him, the old beggar would have thought he was dreaming. This 1-in-a-million martial arts prodigy isn't even worthy of carrying this kid's shoes. Brother, what do you say? Zhao Zheng looked at the old beggar and asked with a smile. The old beggar gave Zhao Zheng a deep look. Then, he directly opened his bag, revealing various martial arts manuals inside. Choose one. I only hope you keep your word. One day, if you can achieve inner strength and become pure, remember to kill all those demons. Hearing this, as Zhao Zheng searched through the manuals, he asked with interest, seeing the divine within? Impure body? What kind of realm is that? I only know that after dark force, there are transformation force, blood exchange, innate, and refining the divine. I've never heard of such a realm. Above refining the divine is seeing the divine, the old beggar replied. Seeing the divine is just a descriptive term. The correct way to say it is breaking through the self and seeing the divine without decay. It means that a martial artist's spiritual sense is strong enough to see inwards, constantly observing everything in the body, keeping the body in a perfect, peak state. This realm has many names, such as seeing the divine and impure body. However, hundreds of years ago, the common people only called this realm one thing, land immortal. At this point, the old beggar shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, land immortals haven't appeared for hundreds of years. If there were a land immortal, how could those demons be allowed to run rampant? Zhao Zheng had been listening attentively and couldn't help but ask, Brother, is it necessary to reach the land immortal realm to deal with the monsters in the court? What? You don't even know the strength of those extraterrestrial demons, yet you dare to boast. The old beggar glanced at Zhao Zheng before saying, even the weakest of the extraterrestrial demons possess innate power, especially that old hag sitting in the palace. She's at least at the peak of the divine refinement stage. If you can't see a god, don't go looking for her. His tone became extremely solemn towards the end. Zhao Zheng's face was equally serious. However, he was now very curious about the old beggar's true identity. Someone who knew this much and possessed so many martial arts manuals was definitely not simple. Zhao Zheng wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Since the old beggar presented himself as a beggar, he probably didn't want anyone to know his true identity. If Zhao Zheng asked too many questions, he would only be asking for trouble. Hey, kid, you've been looking around for ages, have you made your choice yet? The old beggar urged. I'm in a hurry to get back for dinner. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and said, I don't know anything about these martial arts. Why don't you introduce them to me, brother? The old beggar didn't offer any introductions. He said to Zhao Zheng, judging from your appearance, you seem to prefer a powerful and forceful style of martial arts. In that case, I recommend you learn the 18 subduing dragon palms. It just so happens that you've already learned the extremely powerful and yang-based 9 Yang divine skill. And the 18 subduing dragon palms is also an extremely powerful and yang-based palm technique. The two martial arts are a perfect match. If you can master both the 9 Yang divine skill and the 18 subduing dragon palms, the combined power you unleash will surely be astonishing. Zhao Zheng nodded, accepting the old beggar's suggestion. He believed that the old beggar meant him no harm and wouldn't try to trick him. Besides, the 18 subduing dragon palms was indeed a very good martial art. He had long heard of its fame. Having obtained the manual for the 18 subduing dragon palms, the old beggar prepared to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be going, senior. Farewell, Zhao Zheng said, cupping his hands in greeting. The old beggar said nothing more, picked up his broken bowl, slung his bag over his shoulder, and vanished. Only after the old beggar disappeared did Zhao Zheng stuff the 18 subduing dragon palms manual into his pocket and return to the hotel. All the way, a smile graced Zhao Zheng's face. He was extremely satisfied with his gains. In the blink of an eye, another 4 days passed. During these 4 days, Zhao Zheng challenged many martial artists in Shanghai, accumulating a considerable amount of combat points and spiritual energy points. Among them, Maoangzhen, the leader of the Zhendong Gang, contributed a large number of combat points to Zhao Zheng. This man was extremely famous and powerful in Shanghai, controlling the Zhendong Gang, and also possessed a destiny, making him a special martial artist. Zhao Zheng gained over 1,400 combat points and over 700 spiritual energy points just by defeating him. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, Mastery, Iron Sand Palm, Mastery, Cloud Chasing Step, Mastery, 9 Yang Divine Skill, Proficient, 18 Subduing Dragon Palms, Skilled. Current Realm, Blood Exchange. Current Martial Arts Points, 13,551. Available Spiritual Energy Points, 44. These are Zhao Zheng's current attributes. It can only be said that Shanghai truly lives up to its reputation as a gathering place for talent. In 4 days, Zhao Zheng reaped nearly 10,000 martial arts points. Most of them were contributed by martial artists from various sects. Some were also contributed by foreign martial artists. This martial arts world is amazing. Some foreigners, without having learned any martial arts, can achieve the destructive power of the peak of Mingjin with just their physical strength. In fact, some foreign strongmen are even stronger than martial artists at the peak of Mingjin. During his 4 days in Shanghai, Zhao Zheng also encountered many extraordinary individuals from abroad. Mainly, his constant challenges against martial artists had made him quite famous, attracting the attention of many foreign superhumans. Of course, anyone who dared to mess with Zhao Zheng was courting death. The mission information clearly stated that against native martial artists, simply admitting defeat was sufficient. However, in a duel between superhumans, to gain combat points, one had to defeat their opponent. Early morning. Zhao Zheng walked out of the restaurant and got into an old-fashioned car. This car was provided specifically for him by the restaurant. Of course, it cost money. "Sir, where are you going?" the driver asked. Zhao Zheng couldn't help but sized up the driver. The driver was an older man who looked very honest. However, anyone who could drive in this era was no ordinary person. "Do you know Pig Cage Village?" "Yes," the driver said, "but it's a bit far. It'll take at least half an hour to drive there." "Let's go," Zhao Zheng said. The driver didn't say anything more and started the car. Zhao Zheng had already chartered this car for the day. Wherever he wanted to go, the driver would take him. Half an hour later, the car had arrived in the countryside and finally stopped outside a tenement building. "Sir, we've arrived." Hearing the driver's reminder, Zhao Zheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, immediately opened them and looked out the window. "Just stop here and wait for me a moment." "Yes, sir." Zhao Zheng got out of the car and walked into the tenement building. It was a little past 8 in the morning. The village was bustling with activity, everyone was busy. Although it was just a tenement building, it had all sorts of shops. The first shop Zhao Zheng passed was a barber shop at the entrance. The owner was an elderly man with a very young apprentice. However, the apprentice seemed a little off. He liked to wear his pants only halfway up, exposing his buttocks. Further inside, there was a rice shop, a breakfast shop, and a tailor shop. Although small, it had everything one needed. Zhao Zheng's arrival had already attracted the attention of the surrounding residents, as strangers rarely came here. "Hey, who are you looking for?" a voice called from Zhao Zheng's left. He turned his head and smiled. Chapter 124 Overpowering Three Great Masters. P.S. Thanks to the suggestions from the experts, the previous chapter where the protagonist learned the Tathagata palm has been revised to the 18 subduing dragon palms. The author's main point is to listen to advice. Standing to Zhao Zheng's left was a middle-aged woman. She wore a white nightgown, her hair was slightly curly and clipped with several curlers, and she wore slippers. Her attire looked quite casual. Upon seeing this middle-aged woman, Zhao Zheng recognized her at a glance. The landlady of Pig Cage Village. At this time, the landlady was still relatively young, probably in her 30s or not yet 40. However, her fierce appearance already had some of the style of later generations. She had a cigarette in her mouth and was looking Zhao Zheng up and down with a sidelong glance. "Who are you?" Zhao Zheng asked knowingly. "I'm the landlady said. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhao Zheng replied. "Oh, I heard there's a tailor here with excellent skills. I'm planning to have some clothes made." Upon hearing this, the landlady immediately realized, "You mean Master Zhao? His craftsmanship is indeed excellent, and his clothes are of good quality and inexpensive. His shop is over there, go ahead." "Thank you." Zhao Zheng bowed in thanks and walked towards the tailor shop. The landlady stared at Zhao Zheng's back, her gaze somewhat serious. "Sir, are you having clothes made? Look at my fabric, it feels so comfortable, it's all top quality fabric, and the price isn't expensive." When Zhao Zheng entered the tailor shop, he was immediately warmly greeted by Master Zhao. Master Zhao was also a bit younger than Zhao Zheng remembered, and although not tall, he was very sturdy. "Yes, I want to have a suit made," Zhao Zheng said, but his gaze was fixed on the roof beam. Beside the beam were two bamboo poles with many iron rings strung on them. "What are those iron rings?" he asked deliberately. Master Zhao immediately replied, "They're just some useless little trinkets, for hanging around." "Is that so?" Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "They look like arm rings used for practicing iron wire fist to me." Upon hearing this, Master Zhao's expression immediately changed. He had his reasons for living in seclusion here. "Who exactly are you?" At this moment, Master Zhao's aura changed drastically, his muscles tensed, like a beast ready to pounce. He mistook Zhao Zheng for someone seeking revenge. Sensing Master Zhao's hostility, Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "Master Zhao, don't misunderstand. I'm also a martial artist, so I can recognize iron wire arm rings. If it's truly a misunderstanding, then you can leave." "I'm not doing business today," Master Zhao said. Of course, Zhao Zheng wouldn't just leave like that. "No way, Master Zhao, I've come all this way, and you're just going to let me leave empty-handed. What do you want?" "Oh, I just want to see the power of the Hong family iron wire fist. Is it as legendary as they say, combining strength and softness, the supreme of all fists?" Upon hearing this, Master Zhao clenched his fists, ready to strike. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng, however, remained calm. The next moment, Zhao Zheng raised his palm, facing upwards, aiming at the roof beam, and struck out with his palm. Whoosh, his internal energy surged forth instantly, breaking the two bamboo poles. "Master Zhao, catch the weapon." Master Zhao was startled. However, seeing the iron wire arm ring slipping down, he didn't hesitate at all, simultaneously thrusting both hands through the ring. Clang! Clang! Master Zhao assumed a fighting stance. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng attacked without a word. Clang! 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 The sounds of battle instantly filled the small tailor shop. Not far from the tailor shop was a breakfast stall. The owner, who was kneading dough, suddenly heard a commotion inside and immediately peered out. Through the window, he saw two figures fighting inside the tailor shop. A short while later, a familiar figure was knocked out of the window and landed on the ground. The breakfast owner was immediately shocked. He recognized a person who had been knocked out of the tailor shop as his neighbor, the tailor, Master Zhao. Having been Master Zhao's neighbor for so many years, this was the first time he had known Master Zhao knew martial arts. Judging from the iron wire armbands on his wrists, Master Zhao must be a successor of the Hung family iron wire fist. What surprised him even more was who had knocked Master Zhao out. This question was quickly answered. The next moment, a young man emerged from the tailor shop and continued his attack on Master Zhao. The young man was extremely strong. The opponent didn't use any fancy moves, Just a simple punch was enough to leave Master Zhao defenseless. Master Zhao retreated repeatedly, only able to dodge. But the young man was much faster than Master Zhao. Bang! Master Zhao couldn't dodge in time and took a punch from the young man. Although the punch landed on Master Zhao's shoulder, it sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Master Zhao finally landed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. And the young man attacked again. At this moment, the residents of the tenement building all noticed the fight. But no one dared to step forward to stop it. The breakfast shop owner knew he couldn't stand by and watch any longer. If he didn't intervene, Master Zhao might be beaten to death by that young man. Thinking of this, the breakfast shop owner immediately pulled out his rolling pin and threw it at the young man. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The rolling pin, in the breakfast shop owner's hands, flew through the air like a bullet, arriving in front of Zhao Zheng in the blink of an eye. This showed that the breakfast shop owner was also a martial arts expert. Zhao Zheng, who was striding forward, immediately stopped, raised his hand, and shattered the incoming rolling pin. He turned to look at the breakfast shop owner, revealing a smile. The breakfast shop owner, having already chosen to rescue someone, certainly wouldn't back down halfway. He kicked the door behind him, and instantly, a long stick landed in the owner's hands. Then, the owner, gripping the stick, took a step forward and rushed towards Zhao Zheng. Before he arrived, the stick struck first. Whoosh! Whoosh! The owner's hands flicked, and he twirled the stick with flourishes, aiming for Zhao Zheng's face and chest. But Zhao Zheng, with his hands clasped together, miraculously caught the breakfast shop owner's stick with his palms in an instant. The breakfast shop owner was greatly surprised. Only then did he realize that the young man before him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The 5 elements 8 trigram staff, ever-changing and unfathomable, truly lives up to its reputation, Zhao Zheng laughed. You can wield a mere staff with the power of a spear. Although he smiled, his attack was anything but. Zhao Zheng grabbed the other end of the staff and pulled hard. The breakfast shop owner lost his grip and the staff flew back, aiming for the shop owner. Whoosh! A loud whooshing sound filled the air. The shop owner was startled and quickly dodged. Although Zhao Zheng's staff was aimed at his shoulder, a hit would at least result in lifelong disability. Whoosh! The staff whistled past the shop owner's shoulder. A close call. However, before the shop owner could even catch his breath, Zhao Zheng's figure, like a ghost, had already appeared before him. With the aid of the 9 Yang True Key, Zhao Zheng's chasing cloud steps became even more astonishing, and his movement techniques became even more formidable. When Zhao Zheng threw a punch, the shopkeeper could no longer dodge. Thump! Zhao Zheng's punch landed on the shopkeeper's shoulder. The shoulder wasn't a weak point. Even so, the shopkeeper was sent flying by the punch, even crashing through the wall and landing inside the house. Zhao Zheng was now in the blood exchange realm. This realm was no longer that of an ordinary person, it belonged to the extraordinary category. With the aid of the 9 Yang True Key, every move Zhao Zheng made carried the force of 10,000 jin. If you were to unleash his full power, the impact force could reach 20,000 jin. Therefore, after being knocked away, the shopkeeper, like Zhao Zheng from the tailor shop, lay amidst a pile of rubble, severely injured and unable to move. Congratulations! You have defeated the Dark Force martial artist, gaining 2,484 martial arts points. You have also gained 1,242 temporary spiritual energy points. Seeing the notification appear in his left eye, Zhao Zheng was very satisfied. Special martial artists at the Dark Force level are indeed different. Furthermore, this successor of the 5 elements 8 trigram staff contributed over 100 more combat points than Master Zhao from the tailor shop. According to the Spirit Realm's judgment, during a combat match, as long as the native martial artist voluntarily surrenders or loses the ability to resist, the extraordinary one wins. There's no need to kill the opponent. Zhao Zheng appeared ruthless just now, but in reality, he held back at every turn. If he wanted to kill, neither Master Zhao nor the breakfast shop owner would be a match for him. The reason he pretended to be fierce was to lure out other experts and make them fight him seriously because they were saving someone. There are quite a few experts in Pig Cage Village. Besides the Condor couple, there are 3 other experts, the successor of the 5 elements 8 trigram staff, the successor of the Hong family iron wire fist, and the successor of the 12-road springing leg. These 3 successors are all very strong, probably all at the true master level. However, after defeating 2 successors, Zhao Zheng still hadn't seen the third. It seemed that Cooley Strong hadn't settled in the village yet. Since Cooley Strong wasn't there, Zhao Zheng's next challenge would naturally be the Condor heroes. Before the challenge, he needed to improve his strength. So, Zhao Zheng opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, Mastery, Iron Sand Palm, Mastery, Cloud Chasing Step, Mastery, 9 Yang Divine Skill, Proficient, 18 Subduing Dragon Palms, Skilled. Current realm, Blood Exchange. Current martial arts points, 18,311. Available spiritual energy points, 2,433. This was Zhao Zheng's current attribute. He had just acquired over 2,000 spiritual energy points. Without hesitation, Zhao Zheng spent those 2,000 points to raise his realm to peak of blood exchange. It wasn't that he didn't want to enter the innate realm. The upgrade from blood transfusion to innate is too expensive, requiring a full 3,000 spirit energy points. He didn't have enough. After the upgrade, Zhao Zheng still had 400 spirit energy points left, just enough to upgrade 18 Subduing Dragon Palms. So he upgraded 18 Subduing Dragon Palms from Proficient to Master. That Condor couple may not be handsome, but they are very powerful, and Zhao Zheng dared not be careless. Every bit of improvement in strength would greatly increase his chances of winning. P.S. Happy National Day again, everyone. There will be another update at midnight. Chapter 125 Deep Blue Skill Points. Innate Realm. Name, Zhao Shan, Zhao Zheng. Age, 19. Martial arts, Dragon Roar Iron Shirt, Mastery, Iron Sand Palm, Mastery, Cloud Chasing Step, Mastery, 9 Yang Divine Skill, Proficient, 18 Subduing Dragon Palms, Proficient. Current realm, Peak of Blood Exchange. Current martial arts points, 18,311. Available spiritual energy points, 33. He spent all his spiritual energy points in one go. Feeling the internal energy in his Danshan growing stronger again, Zhao Zheng's face showed more confidence. In fact, he dared to come here after careful consideration. According to his judgment, the Condor Heroes realm when they fought the Fire Cloud Evil God should also be in the Blood Exchange realm. Because the innate realm has a very obvious sign. That is external release of Gangjin to protect the body. Lion's Roar is a pure sonic attack, so it doesn't count. The Condor Heroes' performance didn't seem like that of innate masters at all. Oh, right. The Condor Heroes refers to the landlord and landlady in Pig Cage Village. At this moment, seeing Zhao Zheng's brutality, the surrounding residents all hid inside their houses, secretly observing him through windows and door cracks. They wanted to help, but they lacked the strength. Landlady, you've been watching for so long, aren't you going to make a move? Zhao Zheng's gaze suddenly turned to the best decorated house. Or are you planning to wait until I kill everyone here before you show yourself? Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the landlord's house. Even the fallen Zhao family man and the breakfast stall owner looked at the landlord's house in astonishment. They couldn't imagine that the usually sharp-tongued landlady, who only ever demanded rent, was also a martial arts master. A moment later, there was finally movement in the landlord's house. The door opened, and the landlord and his wife emerged one after the other. They walked up the stairs to the first floor, their eyes fixed on Zhao Zheng. Both of them exuded a powerful aura completely different from their usual selves. Seeing this, everyone looked at the landlord and his wife with suspicion and uncertainty. Only Zhao Zheng maintained his smile. As expected of the legendary Condor Heroes, renowned throughout the martial arts world, truly extraordinary, Zhao Zheng said, bowing respectfully. The landlady lit a cigarette and then said, "So, you've come for us, young man, who are you?" the landlord asked. "I've never heard of you." The landlord was a lean man with a pointed face and a somewhat sleazy appearance. "I'm just a nobody," Zhao Zheng said with a smile. "It's normal that you haven't heard of me, then why are you causing us trouble?" the landlord asked. "We've been living in seclusion here for almost 10 years. We haven't offended you, have we?" Zhao Zheng said. "Indeed, you haven't offended me. I'm here simply to spar with you too, that's it." "Yes, that's it, then you can leave. We swore an oath long ago not to fight easily again, and we have no interest in sparring with you." Zhao Zheng had anticipated the landlord's refusal. "I know why you swore such an oath. What if your son might not be dead?" Upon hearing this, the landlord and landlady were shocked. "Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes back then, during the martial arts competition. The landlady was the first to lose her composure. "You saw him beaten to death," Zhao Zheng smiled and said. "As you both know, there are martial arts prodigies. 1 in a million. These people are exceptionally gifted, have special physiques, and extremely tenacious vitality. Even if they suffer a fatal wound, they can recover on their own." As Zhao Zheng spoke, the landlord and landlady trembled. They were excited, but also terrified. Zhao Zheng continued, "I know an orphan who is 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. Even if you beat him to the point of apparent death, after a while, he can recover and revive. By the way, that kid's age is exactly the same as your son's." Hearing this, the landlord and landlady could no longer contain themselves. "My son, boy, tell me quickly, where is that child?" Seeing this, Zhao Zheng immediately said, "Gentlemen, don't be hasty. The child's identity is just my guess. As for whether he's your son, we'll have to verify it after we meet him," and Zhao Zheng suddenly laughed. "If you want to know his whereabouts, you'll have to beat me first." For their son, the landlord and his wife no longer cared about their previous vows. "Fine, since you're asking for a beating, I'll grant your wish." It was the landlord who said this. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the landlord strode up to Zhao Zheng. He used a grappling move, grabbing Zhao Zheng's shoulder. It seemed the other party still wanted to hold back, only wanting to subdue Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng remained calm, and suddenly struck out with a palm. The dragon's regret. Roar. His palm strike actually produced a dragon's roar. The landlord was startled and quickly withdrew his hand, changing his stance to counter Zhao Zheng's palm strike with a 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds technique from Tai Chi. Even so, the landlord was still sent flying by Zhao Zheng's palm strike, staggering backward. Had he not used Tai Chi in time to deflect Zhao Zheng's palm force, he would likely have been seriously injured. The 18 subduing dragon palms. The landlord was shocked and quickly asked, "How do you know this lost art? Who are you?" "Want to know? Wait until you beat me," Zhao Zheng laughed, taking a step forward and using the cloud-chasing step to shrink the distance between them, instantly appearing in front of the landlord. This time, the landlord dared not underestimate Zhao Zheng and immediately unleashed his life's masterpiece, Tai Chi, to fight Zhao Zheng. Soon, Zhao Zheng frowned. Several of his palm strikes had been skillfully neutralized by the landlord. His opponent had mastered the 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds technique of Tai Chi to an unparalleled level. However, one thing was certain, the landlord's cultivation level was indeed, as he had guessed, at the blood renewal stage, not yet at the innate stage. He, on the other hand, was at the peak of the blood renewal stage and possessed the 9 yang divine skill, his true energy flowing endlessly. If the fight continued, as long as the landlord's stamina couldn't keep up, he would definitely win. With this mindset, Zhao Zheng launched a fierce attack. In an instant, Zhao Zheng's palm shadows flashed across the arena. The landlord also exerted all his strength, pushing his Tai Chi to its limit, barely managing to cope with Zhao Zheng's relentless attacks. The battle between the two was astonishing. They could instantly shatter any building they encountered. A single step they took could crack the ground. The surrounding people were completely stunned, questioning whether these two were even human. Especially Master Zhao from the tailor shop and the owner of the breakfast stall, who were utterly horrified. Before their seclusion, they had heard of some peerless masters, but had never seen one. Seeing it with their own eyes now, they realized that compared to a true master, their martial arts skills were utterly inadequate. Everyone was in shock. Only the landlady looked worried. Only she could see that her husband was completely at a disadvantage. Before, he could still mount a few counterattacks, but that young man seemed to have a strong external martial arts style, completely immune to them. Now, her husband could only parry, powerless to retaliate. Moreover, as the fight dragged on and his stamina waned, his disadvantage grew larger and larger. The landlady dared not help. Her son's information was still in the young man's hands, and she dared not act rashly. What if she angered him and he refused to talk? Another 10 minutes passed. Finally, the landlord couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying by Zhao Zheng's palm strike. "Husband," the landlady cried out, rushing over to catch her husband, preventing him from falling. "I'm alright," the landlord reassured his wife first, then looked at Zhao Zheng. "Kid, your strength seems inexhaustible, you're practically a monster. I'm ashamed to admit my inferiority." Actually, Zhao Zheng had also expended a considerable amount of energy. His 9 yang divine skill wasn't fully mastered, its current level couldn't keep up with the consumption of his full force output. However, Compared to the landlord, he still held a significant advantage. So, landlord, are you going to admit defeat? Yes, I'm no match for you, I admit defeat, the landlord sighed. Instantly, a notification popped up in Zhao Zheng's left eye. Congratulations! You defeated a blood exchange realm martial artist, gaining 10,086 combat points. Gain temporary spiritual energy points. 5,043. Seeing the notification, Zhao Zheng was overjoyed. The landlord's surrender had actually contributed tens of thousands of combat points to him. This was fantastic. It was certain that the landlord was a special martial artist, and a blood exchange realm special martial artist at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to contribute so many combat points. Since the landlord was a special martial artist, then the landlord's wife, who appeared even more frequently, must also be one. Thinking this, Zhao Zheng's gaze immediately fell upon the landlady. Landlady, it's your turn. Fearing she might resist, Zhao Zheng added, as long as you give it your all, whether you win or not, I'll tell you the child's whereabouts. Hearing this, the landlady's eyes lit up. Is that true? Yes, Zhao Zheng nodded. However, you must give it your all and show me the power of little dragon girl. No problem. The landlady's face was serious as she said, my husband's martial arts are superior to mine. Since even he's no match for you, I won't humiliate myself. I have a killer move. If you can withstand it, I'll have to admit defeat. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng immediately knew that the landlady intended to use the lion's roar. This move was indeed incredibly powerful. Even the fire cloud evil god was forced to retreat repeatedly by its roar. At the same level, even if Zhao Zheng possessed the dragon roar iron sure technique, he might not be able to withstand it. After some thought, he decided to spend 1,000 spirit energy points to directly raise his martial arts realm to the innate stage. He even wanted to continue to the refining spirit stage. Unfortunately, raising from the innate stage to the refining spirit stage required a full 5,000 spirit energy points. Zhao Zheng didn't have enough. Almost the instant Zhao Zheng reached the innate stage, an incredible phenomenon occurred. His body underwent a tremendous change. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.